Yeah, how y'all doing today? Y'all see the title? I've been I've been pushing this back for a minute. Yeah, today we're gonna be talking about Enoch's Dome the World, which is Rob Skiba's particular model for flat earth. We're also gonna be, first of all, paying our respects to Rob Skiba. Rest in peace, Rob Skiba. For those who believe that he has passed away. I don't want to spend too much time talking about this little bizarre theory about his death, but I do want to plug it into here. Actually, we're going to do a couple of polls, is what we'll do. We're talking about Rob Skiba's conception of flat earth. Many of you may not know Skiba have his own conception of flat earth. And I'm going to be showing you why me and Rob Skiba never got along when he was alive. But I don't wish death on nobody, and I want to pay my respects to him. Now, a lot of people saying they don't think Rob Skiba is dead. Some of us, we think deep, we go into the conspiracy realm. Some of you say, well, he may be a Mason who everybody fake they death to y'all. Y'all think everybody Machiavelli. Sometimes we be too deep with it. But I ain't gonna lie, man. The way Rob Skiba passed, I'm kind of skeptical about it. I'm a big tinfoil hatter. I do think it's a possibility that people, certain agents, can fake their deaths. Now let me do a poll. Hold up, y'all. Now, I hope a lot of people don't be mad at my little poll. I just want to see what the people think. Get my feet out there. Everything ain't a conspiracy. I just want to. I want to get a sort of my hand on what the people think, and I appreciate this new option you two got with the polls and everything. You know, we ain't got no strippers, but we got a couple polls going, baby. I want to say rest in peace to Rob. Hey, appreciate y'all compliments on my gear. I try. That. Y'all see I'm rocking my Pan-African colors, baby. See, baby, see, look at that. I ain't even a Pan-African. I bang on Pan-Africans. But look at your boy rocking them Pan-African colors. See, I'm a team player, baby. Team player. motherfucking team player. Now, some of you Pan-Africans got to put on a flat power shirt now. Hey, whoever this dude named, his name is Otten Dukestains, LLC. What the fuck? Yo, that nigga, for you to sit down and think of that name, I know you're a silly motherfucker. I know if you were around me, I'll be laughing a lot, goddammit. For you to sit there and think of that motherfucking name, Otten Dukestains, LLC. Yeah, so let me get into this shit, man. Y'all silly, yo. Y'all motherfucking silly. Now check this out, yo. Hold on. All right, let's get into Rob Skiba. Now, me personally, I don't know, man, if the man dead or not. I know the poll. I know that the poll, everybody's saying they think he dead. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm in the middle. I don't know. The truth stranger than fiction. I'm in the middle and I don't know if the man dead or not. We thought the Apollo crew was dead, and they're not. Listen, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat room if you can hear me and see me clearly. If the stream is going good, drop a 1. We never did do a tech check. Let's get that out the way. Let's do a tech check, and when I see the ones, we finna screen share. I'm gonna show you the conspiracy side of Rob Skiba's death. All right. Now check this out. When Rob Skiba died, it was all over the news, man. It was headlines. Listen, y'all gotta think about something. For the world not to care about flat earthers, why when one small no-name flat earther die, it makes national news? That's what we want to put on the table right now. It made national news. And look at what the headlines was. Flat Earth theorist, anti-vaxxer Rob Skiba dies from COVID. Now, ever since this community was started, there's been hit pieces. There have been guys in the community working with the kind of elite groups to embarrass Flat Earth. We all would know the history. So check this out. A lot of flat earthers are questioning the so-called jab. And when you talk about anti-vaxxers, there's more than flat earthers who is more globe anti-vaxxers than flat earth anti-vaxxers. But the thing is, to me, this kind of stuff, right? Hold on, y'all. Yeah. So check. Oh, that ain't odd TV. I thought that was odd TV at first. Hey, so check this out, y'all. This was an article came out in the NY Daily News on Rob Skiba denying the jab and then dying after it. And I just think that's too much of a coincidence. Anti-vax flat earth preacher dies of COVID. See, stuff like this make us look bad. This is like another hit piece. It was the same thing I told them with Mad Mike Hughes, M Freemason, Mad Mike. Yo, I think, check this out. Let's go off on a tinfoil hat side. Let's go way tinfoil hat. What if Mad Mike Hughes and Rob Skiba are Freemasons who are faking their death to serve an agenda? Let's go bizarre. What, like, cause some of y'all going here. Let's flirt with it. Let's entertain it so we can put it all on the table then. Now, if you go in there, you one of the ones who said like, well, the truth is stranger than fiction, and I get it. Yo, remember now the whole Apollo crew supposed to be dead, but they all changed their names and they under the witness protection program under new identities, and we proved that this type of stuff happened. A lot of people said Bin Laden ain't dead. We got proof that he was working with the FBI, and we got his real name, his old photos before he had the beard. Crazy stuff, ain't it? The truth is stranger than fiction. Now check this out. We gotta keep that same approach with everything, is what I'm saying, y'all. Keep that same open mind with everything. But soon as this man died, all over the big news channels, a flat earther, that you see the terminology they using. And then what happened after this was, check this out, right? All this stuff started coming out. Look, watch this. Watch this. Now let me show y'all something crazy though. When a flat earther die of COVID, you ain't gonna get the sympathy that any other person get. Look at the headlines right here. Complete idiot dies. Hold on, let's watch this. Let's look at this. Look, complete idiot dies after doubting COVID. They got all these articles on COVID-19 and flat earthers. Look, COVID-19 and the flat earthers. Another flat earther and COVID-19 denier, Mac Parhow, found dead. Prominent flat earther COVID denier has died. See how this shit is put out there, y'all? So it make us the face of like denying COVID goes hand in hand with flat earth. In other words, that's the narrative that's being put out there, which is kind of in a way true. But they're painting it in the public, you know what I'm saying? Like we such a threat and shit just because we have a different of opinion. Me denying COVID, or me questioning the jab or the vaccine, don't stop you from doing whatever your mission is. If I had a mission to say to people, If anyone on the sideline denying that shit or doing all that, they just bumping their gums, man. I'ma still keep doing what I gotta do. Why are the people in power not doing what we tell our damn children to do, which is, hey, ignore them and keep doing what you got to do, son. They can't ignore us, y'all. They got to take away our freedom of speech. Our little words and beliefs stopping a whole cabal of powerful people from doing what they got to do. And a small group of dummies is hindering the government. That's the narrative that they painting. So in other words, they want to target the group with the truth. This is about targeting the group with the truth, man. But let's go deep into this though, right? Here go Enoch's domed world right here, y'all. This Rob Skiba's conception of the earth. But see, this is what I want to share with y'all. Check it out, yo. Put the whole box that you see there, this Enoch's dome world model, that's putting the black cube around the flat earth. A lot of y'all ain't understanding what this model represent, but this model is based on a Kabbalah. We about to get into it now. So like, if a lot of people know that Rob Skiba is affiliated with like where they have their speculations that he's a Freemason or whatever and all that. Here's what it's all meaning. It's all one big religion. And the two pillars of Freemason is right here, y'all. This is in Mecca right here. Now, in the middle of these two pillars is the G that you see. That's God. That's the black cube right there. Now, think about this, right? With the flat earth model, the people exist around the cube. But in the New World Order, they're trying to get the people into the cube. Getting the people into the cube is what Elon Musk and all these people are talking about when they say transcendence. In the near future, when human consciousness is being uploaded and people are able to experience realities inside of quantum computers and stuff like that. Check this out, yo. We about to go deep with this. The world inside of a quantum computer is this same sacred geometry inverted. So instead of having a square surrounded by a circle, like what we see here, instead of having a square surrounded by a circle, like what we see right here, we will have a circle surrounded by a square. In other words, all of these people that's surrounding the cube, when they go inside of the cube, the circle will now be inside of the box. I'm about to go into the Kabbalah for y'all. So the end goal of the Kabbalah is what I just said on a sacred geometrical level, is reversing the sacred geometry, right? Because flat earth, this cube at the center of the earth is represent Mount Meru. But what surround that is the circle of the earth, like what the Bible said. So the sacred geometry, what you will see in a lot of pictures and a lot of ancient cosmology, you will see the circle surrounded by a square. But in the Kabbalah, you will see the square surrounding the circle. Remember I showed y'all that with the symbol of alchemy? It's reversing all of that. So that's how you get this Enoch dome world. When you place the entire earth, when you place our dimension inside of the cube, you get this whole conception that Rob Skiba had. So this is where me and him was disagreeing for the people who wanted to know. A lot of flat earthers are saying that the globe is a religion, and they turning their nose up at people who believe in the globe, saying that stuff is a religion and they hate God. But I was telling them, y'all are right, but we're being hypocrites because we doing the same thing. You can't tell them folks they got a religion and y'all over here with the Bible teaching about believing in Enoch. You believe in talking snakes. Like I said, y'all over there arguing with globalists that water can't hold the shape of a ball when it's suspended. That's true. But a dude can't walk on water neither. So when you say that the flat earth is about challenging beliefs, it's about getting rid of beliefs and challenging these beliefs, you can't start introducing beliefs. You know what I'm saying? That means if you're a Christian in this community, you got to challenge your own beliefs. You got to see, you don't conclude on beliefs. You conclude on facts. Beliefs are made to challenge till you can determine whether they're a fact or not. Like I said, if you believe it's gold under the ground in your backyard, you can believe all you want to till you do some digging. Your belief ain't nothing to conclude on. It's something to get you started to experiment and test. So if I believe it's gold in my backyard, now I got to go prove it. And then when I go to digging, I'm not gonna conclude on a belief. I'm gonna conclude on, hey, it's gold out there or it ain't gold. It ain't gonna be no more believing after that. I ain't gonna have to believe that it ain't gold or it is gold. We gonna see. So but we just conclude on a belief today. We say, well, I believe it's gold out there, and that's it. You know, that's religion. It's belief without verification. So hold on a minute.
Please like and share the video, and don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Be sure to select all so that you can receive notifications every time we go live and upload to the channel.
So we back, y'all. We back. We gonna get through this. We gonna get through it. Hey guys, if you just joining in, hit the like and share button. We about to start back in a minute. Yo, let's get back into this, y'all. Yo, the poll is locked up at 50-50. That's crazy. If the poll is at 50-50, that means if when I drop the link, I'm gonna let y'all break this deadlock. We gonna have to debate this. I'm gonna have to drop the link. I want the people to come up who think he dead and the people who saying he's not to come with y'all explanations since it's 50-50. That's a real crazy poll. That's crazy. It's like even. Yeah, man, that's crazy. So look, y'all, check this out. Enoch's dome world is basically just the Saturn cube, is what I'm saying. Like a lot of people was like, man, Rob Skiba cool. He just corrupted with that Bible, right? What I was saying was these dudes are geniuses, man. Rob Skiba is a genius. He done some of the best field research proven with the Chicago experiment he did with the skyline, all that. The man a beast in the field. And to me, when you show me that you're this intelligent, ain't no way you could convince me you really believe in talking snakes and dude walking on water. At that point, I know you doing that because the following that come with it. Like if I was a Christian, I have millions of followers right now, man. My bank account will look different. Everybody know that. I just don't think dudes is that smart, and then they get, when they the ones that say it ain't about beliefs and all that stuff, but then you have your own beliefs. So that's what I was saying. Like what's happening with the flat earth now, man, is like all of the key people who been pushed to the forefront in these key places of media, they have a Christian background. Me personally, I don't think that's a good representative for this movement because all these big media outlets are saying this is a religious cult type of movement, and it ain't based on no real science. If you doing field research, why would you identify yourself as a Christian versus, hey man, I'm a scientist and I'm trying to debate your scientist? Y'all saying it's a globe, we saying it's flat. You got your research, we got ours. Now let's see who's the best. But see what'll happen when you get the camera on these guys, they'll say it's flat because the Bible tells me so. Ain't no research in that. It's flat just because the Bible said it. And the Bible, the people that wrote the Bible were flat earthers. The people that wrote the Quran were flat earthers. All these religions were started during a time where the people on earth knew the earth was flat. But the earth being flat don't make the damn religion true. It just mean the people who started the religion knew the truth. Because the Bible said the earth is flat, don't mean that the Bible is true. So when you try to use the truth to validate the lie, that's called sleight of hand. And that's what's going on in the flat earth right now, man. People try to say, well, yo, the Bible must be true. It's saying the earth is flat. And to me, that's a backwards way of thinking, man. That's moving us backwards. We taking a fact to prove, we taking a fact to validate fairy tales. The most important thing about this whole flat earth terrarium is the power at the center, how the energy is generated at the center. The biggest secret to this whole flat earth thing is why all of our compasses point north. That's the biggest secret. And when you take that into account and you go to looking at Rob Skiba's model, what's missing, y'all? The North Pole is missing. That's what I'm saying. The glass dome is a hit piece. Anybody using this model, the global is gonna mop the flow with you. There's no way you can explain the sun and moon's trajectory with this model. There's nothing in the middle to account for the circuit of the sun and moon. They just suspended in the jar. And when you ask Rob Skiba and all these Christian flat earthers, why is the sun and moon going around? Ultimately, they're going to go back to Yahweh. And they're going to say, well, science don't want to bring up God. The truth is that you can explain this without bringing up a sky daddy, but y'all refuse to look at the truth just like the people you're accusing. Once you take away the North Pole from this model, you need a miracle now. Let me show you something real quick. You know the ball that the witches use? This is like some Kabbalah shit, like Cleo the Psychic. What is that called? It's a little bitty box with the crystal ball on it. This thing. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Let's talk about this real quick. Hold on. Pull this up. Check this out, y'all. So when you talk about Yahweh's terrarium right here, the glass dome, the whole glass dome that's mounted on the footstool, mounted on the box, that's part of the Kabbalah, y'all. That's what I'm telling you. This is Enoch's dome world. See, in other words, in order for shit to work inside of a glass dome model like that, there have to be a force or a God on the outside really using his hands to do shit. You feel me? So once you take the North Pole from the center of it, now what's powering the sun and moon, what's generating energy in a circuit in this little glass world, how do you explain it? This is how. By saying he got the whole world in his hands. See, our Earth is an enclosed system, and it's constantly being stirred, the ether. Because if not, it'll be like a swamp that gets parasites, the air will be stagnant. So that's why the sun and moon keep going in a circle like that every day. They're like ice cubes at the top of a cup that's being stirred. And when you stir the water, you stir the cubes that's floating at the top. That's your sun and moon, for example. Now, the stirring is the straw that's in the middle of the cup. You can say that's the North Pole, but if you don't have nothing stirring this in the middle, right here, this glass dome model right here, if you don't account for the circuit, if you don't have that, then guess what? You lost the debate. Because right there, you need a mysterious force, just like the globalists that you're accusing. You're showing up telling a globe earther, hey man, gravity is basically God, your God. This is a religion. You're telling a globalist gravity is a mysterious force, which it is. It's not scientific, it's a theoretical force. But like a hypocrite, you need a mysterious force to explain why your sun and moon work too. You're just replacing gravity with the word Yahweh and God. Biblical flat earthers, Christian flat earthers. And you're accusing them of hiding God with gravity, and you replacing gravity with God. Ain't that a big hypocrisy? Both of you need a mysterious force, and over here with flat power, we don't. We don't need no mysterious force. You know why? Because we using ancient cosmology and not Kabbalism. When you start researching the center of magnetism, like what I'm showing on the screen right now, it'll show you what's happening in our terrarium. As this electromagnetism perpetuate the energy in and out like we see here, the sun and moon on the inside of this thing will create a circuit round and round the pole. Based upon the flow of the energy going in and out, the sun and moon will keep going on a horizontal trajectory around this pole. And I'll eventually get into, maybe I will have to show, I want to show y'all how that worked too, you know. So what's happening is in the middle of this thing, there's like a tornado DNA strand happening with this little cup thing here. It's a spinning going on. And that's the spinning that's actually churning the ether. And so the sun and moon is going round and round. And they rise up and go down. Like at the end of the year, beginning of the year, during the solstice time, they ascend and descend. Because this little pole in the middle of our flat earth, it breathes in and out. In other words, it inhales and exhales. And the sun and moon will ascend and descend based upon the reciprocation of this hyperboloid. Yeah, y'all need to research this science, yo. So once you put this black hole at the center of magnetism, we know that at the middle of a torus field, it's the source of that energy field, which perpetuates the torus, recycles all the energy in and around the magnet, and that's what creates the field itself. Now, if you take the vortex from the middle of this thing, you can't explain how the energy recycling. You can't explain how everything is resurrecting itself unless you bring a God of resurrection that we know as Christ, Yahweh. See, you replacing the science with spookism and superhero characters. What I'm saying? That's what they doing. That's what they doing. See, once I take away that hole at the middle of this thing and I replace the ether with physical glass, now when you use glass, physical hands got to fashion that. And that's why they say in the flat earth that the firmament is a glass dome that's made by the hands of this physical demigod Yahweh. Think about what I'm telling y'all. They think that we're enclosed in a snow globe, basically a real glass dome. None of the ancestors say that. They say that what we're closed, like I always tell y'all, if you ever got your refrigerator and took two magnets off and try. You felt the force of magnets before. You tried to stick two magnets together, they won't stick. Or you tried to take them apart and they stuck together too strong. Magnetic power is the strongest power in the universe. Now they got some magnets that's the size of a house. And if you get trapped in between these two big boys, they'll turn you to like a sheet of paper in less than a second when they snap together. So magnets can be powerful. Think about it. They pick up whole cars with magnets and shit. Like 20 cars stuck around one little magnet, showing you the power of magnetism. So magnetism, this invisible energy that we can feel but can't see, this is what's separating. This is what we call, it ain't a glass dome. We trapped in a big dome of like a magnetic energy field. So when you say magnet, the last word of it is net. The last word is net. Now, what does this thing look like? A net, right? But when you take away this science that I'm giving y'all, you need a God now. So now Jesus is a fish God carrying what? A net. Look at the picture. Look at the picture. Why did they say Jesus is, now they tell you Jesus represent power. This is the science of how all power manifests itself on the screen. Ain't no way around that. I ain't dealing with no spook gods. Now look, here's why they made the symbol of Jesus a fish and said that he's all powerful. Look at this. And they said that Jesus was a fisherman. Y'all, that don't even make no sense. How the hell is he a fish and a fisherman? He's the fish and the one catching the fish. See, all of this symbolism means something, and when you put it in perspective, then it makes sense. I'm showing you why he's a fish and a fisherman. Because this energy field looks like a fish at the middle. And it also has a net that's look like it's fishing, reeling it out and reeling it in. So this is why Jesus was a fish and a fisherman. It wouldn't make no sense if you read the story literally, but if you decipher it like I'm doing, it makes sense how they took this science and turned it into religion, Enoch, Yahweh terrarium, Kabbalism. And what I was telling folks from the jump is the people at the forefront of the flat earth movement was reselling y'all the Kabbalah. What is the Kabbalah? It's the cube of Allah. Let's go back to it. The Kabbalah is the cube of Allah. Look. So Kabbalah, cube of Allah. All religions are based on the Kabbalah. When they said Jesus is the rock, this is what they was talking about. Everybody worshiping one God. So this black cube right here is what Skiba was giving y'all. This is why a lot of people was saying Rob Skiba is part of, he giving you Kabbalism, he a Mason and all that. Now, some of y'all ain't that deep with the symbolism, and you might not know why certain people say that. I'm showing you why. Now, here you go. I'm showing y'all why. Whether you agree or disagree with it, I'm just here to teach the symbolism of what causes the speculations. So this is what a lot of flat earthers was giving the world. A glass dome, y'all. A glass dome. And no North Pole. When they asked flat earthers what's on the outside of the glass dome, That's when Christianity come in. That's when we got, God, the throne of God. They quote the verse that said, "The earth is the footstool of God." And then that's when we get laughed at and stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's when they say, "Oh, this is a religious cult," and they send you packing. That's not, you now left science when you do that. You now over there with the pastors now. And we can't do that if we want to be in the science ball game, guys. So we're going to get identified as a religious cult every time. That's why I separated myself from them guys. I want to go from the scientific direction. See, they can't beat us with the science. They got to make us a religious cult for them to win. They can't beat us with the science. But see, how do you take the science away? This is how. When you take away this vortex at the middle of this torus field right here, you need a God to explain how the power recreates itself. You need a source of power now. So this is the source of power right here, guys. This ain't no God. This ain't no spookism. This is simply science that I can prove right now. You can't prove this. Because with this, like I said, you need somebody on the outside of it. Let me show you what you need. You need some dude sitting on a stool. Now, what do you think they God is doing on that stool? What is he sitting there to do? To govern the earth. Now, how is he going to do it? Let me show you how. Let me show you how. Because y'all don't see, you're being given witchcraft. You've been given sorcery. Look, the whole thing about the cabal, right? Here go the ball, I'm showing you. This is what you got to realize, guys. Hold on, let me go back here. Ain't even. I'm about to show y'all. We about to go deep. Hit the like and share button, please. Show y'all something. Because I want to be very thorough. If you ever seen one of these, they sit on a tripod for a reason. They sit on a triangle for a reason. And I'm about to show you now because we're dealing with sacred geometry. This is a good example. Stay with me. I'm loading up some stuff. Show y'all what it's all based on real quick. We'll just use that one. Because it's time to go into the symbolism. So look, when you see the Santa hat, the name Santa is Satan. Santa is Satan. Santa wears Diablo red and sits in the throne of Apollo or the Baphomet with the children around him, like Moloch. Now check it out. The Santa hat is the shaman hat. Remember that shaman, if you take the S and the H off, is Amen. Amen. Amen is the name of a bull-headed god that later became Satan or Odin. Odin to the Norse people, Odin, Zeus, all of them, right? Odin is Odin, which is Aten. I ain't gonna go into the etymology right now. Look at the Santa hat. Let's do sacred geometry. We know that this is a ball on top of a triangle, right? Now, why are we wearing that during Christmas time? We supposed to be wearing crosses, right? Crossmas. It's about Christ's birthday, right? So what is this dude named Santa doing there? It's the worship of Satan, y'all. Santa ain't Christ. Why ain't no Christian saying my child sitting on Jesus' lap? Who the hell, it's Christ's birthday. See, Santa is Satan. Now check this out with the red, black, and white. Again, now check this out. The dot on top of the triangle is the eye, the all-seeing eye on top of the triangle. This is how you get your Santa Claus hat. You see this ball of light on top of the pyramid? It's all the same symbolism, guys. We're immersed in a damn culture of witchcraft. The people that founded this country were Celtic witches from Ireland, St. Patrick and all them. They was practicing druid magic. Now look at this witch ball. What is it? It's a ball on top of a triangle. Again, you just got to look at the sacred geometry is what we doing. It's simple. That's all we doing. Then we're going to go deep. See the symbolism lining up. It's all part of the same thing. Different times, same magic. You see? Just look at this. That's the all-seeing eye on top of the pyramid. See, you got to read between the lines. Now check this out. Why did I show you all that? But on a flat earth model, we're crushing all of this dark magic. The whole globe and heliocentric system is based upon Satanism. The word gravity come from the word grave, and they got you believing in a bottomless pit, which is an endless fall, an endless grave and darkness. That's the universe in your mind. That ain't the one that's outside, though. They built the matrix in our mind. This is the way we think about our reality. That any given moment, a comet can crash in this bitch and we dead. Same biblical shit. At any given moment, Jesus can come back and we dead. It's always to keep you in that state of any given moment, you know, you can die. So that state of fear to where it looked like man got to fight against nature and shit. And nature ain't going to war with us. Man is. Check this out, y'all. When you introduce this model right here, Yahweh's terrarium, you ain't doing nothing but the same shit we accuse the globalists of doing. And I'm about to show you how now. See, for that model to work right there, you need a mysterious God. Now, they created gravity, which is a theory of how everything is powered, the gravitational force and all of this stuff, the motion in the universe. But they replaced, the pulling force was electromagnetism. It wasn't gravity. They took us away from the science. And when they took us away from the science, they had to use theories now and not facts. So there's no fact of gravity. They tell you it's the theory of gravity. Why are we in school learning theories? The root word of theory is theos, which is the word God. It's one big religion. Ain't nobody learning the truth. It's deception at its finest. These guys are magicians. It's mental trickery. Now, when you see pictures like this on the screen, this is the whole spiritual system of their fake universe. That there have to be a God on the outside of this thing using his hands to power it, using his own sorcery. In other words, they replace electromagnetic science with magic. They telling you that the universe is powered by magic. And they the ones using magic, deception, and trickery to power their universe at our expense. They're creating their heaven by making a hell for us. Check it out, right? Once you get rid of the science of electromagnetism, now you need a dude on a damn footstool to make it happen now. Y'all listening up? Check it out. Once you get rid of this electromagnetic vortex, you need spookism. In other words, they replace this vortex right here with a footstool. See, this energy vortex at the middle of our terrarium, it never takes a day off. It's always working nonstop, recycling all the elements in this terrarium. But once you get rid of that, now you need to have somebody and put them on duty all day, every day on a damn footstool to look over it and to work their magic all day to make shit happen. Sun and moon every day. And his hands never get tired. Think about that. This God never takes a second off. He always moving the sun and moon. He's sitting on a footstool. He never, think about this now. They saying this God never get tired, but yet he need a stool. They saying this God never get tired, but yet he sit in a throne. Look, once you get rid of the electromagnetic vortex at the middle of this thing, now you need some kind of force, mysterious force to replace it with. And you see when they get rid of the North Pole in the middle of this thing, y'all, they replace, now they need a God over here to sit around this thing and make shit happen with magic now. You're replacing science with magic. You're replacing science right here with magic right here. You feel me? You replacing science with magic. This is the science right here. But when you get rid of magnetism at the middle, see, think about the two words, magnet, magic. When you get rid of magnetism, now you need mysticism and magic. Now it's a mystery now of how the sun and moon on their circuit every day, what powers the universe. They gotta act dumb now when you really replace the science that can explain it without no religion, without no spookism, right here in front of the screen. That don't need nothing. It's how they said the truth stand by itself, right? This stands alone. It explains how it power itself. It's self-perpetuation, self-created energy, in and out. This is a standalone system. But once you replace this little vortex at the middle, I'm gonna keep repeating that. Now you got to explain what's making the energy. And that's when you need a God that got the whole world in his hands. Now you got to put this shit in some mysterious entity's hand and explain. Now when a child say, well, Daddy, what's powering our earth? What's making the sun and moon go? Daddy gonna pull out a Bible and go to talking about God instead of pulling out the science and go to really explaining that child the science of how this earth work, dealing with the ether and all of this stuff. The mechanisms of our terrarium. We traded that scientific interpretation with mysticism and religion. And what I'm proving is that the Christian flat earth movement is hypocritical. It's just the reprogramming of the same religion all over again. If you ain't dealing with electromagnetism, you dealing with belief, mysticism, Kabbalism, and some God sitting on a damn stool with his goddamn hands in the Shazam position like this. Them Shazam hands. You dealing with abracadabra now. And you ain't gotta deal with abracadabra. We got science with this shit. But that's what you need when you ain't got no opening in the middle of this ball and really explaining this shit for what it is right here. then you replace all of that shit with magic now. And they doing the same thing on the flat earth. And I don't know how simple I can make it. So I just was being very repetitive so people can see. And I don't know if I can be any more simple than that. So I ain't gonna keep on repeating myself with. Now let's talk about the AE map, and then we'll open up the panel for the smoke. Because I just spent the hour on that, and I don't know if I should have spent the whole hour on that. But check this out though. A lot of people are saying the AE map is wrong, brother Sanchez. That there's some flat earther out there, brother, that's proving that the AE map is wrong, bro Sanchez. So, bro Sanchez, why you still using the AE map? Let me just be respectful while I answer this, because this is crazy, right? Let me just be respectful though. Here go the AE map, y'all. Now, people say the AE map is wrong because the sun and moon orbit don't work right on the AE map. And what I want to say is, to flat earthers out there that's trying to make the sun and moon work right on the AE map, they're just experimenting. They're not trying to validate the map with that. Now, hear me out. You can't debunk a map based upon the luminary orbital trajectories, because a map is based upon geographic information and not celestial information. A nigga is not picking up no goddamn map trying to learn about the sun, moon, and the stars. And that's why you don't see the sun, moon, and stars nowhere on a damn AE map. Get away from these crazy folks that's talking about we debunked that map because of the sun and moon. Let me show y'all nutcases something. You ever thought about this? You got so many maps in the world. How many other maps do you superimpose the sun and moon over? That'll be stupid, right? That'll be right. No one is picking up a map to learn about the heavens. Maps are simply dealing with the geographic information. If I can use the AE map, now I'm right here in America, right? If I can use this map to get from America right here to Africa, it served its purpose. If you tell me using this map will get me lost at sea if I was in a ship, or to get me lost in the air if I was in a plane and can prove that, I'll say, okay, yeah, brother, you just debunked it now. You debunked that map. But you can't debunk this map telling me nothing about what no sun and moon doing. This map ain't even designed to account for what's happening in the heavens. They have maps for that. Some of y'all are so silly. You get on any dumb wave of what it's just a bunch of haters out there. And you don't even know what the hell these folks are silly out here. And that's why they channels is the way they are, because the real folks who do the research know you silly. Check this out. This is what's called a heat map. Now, this map right here will show you the hottest places in America for the time frame 2012 there. Now, somebody can say, I debunked this map, brother Sanchez, because this map, it don't show you the dust in the air. It don't account for the dust. And I'll say, brother, This ain't a dust map. This map only account for the heat. You can't use this data that we making for the heat to make it applicable for the dust amount in the air. Well, bro, Sanchez, it don't line up because it don't account. Saying that the AE map don't account for what the sun doing is doing the same thing. Every map is specific at what kind of information it's trying to target. And I wouldn't use a heat map for geographic purposes. You know why? It don't show me no highways or nothing like that. That's when I will pull out what's called a motherfucking road map. You know why I'm getting mad? Because it's sad that I gotta teach grown folks the difference between maps in 2021. This is why I don't entertain dummies. We debunked the AE map because it don't account for what the sun and moon doing. Yeah, you're stupid.
Stupid.
You're
Stupid.
You're
Stupid.
That's right. That's like saying, now here go a road map, y'all. Look at all them highways and roads all over this thing. You know what some dummy will come up here and say? Well, Brother Sanchez, we debunked that road map because it don't account for the heat. And you know what I would say? Yeah, bro, you need a heat map for that, my brother. You know, they got maps for that, bro. Yeah, but I'm just saying, though, bro, that road map that you got up there, it don't account for the heat. And you'll sit there and have to argue with a dude like that, man, in 2021. You know, that road map don't account for the temperature data, though, man. I'm like, yeah, bro, it's a road map. You use this when you're trying to get around. If you want to learn about the temperature, here go you a heat map. And you know what he gonna say when you show him the heat map? Well, Brother Sanchez, I'm debunking that heat map because it don't account for the roads. Like, wow, bro. The AE map tell you what it's based on, the azimuth equidistant. What this AE map is dealing with mainly is geographical, not celestial. Now, you know what? We take the AE map today and we put the sun and moon over it and we do stuff like this. You'll see a lot of this kind of stuff right here, where we take the sun and moon, we'll superimpose it over an AE map and kind of let you see. This is what you'll see. But what I don't agree with this right here. This I don't, because again, where is the North Pole in the middle? Again, where is the electromagnetic source that's account for winter solstice, seasons, so many things? Look, we could show the circuit, but we missing something in the middle, y'all, is what I'm saying. Now, I don't agree with I don't think that this sun and moon model right here over the flat earth is intended to be accurate at all. I think it's intended to give an idea of how the sun and moon moves in a plane above us. It's not trying to it's not account for no light, none of that stuff. A quick animation of how the sun and moon how the sun wouldn't be in the middle of a solar system with a globe Earth, but how it would be above your head is what we're saying. Now, everything else is still a work in progress. You know, Everything else ain't nobody got all the motherfucking answers. But what the point that I'm making is flat earth ain't based upon what's happening in the heavens. It's based upon what? Flat earth, which is the ground, the horizon line being horizontal, which is flat, not a curvizing. So once we go to talking about the sun and moon and all that, we're not even having a flat earth debate. We're now having a luminary debate, a celestial debate. We're having a heavenly debate, a heavenly debate. And I like to have those too. But understand, you're never debunking the flat earth when we having heavenly debates. If you debunk anything I say about the heavens, then guess what? You won that debate about, we had a celestial debate about the luminaries, and you won it. You didn't win a flat earth debate. And that has to be specified. Flat earth is about the shape of the ground we walk on, not the activities in the heavens. These are separate debates. I don't got to know about the activity in the heavens to know that the ground I'm walking on is flat and horizontal, which is why those are separate debates. And when they try to put them together, they know they can't debunk the flat earth. So they saying if I can kind of corner them or get into a big circular arguments about the heavens, so you can't debunk a map, right? No map in the world is accurate. That's just silly to even think. No map in the world is accurate. A map don't gotta be accurate. And it still'll work just fine. Did you know that? Did you know that? Show you what I'm talking about, by the way. If you have somebody visit, your house for the first time, and they say, "Look, I want to walk to the store," right? And you say, "Well, look, I'm gonna show you what to do when you walk out the house." You say, "Look, here go the house." Draw a little dot, and you say, "Okay, bro, it's a road right outside the house that make a L up here, right? Now, when you walk out the door, follow that road up, and then make a right, and the store gonna be right there on your right." Now, people will look at this and say, "That ain't a map. That ain't accurate." It don't have to be. He could take this little scribble scrap bullshit and find his way to the store. And it can be as ugly as it wanna be. Somebody can say, "Well, that roll ain't that small. That road don't bend to the right there." And I can say, "Yeah, I didn't draw a perfect line. So what? He's still gonna make it to the store if he followed this motherfucker." People take sticks and draw in the dirt to do a football play. A football play ain't nothing but a map telling you where to go, telling each player where to go. And you can draw that play out on the ground with a stick. And when you tell that nigga to do a straight path, your straight may look like this. He know not to not to run like that. He know I meant straight, but I can't make a perfect straight line. These are the arguments y'all make about maps. That map ain't accurate. It don't have to be. It don't have to be. They never did have to be. It's impossible to do it. To think I'm gonna get my motherfucking coastline exactly like the California coastline on my map is stupid. The coastline changing every day. Your map don't. The map that you using right now, the coastline don't even look like that no more on that map. Every day the water is changing the shape of the coastline. So they have to redo these maps every couple of generations. The earth ain't the same. You think the earth frozen in time like a map? So making an argument that that map ain't accurate is the dumbest shit you can say. What map is accurate? It don't have to be, long as I get to where I'm going. Well, you can get lost because it ain't accurate. No, you can't. Ain't no map in the world accurate, and we ain't got lost yet. Accurate just means it ain't 100% right. If your map is 95% right, you gonna get to where you're going. That means I might not get the shape of New York exactly right, but when I can make New York a big circle on my map. And I can say, hey, going from this state to that, I can make all the states little circles. And the map will be wrong then because the states ain't circles. I can put them in their same spots and just make them, So a person will still get to each state. If I make Texas a big ass circle down here, see what I'm saying? It's hit or miss. It'll change. Yes, it'll be less accurate, but for the most part, you'll get to where you're going, or in a direct, or in a ballpark, right? That's all the maps are. Now, maps have changed today because it's all digital. We got computer systems and shit, everything specific, coordinate points and all that. But to have coordinate points, you have to have a grid system, and you can't have a square grid system on a globe. If you can show me how you can chop up a spear into squares, I'll wait. So you can't have square miles on the globe. You know what the Masonic compass and square floor means? That we're walking on a grid, longitude and latitude. It's like the city of Las Vegas is a big grid. It's like you saying, what's your cross streets? The fact that our ground is divided into squares ain't nothing but more proof of flat earth. You can't have lines of longitude on a globe. You would have to have circles of longitude. Yeah. Think about it in your head. On a spear, your latitude and longitude would be circles. You would have vertical circles wrapped around the spear all the way out, and then horizontal circles. Now, these circles will get smaller and smaller as you go to the top, right, on the edges. Your longitude will have to wrap around the globe, which means it wouldn't be lines at that point. It'll be circles of latitude, circles of longitude. You can't have lines of latitude and longitude and a grid system on a globe. And I can't wait to see if any globalists would explain to me how you can when they come up today. That'll be actually good, great comedy for us today. Now that's gonna be some funny shit. So you can't debunk a map if the intentions and purposes of the map was other than the point that you used to debunk the map. Case closed. Now we'll open up the panel and see if we got any smoke. We don't normally get smoke no more. I ain't gonna lie. It's like tumbleweeds in the desert and shit when I open up my door. a smoke only. Smoke only, yo. That's all we want. And we want the smoke on the poll question too. Because the question in the chat room is like been knotted up 50-50 for a minute. So in this smoke, like I said, we don't normally get smoke, man. I got the link out there. We waiting on the challenges. I don't think we gonna get none because whenever I open that shit up like that, niggas be like, you go, you go, you go, you go. I should play Dom first and lure him up here and then unleash with what I got. Uh-oh, Tim about to bring the smoke. Uh-oh. Let's drop A. Let's see if he. Y'all suck. Y'all let Tim beat y'all to the smoke, man. And y'all talking about y'all alphas. Y'all done let Tim. Hey, hit the like and share button. Hit the like for me, y'all. Letting Tim on now. Hey, Tim, you the only one join, man. Salutes.
Salutes to you, bro. And yeah, it's a super important issue. I don't have too much smoke because I don't claim to know what the map looks like, but I do have my problems with the AE map because if you look at things like the sunlight and moonlight, more importantly, the sunlight, I guess, and you kind of animate it. I'm sure you've seen that website, day and night map or something like that, where you can see at any point in the day, at any time, which part of the Earth has sunlight, but it's on this really lame projection. It's on the Mercator projection, which is horrible. So people will take that and then warp it into the AE map and then animate it, and it just shows the sunlight in a way that it wouldn't make any sense if it was flat and that's the shape. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's what I was just going over. That the AE map ain't intended to cater to the trajectory of the luminaries. It'll be like us using a heat map to do the same thing. You know, a person that's, saying, I think every map you wouldn't use a road map. Like if I gave you a road map to do the same thing over, you would run into the same problems because the road map is giving you perspective based upon what's best to get you from point A to point B. It's catered around different information. No map is accurate, by the way. We already know that. That's impossible. I wouldn't even put that on a human, which I said earlier. You don't need an accurate map for me to get from point A to point B. Before we had computers, there was no such thing as 100% map. If a person drew out China on a map, the coastline didn't look exactly the way it looked, but you will still get your ass to China. You know what I'm saying? So it may not been quote unquote accurate, but it'll get you where you're going. And as far as the sun and moon, I don't think the activity of luminaries debunk a map if the map's focus is geographic and the map ain't catering to celestial activity.
Right, right. I'm more concerned about how the light from the celestial objects are falling on the land masses. But that aside, we also have like the airplanes where you can look at the duration of the flight, and there might be some shenanigans going on where they don't take the best path. But as you go south outward on the AE map, these flights take longer and longer. And it just seems like it doesn't fit the map too well. It doesn't explain it as nicely as it could. Have you seen those demonstrations?
No, well, actually, I've won several debates where I've proven that flights over AE map make perfect sense. Like how they took a stop in Hawaii. Remember that was a famous flight that we used back in the day. I'm gonna pull it up now. Matter of fact, where they
Yeah, I remember
stopped.
that where they emergency landed in Alaska, right?
So just to make a long story short, if you can use one map to show where flights can work and don't work, I would say maybe that's a case for every map in the world.
Yeah, no, I agree. I haven't seen a map that I love that I think accurately represents it. But going back to
I'm
that,
not making that. I'm not a fan of like one AE map. I'm just saying it's just a map. Ain't none of them no. There is no Messiah map. But yeah, go ahead.
but the AE map is really still the globe land masses, but just laid out differently. So in respect to one another, they're in the same spot, pretty much. So when you have that emergency landing in Alaska, if you looked at it on the globe, I'm almost 100% sure it's still in the middle of the flight.
No,
And we can fact that.
you wouldn't. Yeah, you would. The way the globe is made, you wouldn't stop in Alaska at all. And I'm gonna show you because on a globe you can always go the backwards way. Like sometime on a globe, instead of me going from east to west, I can get to where I'm going to west to east because once you introduce circumnavigation, you can travel in different dimensions on a globe that's other than, you know what I'm saying? You can bend like over. I'm gonna show you in a minute. I'm about to pull it up. My hand's busy right now, but I'm definitely about to pull that up for you. Hold up a sec.
Yeah, I'm searching for it as well. See if we can find that story again.
Yeah. We can pull it up on a globe and an AE map. You with me? That's what we want to.
Looks like we have some other panelists. I'll yield to them if they want to speak.
Yeah, me too. Salutes to Tim for the good, respectful smoke too, getting our blood flowing, setting a good precedence for this thing. Go ahead, brothers, y'all go ahead. Welcome to the bill.
What's up, brother Sanchez?
What's good? What's good?
Hey, yo, I just wanted to pop on real quick because I'm at work. But like the other day, I just had like I don't know, I could call it an epiphany. But I was up here looking at some. It sounds so weird, but I was up here looking at some snowflakes, right, on Google, and then I was looking at the map that you be showing for flat Earth and stuff, and like some of the snowflakes like look like the map a little bit, and I don't know if I was tripping or not, or I was high as hell, but it like when you pull up like snowflakes, it kind of looks like the star that they be representing all everywhere. And then for some odd reason in my head, I was like, well, maybe snowflakes kind of represent the map. Like maybe it's like the moon is it like kind of represents, how the earth is, or many different snowflakes is like different realms.
No offense. I don't mean to be disrespectful, But yeah, you right, man. What you saying may be or may not be. I'll check into it. But yeah, I want all the other brothers to introduce real quick, and we'll go around in a minute. We're
Oh,
gonna
yes,
come back. Yeah,
sir.
yeah. Salutes.
Salute to everybody. It's good, bro. It's good, panel. Just wanted to say what's up. Peace, love, and subs. Everybody in the chat. Because I see that it's like 400 people watching, 200 people subscribe. But just want to throw that out there and let's build.
All right,
And
salutes to me myself.
hey, bro, I found that example. I think if we want to go through that real quick,
Let me
I
unlock
can
the
share my
screen share. Yeah, let me do. Hold on. Go ahead. Go. Uno, what's good, bro? Go ahead, Tim.
Awesome. All right, that should give it to you guys. You see it?
Yep.
I think this is the example that's most often brought up. China Airlines from Taipei to Los Angeles, diverted to Alaska. That sounds like the one I'm remembering. And then I looked it up here, and you could think, okay, they're going to go from here across the ocean to California, to Los Angeles. Let me close this thing off. This is the globe model, obviously, which is totally speculatory. But it also kind of, if you look at it this way, it's kind of like a straight shot. So I don't know how to tell what well, I guess we could do this, right? Right click, measure distance. Let's see what the line is. Click on the map to here, maybe. So this is the line they say is the straight shot. And to see them going in Alaska, I mean, it's not that out of the realm of possibilities if they're having issues around here, right? So I just don't see it like as a home run in any direction, because it applies to both of the prevailing models.
Let's see it on an AE map real quick.
Yeah, let me get that pulled up. That's right here. Let me open this, bring it over. All right, so that would be somewhere over here, if you guys can see my mouse, to California. We all know California on this map. And again, it's kind of a straight shot. So it definitely makes sense on the AE.
Now look, on the AE map, that line is a way straighter path. Like if you draw a line from Cali to Japan and see where it cross over Alaska at, it literally goes right through the landmass of Alaska, whereas on the globe, they will have to kind of go off path because they over the Pacific to even turn into Alaska, if you see what I'm saying.
Right. And here's the other thing that is a point for flat Earth model, I would say, is it would be really easy for them to debunk this if it was a globe, right? They would just fly from like here in South America over to Australia or something, over the South Pole, some way that it's like a much shorter path looping underneath. But then they have that excuse, don't they? Now I'm remembering that they can't fly over it because the terrain isn't pleasant, it's too cold or something. So they have their excuses why they have to stay in the more northern hemisphere. But yeah, that would be one way that they could disprove this map, but they've never done that from what I can tell.
Yeah, and I'm not saying this map is totally accurate. What I was saying is, to say you can debunk a map by what the sun and moon doing is ridiculous. Now, everybody can have discrepancies with the map, like I'm pretty sure Tim do. And Tim, I agree with you saying the AE map definitely not the end all be all. So yeah, that's all the point I was making. I think a lot of folks was just hating on it because folks was using it on merchandise and stuff like that. And they was saying, well, that map has been debunked. Yo, I can debunk every fucking map in existence right now. I can pick on it and find some that can say, oh, see, I debunked it. And y'all know that.
Yep, absolutely. No good maps out there. And there's probably a lot more land out there, I would guess, that they're hiding. So it's really probably just propaganda where they want you to think it's all been discovered. Here it all is. But I mean, just think about the Mercator map that they show us when we're kids. Like I remember them showing us that, like that's the shape of the Earth. pretty much, and it's so warped and distorted when you look. So I prefer this map, the AE map, to that. But what I was bringing up about the sun isn't so much about like how the object moves through the sky. It's more about, shouldn't it be like a circle in terms of the land masses it lights up? And I guess that gets back to how it's an imperfect map, but it does seem like there were like ovals, and it also kind of like warped. Sometimes it was ovalish, sometimes, like, let me see if I can find that animation.
Hey, Anu, what's good? Welcome to the bill.
Hey, what up, bro Sanchez? How you doing? I'm doing all right. How everybody else doing?
Oh yeah, we doing pretty good, man. Thank you for joining.
Oh, no problem. Thank you guys for letting me in. Right on, right on. That's what I like to hear. Just give me a moment. I'm trying to, put a shirt on real quick.
Hey, Sanchez, I wanted to, shout out bro Sanchez, shout out the rest of the panel. I had a quick question about the diagram you were showing just now, with the sun and moon doing they pass around the flat map.
Okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, that description doesn't necessarily take the analemma into effect, does it? I was putting that in the chat to try to
That's somebody taking an AE map and a little sun and moon and just like, that's not really nobody trying. That's what I was saying, you know what I'm saying?
No, it could be way more accurate, but that's the general description of what it's doing. It probably has more smaller circles and bigger circles for different seasons.
Yeah, but I'm for sure that the light projection ain't correct. I'm sure 100%. That when we look at that AE map GIF with the sun and moon going over, that the light is, that ain't, we can't say that the projection of the sunlight shapes like that once it hits that the place we call in daylight on Earth, that bubble of daylight shaped like that. I don't know if they can get that right unless they above the sun looking down on a part that's day and drawing it up there. So that's guesswork, and people try to hold them to that. That's like, damn, you think these folks God, don't it?
But we do have a lot of interesting data points that we should be trying to kind of cross-reference, like what time does the sun rise and set in each place, and where is it, and can we triangulate it and tell anything from it? And then also, like, how long does it take to travel between two spots? Like, one thing that's really helpful is that people in Antarctica can tell us how big it is. Not Antarctica, excuse me. I'm thinking Alaska. I can't get it right. Australia can tell us how big it is, and we know how big the United States is, more or less, because we can drive these things, and then we can compare on the various maps. So I just think we need to do more measurements and calculations.
Yeah, I agree with that, bro. But did y'all know that that the sun set and rise at different spots and different, like, you know what I'm saying? I think it depends on your sea level, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you 30 miles below sea level, then that shit's going to set at a different, you know what I'm saying, horizon line or whatever. So, I don't know. That's what I had to add on to what Tim said.
All right.
Hey, so let me see here. What's up with the Rob Skiba's death? The poll now got 49%, 51%. Do you think Rob Skiba's actually dead?
Yeah, I think Buddy ass gone.
Anybody?
I'm not really.
You got it. Who is Rob Skiba? Is that the clothing designer dude? Who is that?
No, don't worry about it. Drop. Set that one out. Set that one out. Yeah. You know what? I ain't gonna even ask y'all that question. We're gonna leave that one to the chat, man. Yeah, y'all all yeah. So let me
I could see it going either way. Okay. I could see it either way, but I don't know. I don't know if he's dead or if that was just for show.
I would,
What
I
Is
would,
that the Archon dude?
do y'all
What
think
the-
that? Do y'all look? Y'all don't have to speak on it if you don't. It's just for the people who know what's up. But check this out, right? Let's talk about this, right? The glass dome model. Anyone on here believe in a glass dome firmament?
I do to a certain degree.
Tell us to what degree.
Because I'm still doing my own personal research from listening to you and several other individuals. I know you got to do more than that. You got to always cross-reference with your own personal knowledge and your own personal research. But I'm already unsold that it's not a globe, and I'm still kind of determining whether it's flat or not. But when it comes to the Antarctic the ice wall, and when people want to say gravity and water, it's got to be something that's holding the waters, because water always is leveled. It got to be something containing the water within inside, which is, to my knowledge, the Arctic ice wall that goes around all the continent. So then it's like, what's holding that in place? Then we got people who, even with NASA, it sound like I'm all over the place because I'm not no scholar. I can't articulate my words like you guys. Um, when NASA be launching the spaceships, it don't ever go straight up. It always curve. The spaceship always curved, and go further than that, rainbows. It's light, the reflection of rainbow. Light takes over the it takes over the help me out, Sanchez. When it comes to light, light takes over the cover of whatever is flashing it. So rainbows always be a arc. A arc was making the light arc. It have to be something. It has to
reveals
be
the container it's hiding in. Light always reveals the container it's hiding in.
Thank you. See, that's why I mess with you guys, because you guys got the words that I don't got. So it's like say that I'm still debating because I don't have the tools or the scientific method to actually put it to test myself, because I'm a hands-on type of individual. I don't got access to no spaceship, no rockets, no real telescopes, but has to be something. But even if we take it to the religion, the first couple of paragraphs, not to disrespect nobody, religion, Christians or whatnot, within the first couple of paragraphs, it talks about a figurement. Even when people say it's only one true God, it's like, hey, it say, let us make man in our image. The fifth, sixth day, the firmament. So it's like, it has to be something to it, but I just need to do more research. I hope I'm making sense. Hope I'm not dropping all over the place, but that's pretty much where I'm at with my personal research. It has to be something, but then sometimes I'm like, hey, does all this really matter at the end of the day? Because I'm still trapped inside this shithole like everybody else. So does it matter? I don't really know, but the way that my mind operates, if I'm interested in something, I like to dive deep and just keep going at it and just rabbit holes out of rabbit holes. But it may just be, and if not, I don't know what else it possibly can be. But I do believe that that Antarctic ice wall is circular and keeping everything in. And if we make it out past that, it may be some other land or different continents that we may or may not know nothing about. Even with the dude, Adrian Bird, if I pronounce his name wrong, in the videos and his testimony.
Admiral.
Okay, there we go. Mind you, a lot of this information is still fairly new to me and stuff. It's all over the place though, but it's like it's like the way that the history shows us, the things that they tell us, I always do the opposite. If everybody go on left, I go right. Why is they pushing so much on certain things? Why is they shutting down so many people's social media sites? Why certain information you can't get from Google? I got to go on DuckDuckGo. I got to go to the dark web. But be careful doing that, because you can run into some stuff that you don't want to see. And it's like, how come all these other different documents ain't even out there in the public? And some information do be public that be 20, 15 years ago. I'm like, oh, I'm late to the party. They've been researching and telling us about this stuff for decades. We just didn't even care to leave it search for the logic and stuff. So I don't really know. And the ones who do got the answer, they're not gonna make it easy for us to get it. So I'm like, hey, that's where I'm at with it. It may be a dome or something in that nature. Even when I'm trying to put my family members on 4 days ago, I'm looking at the sun and the moon at the same time where we at. I'm like, look, see that, sis? She looking at me like I'm crazy, like I'm a weirdo. Hey, I take that as a compliment, sis. I am a weirdo, but hey, that don't mean that I'm wrong. I'm not rebutting stuff that I heard somebody say. Stuff already came to my own conclusion. So when I run into you certain guys, I'm like, hey, they up on the stuff that I am, so it got to be some truth to it, cause but it's something. It's something. And even with the NASA hide a whole lot of stuff. So it's like, hey, why the spaceship just don't go straight up? If you guys really go into outer space, why do it always curve? Like you always see the spaceship curving. You always see the rainbow bending.
Hey, can I touch on that, bro?
Oh yeah, let me unmute. Yeah, you got it.
Good. I mean, one of the reasons why I think they might be curving, we know they're not going up to the moon, right? Because it's just a reflection of the place that we live. So I'm starting to think that altitude that they're going and the projection, could they just be trying to clear the crater that we're in? Once they gain enough height, they can possibly clear the crater and land on the place that they call the moon, but it's really the outside of our crater, if you understand what I'm saying. Because the images that they show us, it's not out, we know it's not up there in space. It has to be somewhere on ground level, in my opinion, anyway.
I believe in the
one more thing I wanted to add. I think the flat earth maps that we got, that everybody sees now and again, I think they're probably there for deception. I think they use like a moon map. I've seen a few moon maps. The flat earth map sometimes can be a bit rammed with too much stuff that don't make sense sometimes.
What I'll say is this right here. I haven't found not one map yet that I couldn't use to my advantage in a debate. To me, all of these maps are created for different purposes, and depending on what the argument in the debate is, I know which map I can grab out to mop the floor with my opponent. Anybody that's saying that's criticized, that's what I'm saying. If it's like this with me, right? If I pull out, I'm about to screen share. I hear some wind in somebody's background, so let me just show you all something. If I pull this out, let me go to another image. Now check this out, right? Accuracy and inaccuracy don't concern me. All of this stuff is abstract once we get in macro. It don't even matter. Check this out. I'm gonna show you what I mean real quick. I ain't know I was gonna have to pull this slide out, so bear with me. Here we go. I don't think this is 100%. This the way the Polynesian center, North Pole look, the firmaments look, all the layers. Now this is an accurate depiction of our universe. I was going into this yesterday. Everything about it is accurate. But guess what though? Is it 100% accurate is the question. No, I don't think it's 100% accurate. There's a lot of things about this that I don't agree with. Shit, this look like a dinosaur right here. Somebody can say, well, damn, the Polynesians prove dinosaurs probably was real, or they some underworld creatures, or some shit. And we can have that discussion, But check this out, right? People can say, man, you think it's people actually standing on top of the sky like this, holding it up? They can say, Bro Sanchez, now you giving us a religion again, man. You got people holding the sky up with a beanstalk down, bro. What is this? So somebody can pick with me and do all that, but I can say, brother, that ain't what I'm trying to prove with this image. I can say, bro, what I'm using this for is to show you that ancient people all over the world had this same similar concept. You can pick on it, but that ain't the reason of me pulling it up. You see, here go another one right here. Somebody can say, so that's suspended in gravity, brother Sanchez. You can pick on that. I'm going to say, bro, I ain't pulling that up for that. I'm not even trying to debate electromagnetism when I'm pulling this up. This is more like an artistic way of saying what the earth is. Using art, using storytelling, it ain't really made like this to be 100% accurate and have a scientific debate all the time. Some of this stuff, what the ancestors, how they conceived the earth, it was just part of their spiritual system influencing too, like the Hebrew one here. Somebody can say, bro, ain't no throne sitting on top of the sky. And I would have to say, no, that the Hebrew God, that throne means this, and it means the sky vault, and I have to explain it. But this ain't meant to be accurate in the way that a person would want it to be accurate. Think about it. Look at the Hebrew cosmos here. What if a person looked at this earth map and said, brother, that map ain't right down there? Where the continents at? Ain't no continents on it. I would have to be like, look, man, that ain't the purpose of this particular conception here. And we got to understand the difference between models and maps. The AE map is not a model, it's a map. You can't really debunk a map, in my opinion. I think you can debunk models. Now, if two people debating about which map is more accurate, then that's a good debate. That's a geographic debate, not even necessarily a flat earth debate. That's a map making debate. Basically, who's the best map maker, who got it the most correct. But that ain't even in the realm of flat earth at that point. We got to separate these arguments here. You know, a map ain't a model. This is a map. This is a model right here. You notice it have no map information, no geographic information, only cosmic, right? Cosmic information. Cosmic information is macro information. So you zooming out of the whole universe looking in. And these are different cultures saying what they think it looked like. They're conceiving it. That's why it's called a conception, because you have to be either out of body to see the universe in totality or just pondering it and channeling it some kind of way. That's why it's called cosmology. But that's different when we get into map making. And you can debunk a person's cosmology. Excuse me, you could debunk a person's model. That's their way of saying mechanically and scientifically, this is how I think things should function on a flat earth. But a person's model is not the ancestors' cosmology. You got flat earth maps, you got flat earth models, and then you got ancient conceptions of the universe based on flat earth. And all three of these deserve their own little lane. And they ain't been really getting it. But yeah, I yield the flow right there.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
all right, go ahead. You got it, man.
All right, just to add on a little bit, I was looking at another YouTube channel. I believe it's called The Vibes of Cosmos, and his theory and his little research shows like when you look at the moon and the dark spots and the craters of the moons, it's actually almost replica of where all the continent of the earth is lined up at. It'll lined up perfectly. So I'm still kind of like skeptical on it because I barely ran into that Vibes of Cosmo channel maybe 2 nights ago. But some of the stuff that person was saying and stuff like, hey, the actual craters and the stuff we can see on the moon is actually replicas of where all our continents is set up on Earth. And it may be something to it, but I will yield the floor and let the next gentleman
Oh
speak.
yeah, I know the video y'all talking about the whole moon being an X-ray image and all that. Yeah, we went into that deeply. We did a stream on it. It's interesting, man. That's one of those things where the research ends there, though. The only way we could push that experiment is to actually, we got to become explorers. That's like a lot of my research about the Taurus field at the North Pole. It ends once I give you my theory. Once I, like that brother did. The next step is who ready to put in on this ship. And now we can go and see what's really at this North Pole, if Brother Sanchez was right, if this one, so I think a lot of these things, and that will begin the quest for future generations, maybe. But when they but the thing is, we can just, if y'all, I'm gonna just pass the mic around. But that's excellent research. I think it's a very interesting concept.
I got two questions right quick. That it might be kind of slow, it might be kind of smart. Have you ever looked up the North Pole through Google Maps, right? And the other question is, could it be all these different maps due to Pangea, and do you believe in Pangea? But go ahead.
All right, all right. I just want to
My
say something
concept
before
of
you finish answering.
Pangea was put into the petri dish. I already went, like I just went over that the other day when I was debunking Pangea using the petri dish and all that. Hey, go and check that one out. If y'all got the link to which stream that was, drop it in the chat. Go ahead, me myself.
Hey,
Oh
hold
yeah,
on.
I was just gonna say. Oh yeah, you go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I want to add on to what Sir Drop said. Like, basically, Pangea represents the masculine and the feminine. Pan would be the masculine, and Gia would be like Mother Earth. You know what I'm saying? It's Gia instead of Geo.
That ain't really represent though. Pangea is a theory that's telling you how the
Oh, no.
continents get into their
Yeah,
position.
emerged into one. I understand that. I'm just saying, if you break down the wordplay in it, Pan is basically the devil god. You feel me? And Geo would be like Geo. Geo is masculine, except you put an A on it on the end, you make it Gia. Pan and Gia. That's
So
both the masculine and feminine together.
so Pan is a goat god. Gia is dealing with the geometrics of the earth. Again, geometry and geometrics is locations of land. Where are land masses located and how did these land masses get into their locations? The size of these land masses, the position, the shapes of these, that's all in geometry. When you say Pangea, what you're saying is how the God Yahweh or the goat God Pan gave us the placement of our geometrical maps and continents today. When we look at our maps today and see the continents in the positions they are, they use the concept of the Big Bang expansion. They said that a rock hit. They said that first of all, the ocean was cooling and all that out, the ice, all the continents were stuck together. When you dealing with this, you dealing with the globe theory. Like when you start dealing with flat Earth, it debunks Pangea. It goes into the whole vibration science, ripple effect, and all that. But when you play with the etymology of Pangea, the etymology that they using for Gia is dealing with geometry. It's dealing with the measure of our continents today, how all of them get their shapes and all that, and they using that to say that this god Pan in Africa gave the rest of the continents their positions because they saying Africa never moved. Africa is in the same position that it was since the beginning of the earth. They saying Africa is mounted to the earth's core and that all the other continents broke off from Africa. And that's called the Pan-African. That's saying an expansion, expansion. So this God, they saying this God that this one God in Africa is panning all of humanity back to this geometrical spot in DNA and everything. Out of Africa theory, they say all of humans come from there. Everything come from there because of this original theory of Pangea. How the God Pan dispersed the energy, it drove out the genetics of humanity from the center. Remember that the god Pan became Santa Claus, the god of the North Pole. What they telling you is that if it's a Pangea theory, and in Africa is in the occult, it's the North Pole, what y'all don't know. Egypt is the North Pole to the occultists. It's what's called a mental pole shift. All of our compasses point to the center of the earth, but all of science point us to motherfucking Africa. Now, every scientist saying it all come from Africa, everything, all the origins of this whole earth, right? But yet all of our compasses point us to the North Pole. They made Africa the new epicenter of everything under this this concept of order out of chaos, pandemonium, panic. We already went over all that. So when you saying Pangea, you ain't really your breakdown may be beautiful, but then it ain't going into teaching the people what these deceivers meant when they came with this fucked up concept. They changed the whole maps and all that. Like, why ain't the continent still moving today? Moving further and further apart. They just stopped.
Hey, the continent is moving, but I don't disagree with the
The
geographical
continents
aspect.
are moving.
No way. No
Yeah,
way.
have
No,
you ever
no,
heard
no.
of Nigeria
We're
fault?
gonna get him. The
Yeah,
continent that you on right now is floating, right?
no, it's not floating, but the crust moves below you, bro. Have you ever heard of the
No,
San
no,
Andreas fault?
we ain't talking about that. Let's let somebody else grab the mic, my brother. I don't think you know what we talking about. We ain't talking about
Right.
plate tectonics. We talking about floating islands, right, guys? Y'all, anybody else know what we talking about?
Right. Yeah, I
I
know
know
what
what
you're
you're
talking
talking
about.
about.
So
I know what you're
there
talking
are
about.
such things as floating islands, but I don't think the main continents are floating because one way you can prove that they're not floating is because if you look at a beach, you know, the beach is on a slope. So the further down into the beach you go, or the further down into the ocean you go, the deeper the water goes. So I
Right.
think
Now,
we're kind of living on mountains.
Uno, these. Hold up, my bad, Los.
Hold on, my bad,
Hey,
Lou.
anybody that's on this panel that got the YouTube video on, you're gonna have to mute that while you on the show. It's like once you're a part of Oprah's audience, you ain't watching the show on your phone. Part of the audience now. Once you get part of the show, y'all can cut the TV part off. You own the you walk into the television now. You know what I'm saying? So that we don't get that feedback, y'all. Hey, yo, they don't know how to use technology.
I'm
Come on,
fucking
y'all.
rolling. No, you didn't go to the 50 Cent and the goddamn Justin Timberlake. You funny as hell.
Yeah, man. We too deep. We gotta know that. Check this out, y'all. I want Uno to see what how they intelligence of these brothers, how they tracking with me on where I'm going. See where we at with it, Uno. We ain't talking about plate tectonics, brother. We talking
Oh yeah,
about
yeah.
these
As long as
continents
I
being
understand,
floating islands. At some point, if you keep digging, I'ma hit water because we on a big ship called America.
yeah, I'm 100 on that. You feel me? I was just wondering if y'all knew how plate tectonics work. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
we
saying?
weren't talking
But they do shift
about
slightly.
yeah, we
They
weren't
shift.
yeah, we weren't talking about no plate tectonics and them shipping though. That's getting us off the topic and then the point that we were trying to make too. And I want everybody to deal with that so we move on. Let me show you again about staying on a point real quick. Uno, watch this. I'm gonna come back to you. We're gonna pass the mic around. Watch what happened with these brothers, right? So guys, y'all know the point, right? Is the landmass is floating, the Pangea theory. How many of you guys know that? Because Uno, we were taught Pangea in school, but I know when we get older, we don't really remember it like that. I have to stay up to date with it for these debates. I'm going to refresh in your memory. Ain't nothing wrong with the fact that you forgot the Pangea theory. That's why we here. That's why mute up for a minute. We finna refill you in on what they said, and you'll remember that the Pangea theory ain't dealing with plate tectonics, all right? That's how what they saying about volcanoes and all that. But this is different here. This is talking about the placement of the continents and the shapes and all that. So y'all want to get into, anybody got any more damning evidence that Pangea got to be a bunch of malarkey?
Well, shit. The simple fact that that shit was put mainstream on the Discovery Channel when I was a kid. Anytime they'll put something on a network like the Discovery Channel, it's
Well,
gotta
look,
be pseudo.
and we could do that, but let's go scientific with it, Q, because this how Uno got off track. I said one way we can prove it's bullshit is that these huge continents ain't moving today. They ain't floating today. They try to tell us
Well,
America is still floating
Nah, bro,
like
Sanchez, I
one
wasn't
and
talking
you,
about
one.
hold on, and you got to think about also. They tell us that the continent is moving because Pangea is on tectonic plates with molten lava under it. When we know it's not no uh fiery core and all of that shit.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. When they
Hey, can
talk
I say,
about
bro, Sanchez, I wasn't
yeah,
talking about they were floating. I'm just saying they can move. That's all I was saying. I understand what you're saying. Like, there ain't no such thing.
yeah, but see, here's the problem we having, man. And it's unfortunate that we having it. And I think Q may be having this problem too. Tell me how many of y'all having this problem. The fact that when we talk about Pangea, I don't think we're really discussing plate tectonics quite yet. I understand plate tectonics, but I ain't sure we using that to explain. Did they use plate tectonics to explain the theory of Pangea? Can anybody answer that question? And that'll get us on track.
They said that there's 7 big giant plates, and that's why we got 7 continents. And that's why. Well, it used to be one. All the plates used to be connected, and then they separated. Whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever
I got you. I got you. So it's 2 aspects of the plate tectonics, and I think I'm getting confused too. The fact that one aspect is just showing you simply about earthquakes, but the way the plate tectonics work with Pangea, that would have been the biggest earthquake ever on Earth. And that earthquake would have broke apart the biggest landmass on Earth. Y'all get what I'm saying? So in that sense, okay, now I'm starting to see why y'all saying plate tectonics. Because I got you now, right? So listen, let's do this, right? I'm gonna show you how I see this. Hindu Mount Meru. Hold on a minute, y'all. Check this out, right? Here's how the Hindu said it. There was a huge earthquake that created the universe. You can some say it's the Big Bang theory, right? Or whatever. Now, when an earthquake happened, right? It's like if you drop a bomb right now onto the middle of the earth, all that dirt will pile up to a big mountain. This is what the Hindu explained with Mount Meru. Look at the screen. We about to go deep real quick. I want everybody to just give me the floor for about 3 minutes because I'm going to my screen shares and I want to go back into Pangea real quick since we talking about it. Now, hold on a minute. Because the Mount Meru, the Hindu, had a great depiction of what's happening. I show y'all this right here, right? It's about to pull up in a minute. Look at here. You can look at this like a volcano that erupted. Or it's like when a volcano erupts, the ground shake. When an earthquake happened, the ground shake. The connection between a volcano and earthquake, they basically one and the same. But when you look at the middle of our earth, the Hindu basically saying that was a huge motherfucking earthquake that took place at the beginning of this thing. And all the energy from that earthquake is what's creating life right now. The after effects of what they call the tremors that's left over from any earthquake, that's the resonant energy that's going on forever right now to maintain this universe. So listen, the bigger the earthquake is, the more aftershakes you're gonna get, the more little bitty tremors is gonna go after that, right? Big quake. So the biggest earthquake in the universe created life, and it was so powerful that the seismic activity that's lingering around after it, or the tremors behind after it, will keep going for infinity. That's when they said the order after the chaos, after the rock get dropped in the water, the ripples be bigger than a motherfucker, right? Big old ripples. But after a while, it slow down, it settle down. And even though the ripple may go away, the energy is still transferred to the water or whatever. And what I'm saying is like energy never go away. It just lead a visible spectrum. The energy from an earthquake is powerful. And the vibration of some of the biggest earthquakes on earth is still lingering on, settling behind. Like if you got a swimming pool and ain't no waves in the water is settled, and you drop a big ass object in it, it's gonna take longer for that water to settle. The bigger the object that you drop in that swimming pool, the longer it's gonna take that water to settle. So the Hindu said this is what's happening at the North Pole, that there's a big ass object being dropped into our reality, and this is what's making the ocean water go in and out every day. Think about it. You got a swimming pool. Now I'm gonna drop a big rock in the middle of the pool. All the water gonna be pushed from the middle of the pool to the outside walls of the pool, and it's gonna bleed over and pour over and splash out a little before it push itself back inward, then outward, then inward, then outward. We know how pool water look when you drop something and dive in the middle of it. Our ocean is doing the same thing when you go to the beach, as if a huge giant said that our ocean is a pool, right? And it dived in, and the fucking water just been going in and out forever, because that shit was a big ass splash. And it's gonna take forever for this pool to settle out the water, because the splash was that big. That's kind of I'm putting it in a nutshell, the concept behind the vibrational energy of the universe, or what the Hindu was saying right here. But they turned that into Pangea, right? That was a big boom in the middle of this huge continent, and it separated everything. It basically, that was a ripple effect. They teach you that that was one big continent, and the continent broke apart. The center where the center broke apart at, that would have been in the flat earth map. That would have been, see, I'm showing you Mount Meru right there. Now watch this. They replaced the center of the earth with Africa today. And that's why everybody in the world are Pan-Africans, and nobody talking about the North Pole. When we go to talking about human origins, where everything broke away from, it goes to this Pangea thing, and they saying Africa the only thing that's mounted. But really, before they gave us that, the ancestors said it this way, that the center of the earth is right here, not Africa. This would have been the original Eden. And that all of the energy dissipates from the center. Like the Hindu showing here, on a circle, not a globe. Now think about this, right? What I'm teaching you, and I'm gonna end with this, right? Because this finna mop the flow. I'm gonna have to drop a bomb after this. Check this out, right? When you look at a petri dish, our universe ain't physical, it's holographic. Physicality is an illusion. When you drop a fungus in the middle of a petri dish, the fungus will grow from the center outward. Now, as it grow outward, it's gonna mutate and as it is span outward toward the rim of the jar, is mutating in degrees from the center of the circle, right? So the true form of this fungus is at the middle. By the time you reach the edge, that fungus reach the edge of this dish, it don't even really resemble what it was at the middle. Our flat earth is made the same way, y'all. That the ancestors said the original seed of creation is at the middle, and it expanded from the See, we're talking about a globe versus a petri dish. See, a petri dish is a pan. Now, I'm finna mop the floor and I'm finna drop a bomb. Tell me, how can you have a pan geotheory on a globe? Oh my God, y'all, let me drop my bomb. You know why I gotta drop my bomb? A globe ain't no damn pan, but the flat earth is literally a skillet. It's literally a pan, a petri dish, which is a pan. They're trying to take the science that would only work inside of a pan and make it work on a damn globe. You should call it globe Gea then, not Pangea. I need another bomb. Like I said, you can't have lines of longitude on a globe or lines of latitude. You will have circles of latitude, circles of longitude. You can't have a pan theory on a globe. You can only have this concept only work in a petri dish. Once you drop the life from the center of this dish, it's gonna spread outward. Matter of fact, let me show y'all this real quick, because they got little gifts that'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Once you drop the shit at the middle, it's gonna expand outward, like you see right there. This is how the ancestors said an AE map was created. How the flat, when you see all of the lines going out, this is the energy, what they call magnetic ley lines that grew from the tree in the middle. The magnetic invisible ley lines is what we're seeing growing out from the center. And this is why all the compasses point back to the middle of the petri dish, y'all. Our compasses point to the middle of our petri dish because all the energy that created this reality expanded from the center, and all the compasses got to point and acknowledge that. See, the person that's saying it all started in Africa, they got to explain to me why our compasses ain't pointing to where they saying. The compass is pointing everybody where Brother Sanchez is saying it started. The compass is on my side. If you buy a compass, it ain't on the Pan-African side. The compass dealing with energy, not emotion and theory, and that's what I'm dealing with. So your compass is a flat circle. It ain't no damn globe. If you lived on a globe, your compass would be a globe. And it will be pointing into the middle of a sphere like they teach you. They say in the middle of your globe is a core. And all around that globe, you got people standing upside down. You got people standing upside down and shit. Different up for everybody. And all the energy is being sucked to the inside of the basketball. That's a lie. They give you a flat compass, which is a circle, because we live on a circle like a CD disc, and all of the energy is pointed inward toward the circle that's in the middle of the disc. That's what's spinning everything. That's what connects the CD disc to the player, which is God. Our life is we're literally on a disc just like that. And just how the disc is red with a light, laser light, red and blue light, Blu-ray and red light for CD, that's the sun and moon. Blu-ray and red ray technology. When you trying to develop a photo, back in the old Kodak days, you used the red and blue copy to put them together to get reality. That's why we got the sun and moon, red and blue. All this technology is based on the universe. Now check how deep this go, y'all. All of our compasses point to the center of the universe where the expansion started at. This is where they get the theory of Pangea from, but they get it from the ancestors' knowledge right here, what the Hindu was teaching you. The Hindu said when the drop of life was dropped into this creation, that when you drop something in water, you're gonna get a mountain. Let me show you what I mean. This is what Mount Meru is. It's a result of life being injected into this dimension. Once you insert something into the pan, the result is a mountain based upon heaven and earth connecting. And based upon a connection between what's being dropped above, being received below, there's a vibration called life created. This is like sky and ground making love, and the child is the energy represented by the vibration around it. Sky, ground, man and woman equal energy, infinite creation of man and woman, which is through the child. And that's what the Hindu's showing you here, that when the Most High dropped the seed of life into this dimension, there was a ripple effect. The very action is the energy that sustains life in the dish. Life is constantly being dripped into this thing. And as it's being dripped in the middle, it's overflowing on the sides and pouring over like a cup that runneth over. That's why the Bible said, my cup runneth over. If you keep just dripping this fungus in the middle of this dish, it'll run over on the edge. And that's why I kept showing y'all the fountain systems. Here go the Hindu cosmos. Give me 1 minute and I'll pull it up. The Hindu saying what I've been teaching y'all. Watch this. So each of these worlds are in their own dimensions, but they're all skewered together by the North Pole, just like we see here. And when you looking at that from a top-down view, that's how you get all of these flat earth ring maps. Like this. When you look at this from a top-down view. But the highest one is in the middle, and it's feeding the life downward, like we see here. And this is what the Hindu said right here. So this is what the whole concept, at the middle of our petri dish is the highest. That's where the driplet of life is actually, just like we see here. This is how you get your Santa Claus hat. So look, once you keep injecting it, it flows over on the side, the cup overflowing as it keep getting injected with life from the top down, and it recycles itself as it reached the last one. It wraps back in, and they recycle. This is how they make fountains at the mall. All the water that's at the bottom is getting sucked back and pushed back out the top. They ain't wasting none of that water. Is what's happening is this right here. Once it reached the bottom, they sucking it back up to the top again and drop back down again. That's how this fountain system working. But that's how life is working at the middle of the North Pole. And our compass is detecting that ripple effect, which is why they all pointing there. Our compass is detecting that drip, like the rappers say. This is the ultimate form of drip, though. The rappers ain't got none on this drip right here. See what I'm saying? What we teaching here, this is what caused the ripple effect of life. Now check this out. The expansion from the center is like tentacles. All of these little tentacles that's growing, that's what create the time zones. These are magnetic ley lines. You see? Like you see, look at what Mercator said. Look, y'all, open up your eyes. Look at Mercator's map. Mercator is showing you these tentacles coming from the center. You see the shape of these things like little vines? He doing that for a reason. Look at the shape of the petri dish. Look at the fungus at the center of the petri dish. You see how it make those little vines like what Mercator's showing you? You see them little arms and tentacles? That's the 4 rivers of the earth coming out right there. Becky hit me. I told y'all why I'm in this position. I don't play with this knowledge. I'm going to mute the flow, though, because guess what? I can explain Pangea and make it make sense because they can't. You can't explain some shit that's supposed to be explained in a pan, in a dish, with a globe. Go ahead, y'all.
All right, all right. I'm sorry. You go first. You go first, King.
All right, all right. Yo, appreciate it. All right. All I wanted to say was, um, there was about 5 things. It's not just one thing. But the human eye is why we perceive what we perceive. So what we really have to do is study how light is refracted upside down and hits the retina, which is in the back of the little bubble looking sperm looking thing we call eyeballs, right? The cornea is the dome lens in the front that it goes through first. It's refracted, it goes through the pupils, right? And then it hits the retina and it comes back out. So the image Brother Sanchez was showing, I forget the shape that he shows of the actual electromagnetic donut. That's all I know it as, right? That is exactly, in the center is the black part of your eye. It's the center of the storm. We are literally dreaming our next day's reality into creation, but we've been here for however many eons. So what we're arguing, like literally, I'm putting all the pieces of the puzzle together.
Yeah, what's going on? You giving us now we going
That's the
into
theory,
the dream realm and all. Yeah, I'm just
though.
dealing
Yeah,
with the whole
but,
science of
yeah, the shape of the earth.
electromagnetism. But I got you.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like how the actual cornea of the eye is the actual dome of the actual flat Earth that we think is a flat Earth. But the reason why I think it's two sides, it's a underworld and a upper world, right? Like a heaven and the so-called underworld, what they call I forget what they call it
Yeah,
in
that's
Norse
that's just the
mythology, but
shape that yeah,
the
that's just
shape
the
of it, yeah,
shape of the earth. You see,
yeah,
like
that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the shape of the Earth right
the
now, and I
underworld
think
and
that
the heavenly world. If you don't got them, you don't have a flat earth. You know, that's just basic stuff that make a
yeah, I'm
flat
just
earth. Yeah.
talking. Yeah, it's just space. Yeah, it's just space and where the celestial stars sit in the firmament. Now, in NASA, one of the dudes slipped up and said that we haven't sent anything living past the Van Allen belt yet. And I don't know if anybody's seen that clip of the young white dude that slipped up years ago, and they've
Mm-hmm.
taken it down. Okay, all right. It's a whole bunch of other clips, right? But I haven't seen anything except for in the movie with Jim Carrey in it when he goes and he actually hits the wall because he's
The
traveled so
Truman
far on
Show.
the plane. Yeah, on the
Yeah,
plane.
yeah,
I
right,
have
right.
like what you talk about, Sanchez. We have to actually put out my. And also a year ago, the dude just came back from Antarctica. He was like, literally, it's about 1,000 people out there. And when whatever they tell you, you got to multiply it by 7, right? So I'm guessing it's probably about 10,000. But he was like the weather is weird because there's actual Greenland out there, but it's so free to discover. And he's like, the amount of money he paid was ridiculously low to the amount of money that I'll be able to put in as well. I just need certain accommodations. But yeah, that's on another conversation. But
Okay, that's
yeah,
what's up, man.
we need to go
So
weather balloons, etc. But so we can actually find out exactly where the dome is. Y'all seen the
okay,
rocket hit the firmament, right?
no, a
Yes, sir.
rocket never hit the firmament. This brother need to slow. Hold on, brother. You going too much stuff. Hold on. Let me get Grand Con in real quick. We're gonna come. Grand Con, how you doing, brother?
What's going on, y'all?
Yeah, welcome back. Yeah.
I was gonna touch on that same AE map you keep showing is the actual like official map of the US. Right now, the flat earth map is the official map the government uses. I want to know what y'all thoughts was on that.
Yeah, I ain't heard about that yet. You just broke that news before me over here, so you're ahead of the game on us. We don't think none about it, me personally, because you just now put me up on it. You'll have to take the flow at this point and fill us in.
Well, no, I can't remember the guy's name. I got the map in front of me. I gotta take out the packaging or whatever. But they're saying that that's like the official military map of the U.S. Like like if you're in the Army or Navy or Air Force, they running off of a flat Earth map and not any type of globular map or anything like that.
Well, we've been telling folks that. We've been showing them the document of the instruments and technology that they've been building that's designed for flat Earth. You know, We've been telling them that the pilots, the military, all of them use flat Earth maps. That's a fact. They just admitting where we've been saying now. They've been using these maps, man. You'll be lost
100%.
trying to use a globe. Yeah, they just admitting it now.
100%.
And
And then also I
okay.
wanted to add one other thing. My fault. Then I'll give it right to X. The guy, I forgot who brought up Admiral Byrd. So
That
like,
was me.
yeah, I think Admiral Byrd on that interview kind of proves that there's land masses outside of the continents that we know about now, or past the
True.
so-called ice wall
True.
or whatever, because he was stating that, well, first of all, around 1940s, we've been to all the continents already. But he's saying they saw another continent. You know what I'm saying? So if we already been to all the other continents already, what other continent is he talking about? You understand? So like, I think he kind of slipped up a little bit on that too, and people need to, kind of understand if he's saying we saw another continent, and at 1930 or 1940, whatever, where he went to go do that expedition, what land mass is he talking about?
Gotcha. So,
Hey, let me.
guys, the reason I have this demeanor is because, like, Admiral Byrd discovery is like old, y'all. It's old stuff. When my first flat Earth videos was sharing Admiral Byrd interviews, going and showing the maps of the hidden lands. And I think everyone that's in my chat right now, even the globers, know that it's more land out there they ain't telling us. I don't want us to be too repetitive. That's all.
Now,
I think
my fault says, how
no,
could there be
y'all
more
good. Y'all
land on
good.
a globe though?
It
If they
can't.
try, I hear what you're saying.
It can't. And see, Admiral Byrd wasn't a globe earther. He introduced hollow Earth. He wasn't a flat Earth. He said, what? Let me show you something about Admiral Byrd. This is what exists today based upon Admiral Byrd's flight. Admiral Byrd's flight of 1947, right here. Look at this shit. This gave birth to the Hollow Earth. The Hollow Earth movement predate the Flat Earth movement, by the way. The Hollow Earth movement was the first thing that had people re-questioning the shape of the Earth. And then the conclusion of all this questioning was the Flat Earth, which is still here standing. But yeah, they bought time with the Hollow Earth movement. They bought time with this shit here when the central sun and all that stuff. But yeah, I think that Byrd did what he's supposed to do as a government-funded Freemason. Tell the truth, but promote another agenda, which was Hollow Earth. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what he succeeded at doing. You have a whole Hollow Earth community today, and they using Admiral Byrd's flight, just like we're using it to show other land. We use Admiral Byrd to show other land, to prove other land. But Hollow Earthers do it too. Now, if you want to talk about other land, this old Antarctic map, we got to start pulling up old maps and stuff like this. And I think when we start doing that, we'll have more to go with than just this government-funded flight by Byrd. We can use it. But why would folks make maps of other lands that's just there? Who would play like that? My thing is this right here. I don't know if Admiral Byrd was a quote unquote hollow earther, but I know that his whole mission gave birth to the Hollow Earth movement. Now, one can say, well, that ain't what he was trying to do, and there's no way I can prove it, but it's my suspicions that I think that was the whole psyop, was to buy time because people was questioning about cosmology. And so why would the government just fund this random expedition with this guy during the time Hitler coming on, people re-questioning, we ain't been to the moon yet. People was talking about the shape of the earth during this time and getting into new energy and all that. And then all of a sudden we want to see what's out there, right? This led up the fishbowl and a lot of stuff. But I think that me personally is bringing up hidden land is one thing, and we can use birds interviews, but I'm just saying we all know that there's hidden land out there by now, and I just think what they don't want us talking about is where the compass is pointing. Look, it's the difference is this right here. When we keep bringing up, there's other land out there that they don't tell us about, kindergarten knowledge, kindergarten knowledge. Not deep at all. That ain't deep. I want to get deep. See, the thing is this. These maps right here point us away from the center, man. I know that there might be other land out there, right? And I'm fascinated about that other land too. I would like to travel and see some of these outer lands too. But if you gave me a choice and I only had one choice, Brother Sanchez, do you want to lead on an outward exploration or inward exploration on this map? I'll say, you know what? Fuck going to explore all them continents surrounding this thing. I'm going to go to the middle of the map. I want to go to the middle, to the center. Now, a lot of cats will be like, man, I want to see what these little continents is and do all around. You'll spend your whole life skipping all around and be on an outer quest. And I don't think you'll find much, but we'll find out that we right. There's other lands out there that they was hiding. It's probably hidden civilizations that's indoctrinated just like us that don't know about us, and they think they living on a globe like how we doing. It's all that going on. Slave empires, kingdoms out there. And you probably go out there and end up what they call they might kill you because they want to separate these worlds or whatever. But my thing is this: you fuck the fearmonger and what they'll do to you. If you had the choice to go on an outward explorative journey or inward, most folks would be intrigued to go continent hopping and an outward journey. And me, I want to go to Agartha. I want to see why the compass is pointing right here. So it's two ways you can go about this. It's an outward fascination or an inward fascination. And I ain't really, it's other fucking continents out there. I want to know why the compass is pointing to the middle, though. Is where I want y'all to kind of start getting fascinated with, too, because I think that's the big secret. I'm going to just yield the flow.
Yeah, how you know it's a secret? So I went on here and Google Earth and typed in the North Pole or whatever, and it's like a blank spot. And then the writings of the stuff that I looked up was saying, why is the North Pole missing from Google Earth map? It's because they hiding something, or it should be something there, or where they saying it's at is nowhere in that location, or the Google Earth would have just picked it up if Google Earth is really real. Like I can type in my house and find it. So if I type in the North Pole, it should show me some type of land. Somebody in the chat said all they got is Greenland. And then the North Pole supposed to be slid a little bit away from Greenland, and there's nothing there. It's an interesting thing to me.
I agree that it's interesting too. And I'm at the point where it's like a lot of stuff we be searching for, Google will never ain't gonna tell us. So I'll be like, hey man, I need some more answers or some more resources. Somebody can point me in some better direction.
What you want to know?
Me, I'm kind of like agree with you. It's interesting with the outbursts, but me, I'm trying to get to the source, and it seems like the source may be the North Pole. So if everything starts with the source, I want to go where the source of everything at. I have answers for why they choose to hide certain things and not to reveal certain things. I got questions of why they're not more whistleblowers. I get it out of fear, getting locked up, getting killed and stuff. But
Say
hey,
you
if
got
people,
questions on why they choose to hide certain information.
yes, hide certain information and what's their
Look,
main.
watch
I'm
this.
sorry.
Do you got Google?
Oh yes, very well. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Watch this, man. You can get on Google, go to atlanteanconspiracy.com. Watch them. I'm gonna show you something real quick. I'm gonna answer your first question. This website, if just say you was having a debate with somebody, and they say yeah, and they ask you the question you asked, like why would they hide it, right? You can go to this website called atlanteanconspiracy.com. Google it. And any question, this is Eric Dubé, by the way. Shout out to him. You can go right here to the Flat Earth Conspiracy. This answer all the questions on why would they do it. That Flat Earth Conspiracy joint, the Atlantean Conspiracy, a couple of them. He got it all summarized. Even if you was in a debate and you needed 200 arguments against the globe, there you go right there. See, Google is a search engine. Any question you got today, I guarantee you I'm going to use this same screen share that I've been using for myself for you. You don't have to have unanswered questions in the age of technology, but go ahead, brother.
Oh no, that was it. I appreciate it, and I will look into that website. Thank you.
Hell yeah, no. Any more questions though that y'all got?
I just wanted to say one thing real quick, Sanchez. I didn't bring up the Admiral Byrd stuff to say let's go searching out there. I was just saying what he said on the interview just really disproves the globular theory. That's all it was about.
Oh yeah. It does. But does it prove the flat earth one?
Sort of, in a way, I believe.
So why did his movement give birth to the hollow earth movement and not the flat earth?
Because you said that was the agenda. They don't want people knowing what's actually going on, what we actually live on. So he promoted some truth, but gave birth to the distraction.
I think he did stumble across something that they hide. I don't think he was in the middle of the earth though. I think he came across some stuff like they had the technology to actually take over his plane, everything, land his plane. Say, man, you come back here, man. We effing you up, man, and tell your peoples they destroying everything over there. Y'all gonna be gone in a minute, and sent him back. So to me, he done flew into some high tech 5G area before we even knew about these things. And they landed him and said, what you doing here, man? Man, take this back. You go on back. But to me, I'm thinking, is it a psyop story for the fact if it's that secret, why would they let him come back and tell us? Why wouldn't they just assassinate him right there on the spot? You flying in airs that get your plane shot down. Why they didn't shoot it down? So it's just a lot of little things about the story, especially from the day and age on which he said it, and we ain't even had them type planes and all that. So I don't even know if the story true, put it like that. But it's an interesting story, and it, like you said, brought light to all these other things to keep distracting us away from the truth. So once you say it's a sin in Argartha and all this, and he probably really was going probably say 2 hours away from the North Pole, and he was just there. And they like, no, we got to land him. I don't know how he made it this far, but y'all was supposed to stop him over Antarctica. Go ahead, you got it.
The man named Admiral Byrd, he was a Navy pilot. The shit was funded by the military and the government. It's no different than a NASA mission. I don't get how we think. Like, Admiral Byrd wasn't who we think he is what I'm telling y'all. He was part of the agenda. He bought time, is what I'm telling you. He was a Freemason, an esteemed admiral. This would have been like a Operation Fishbowl damn near, to where you ain't lunching nothing up there, but you basically, it's an exploration mission to cause speculation and confusion for a couple years and generations, right? And buy time, because like I said, man, Admiral Byrd gave birth to the hollow earth theory, and we just admitted that shit went on for a long time, bro. You, like, real talk, it bought him a lot of time. That's all I'm saying. I don't really want to talk about Admiral Byrd and other lands once we go. See, to me, this the advanced knowledge what I got on the screen. They had cats like Admiral Byrd to get us not talking about the real shit, man. They talking about Admiral Byrd discovered Agartha, center of the earth. And I'm showing what the center of the earth would be. We know that would be, he went to outward, to the outer lands, Admiral Byrd, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, so man, like, I just, I don't know, man. It's just not where I want the conversation to go. I put up Rob Skiba's glass dome model. I was trying to talk about the North Pole, The title was about Christian flat earthers hiding the truth. And that was all about taking that pole out the middle. And another way we hide the truth is getting everybody excited about the outward talk. See, all the ancestors was about Agartha talk. So I'm just basically saying, man, moving forward as we with the stream, y'all see, I'm just struggling to keep us on the title, basically, trying to stay respectful with the way I do it.
Well, I did look up a little bit on Skiba, and they said he had that, my bad for the background, he had the virus for since August. And it's like, damn, I thought it worked faster than that, but just to get us back to some direction.
Hey, brother Sanchez.
Yeah.
So at the North Pole, say if somebody do make it to the true North Pole area, what would you think will be within that area, if that makes sense? Is there any what's the word I'm looking for? Any different technology than what we got, based on what we got, or any specific resources, or is just the source of the power and the source where everything started at? Or
that's what it is. That's it. That's him. Going to the North Pole, we will see the quote unquote the creator of it all.
Oh, okay, cool. So all right.
Yeah, Sanchez, much love, man.
Now, if that's it, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, man. What's good, everyone? Salute to the panel. Yeah, this North Pole thing is the thing. You got this Svalbard where you have this seed bank. That's the only place where you're allowed to go. You're not allowed to go from Svalbard to the North Pole. And then the military comes and stop you. And that could be the US military or the Russian military. So this is like kind of an area where you're not allowed to go. So I think the North Pole is like the true thing, or where we live. You see, I live in Sweden, and it's actually southwest of Eden, Sweden. And you got Norway. It's the north way to the pole. So I was dropping that one. The North Pole is It's the thing, man. I think you have these 4 rivers making the oceans all over the plane. And
There you
you
go.
got the magnetic. Yeah, that's it, man.
Those
So
4 rivers are connected to the. It's like as above, so below. You got 4 major rivers feeding the oceans. Where the oceans really feeding them. Like all of the water in the ocean in our disk is flowing inward toward this center. This is like a sink drain in the middle of a kitchen sink, and it's getting sucked into this, and we don't know where that water go on the other side until the ancestors came with this science. And I'm gonna show you now. When they saw that water, see, because they went to the North Pole, and they saying where the ocean water is going down a drain when you get there, like that. And they said, where is it going? They say it's recycling itself above us as the sky, which is why the ocean is blue and the sky is blue. So in other words, it's like if you got a hose pipe turned all the way up like these firemen got, and you aim it at the ground, you'll actually make it rain. If I aim a high-powered hose pipe at the concrete, the water will splash up against the ground so hard that it'll bounce up into the sky and rain back down on you. So I can make it rain by actually shooting the water down. And that's what this image is showing right here. And they saying this is how the ocean and all that, the water from the ocean and all that get recycled downward, and it come back up to make the sky again, which is a lighter blue. That'll be the like when the water is misty. It ain't as dense as like a mist or a vapor, like because you done sprayed it on the ground and you done turned it into like a mist, which will ascend up to the sky. This is kind of the science of this whole Taurus field sky and ground marriage of what's happening. You can look at this bottom part like a hose pipe that's being skied on the ground, and the water ain't got nowhere to go, so it ricochet back up to the sky, and it rains back down again and gets skied on the ground. Boom, and it's like I was just explaining. See what I'm saying? So that's what they say is happening at the middle of the earth. And basically, listen, our whole universe on this horizon line exists on these waters like fungus on the top of a petri dish, is what I'm telling you. This is the magnetic ley lines that connect all the continents, all the creatures and everything to the North Pole, y'all. Look at this, why I keep showing this petri dish. Now, what you got to think about with this dish, think of if you have 4 major veins growing like a plus sign, like how Mercator's showing you. There are 4 thick, huge veins, and then a bunch of little ones in between them, how this would be. And that's how our world would be made.
If that is that way, bro Sanchez, do you think that's intelligent design or just by coincidence?
That's definitely intelligent.
Okay, I can rock with that. Hey, there's another thing I wanted to say, right? You know when some of the maps, right, they show like a mountain, some would show a tree, some would even show a water fountain. The water fountain one caught my eye a bit more since you've been going into detail with the water fountain stuff you've been showing us. I've seen a small video, right, where a guy, he replicas a dome shape using a water fountain. So I mean, I wonder if there's
Yeah,
any connection with. Hello?
yeah. I think you talking about the video that I think you talking about this video where I did this. Hold on. There's a video where I was teaching the same concept when I was using these images here of how our sky is made. Maybe that's what I think that's what you referring to. And I was bringing up the Egyptian lotus flower. Hold on. Lotus
Yeah,
flower right there.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking on a different scale, right? What if the water's got frozen and it formed a dome.
Then you will have to explain the motion of the luminary. It's in motion as in, see, water that's in motion ain't frozen. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, the waters that I hear is probably the trapped waters, because there's sort of like a motion. I mean, they can still get back to the source, but the source might be blocked up.
Yeah,
So it's
but
wicked.
see, when I'm talking about the dome, I'm not even talking about liquid water though. I'm using liquid water so that we can understand electromagnetism. In other words, let me show you something. I think you getting confused. See, what I'm doing is this, my brother. Here is what electromagnetism is. Look at this. See? And I'm using water to show you electromagnetism, how it works. Because if you look at the way water, see what we showing is that nothing in nature is random. When you make a flower of life like the spigot is the flower of life. Let me show you something, right? Everybody pay attention to what I'm going to do. Pay attention. Hindu mandala flower. No, that ain't the one we want. I actually got it open. Let me go ahead and pull it out of here. Thank y'all for your patience. I'm about to answer him. We'll move forward. And then I'll open up the panel for other people to interject. Yeah, make sure y'all hit the like and share button. So look, I ain't gonna pull it up now because I want to go ahead and press forward. But in the middle of the Hindu cosmos is a flower. And it's the Egyptian lotus flower. It's the Hindu mandala flower. And this is what we call the flower of life. This flower of life is actually the spigot pattern of what makes this motherfucking water behave this way. Shooting around it this way. Like the spigot is very small if you look at it though. Now check it out. When you cut the water on, it starts at a small spigot and it don't have a shape. But just like a cookie mold, once it expands and all that, it's a little bitty star. But when the cookie bake, it start to be a big star. It's like this, like a seed becoming a tree. Listen, this gonna shape just like this because the spigot is influencing the shape of the water. Now the water is gonna take the path of least resistance. When the energy has nowhere else to go, it's gonna fold inward and recycle itself back in the waters below. And that's why I keep showing this image. If you cut the bottom part of this off, just cut the bottom part off and focus on the top. If you just focus on the top part, that is showing you what's happening right here. Just focus on the top part. When the water gets shot up, when it hit the oceans at the bottom, it get recycled back up to the sky again, just like this. All the water in this arch that's shooting back into that lake is being sucked back up again and shot back up. It's recycling. Just like this top one doing, and the bottom one doing it too. So the underworld and the upper world is recycling itself from the middle world. Same concept of a battery. It's simple stuff, y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, Sanchez, that's pretty interesting because I was looking at this guy, Easy Tiger, and he was asking a question about these big mountains. We got this waterfall, and the water is pouring and pouring, but it doesn't rain. It doesn't rain for like a couple of months, and it's still a waterfall. So you got the same thing as you're showing now in the picture. It's the same with the mountains. You got waterfalls pouring, but you don't have any rain, any snow. I got the same thing here in my mountains. So the water must come from the inside. And I think the North Pole has the same function, you know. It's pressured out through the 4 rivers out to the oceans. That's the point, man.
Renegade. We went over that a
Yeah.
few streams ago. Actually, a few streams ago, we went on that with Bro Sanchez. We broke that down with the Angel Top Mountain. I think it was in Venezuela. Yeah, we
Oh,
broke that
nice
down.
one.
Man.
Wow,
No, it's
brilliant.
not natural. You're right. You're right. It's not natural. That's got 45-degree angles and shit.
So about the Skiba thing then, Sanchez, what do you think about that? Because this isn't a battle now about this glass dome, because I see the glass dome and the dome as Skiba and those guys have been running. It's the same concept as a globe. It's still this vacuum outside. But when we're bringing this up, when we're talking about the electromagnetic and the ether, and you get extra land masses, now the conflict has started in the community of the flat earth people. Just pointing that out. And I heard another story yesterday. We had a long debate on my channel, and was the guy brought up that the Suez Channel that they built actually made them because there are hidden land even inside of the dome, inside where we live, that they're not showing for us. So let's skip the land masses outside of the dome. We have land masses here as the North Pole, as Sir Drop said. We can't see the North Pole on Google. And this guy, he had been talking with people who were working on the sea, and they say there's plenty of land masses even inside of the dome. See, this is a good topic, man.
Hey, bro, have you seen that interview with the NASA spokesman? And he's given a interview, and he's kind of telling the people, like the news reporters and the press, he's giving them a description of like what the so-called moon is like, right? But he says to them, I'm going to break it down to you in a way where you can kind of understand. He says, put yourself in a position like if you're on Earth, and you're on the edge of an ocean, and the waters keep going back and forth, back and forth. You got high tide and low tide and this and that. And I found that kind of a bit weird. Like he gave them a description of like sort of like a planet Earth perception. Have you seen that?
Did you just reference a movie?
No, it was a NASA spokesman.
Oh yeah, I just had stepped out and came in. My bad, man.
No way. You rock on.
Hey, repeat it for us, Adrian.
It was a NASA spokesman, right? He was giving a short interview to like the press, you know, like the cameramen and the news reporters and stuff. And he was giving them a description of like what the moon is like, right? But while he was giving them the description, he said to them, I'm going to give you a description as like you are on Earth. So he said to them, picture yourself just on the edge of a shore, and the waves are going back and forth, but it's big tides, right? He's saying that it's big tides, and he's saying the ocean is so humongous that we know there's land, we've monitored certain places, but just picture this, right? And he was kind of dropping it to them like the same set out is sort of like Earth, the way how he was representing the moon. I wonder if you saw that interview. I think it's an old one, like at least 3 to 4 months old.
I haven't seen that interview personally. No, I haven't seen that. If you got a link, post it in the chat so we can take a look at it too.
Yeah, let me try and find that now. Actually, 1 second. I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna try and find it for you.
Okay, well, while they're talking, hey, look, that's what it was, the torus field. If you turn that sideways, all right, that's what the human eye looks like. It's a center point, and I agree that there's a center point. I would rather go towards the center than the outwards as well, because that's where the creation starts. And then, like you said, it's a movement of what we're calling waters, the cosmic waters, or void, the darkness that transfers our consciousness back into itself. It's a cycle. It's a complete cycle, right? So that's what the torus field is, the actual shape. But what I wanted to ask Also because I know about I know a little bit about I had to make sure I knew what we were talking about. Rob Skiba, I think that's his name, Skiba. He was on the level of he was talking about archons and fallen angels in the most finite form of intelligent life. I don't know if he's alive or dead. I voted no, just because I just wanted to spark a little controversy in the poll. But I do know that there was a story in 1917 about Fatima's secret. It was three sisters over in Fatima, Portugal, Spain, where 80,000 people witnessed a portal being opened. The Pope was there, et cetera, et cetera. And at the time, it was a female leader over the church. And they said in 1960 they were supposed to tell the secret what the apparition told the three girls, or one of the sisters specifically.
Stupid.
And the Vatican didn't allow that to be told to the public. And so the story goes that they were like, nah, because it's going to change what we think about faith. It's going to flip everything on its head. We cannot tell them about what reality is really built off of. Because and so I think that goes back into my personal opinion, that how powerful we are as beings and how we're actually the creators of our said reality. And we just forgot the science. It's been stolen. However, we want to talk about how it's been stolen. And now we're at an age now where we're gaining it back, right? On how to become our own gods. So I think we're on the right page, but I just want to know if anybody else has heard of the Fatima secret. And also, if
Yeah, I
anybody
have.
has,
Oh, go ahead.
okay. All right, my bad. One more thing. Anybody, is that Muhammad's daughter or wife, Fatima? But that's the longest mountain range in Portugal, Spain. I just forgot who Fatima was in the Muslim faith.
First of all, we got to remember that Fatima's secret is based on Catholic, principles, which they are centered around the Virgin Mary. And with Fatima's secret, they say that they were visited by the Virgin Mary like 6 or 7 times. I forgot. But now that we know that that story of the Virgin Mary is not true, then we can't equate this being true with that, because we know the Virgin Mary didn't visit them 6 times. So if you read up on the story, it's talking about how they had apocalyptic visions. They were able to see the end of the world.
I just want now look. Now, I just wanted to see how other people felt about it, who knew about it.
Yeah,
but
but see,
80,000 people gathered in unity.
Yeah, my thing be, I think this be a bunch of shit to keep us distracted when we want to see what this is what they did. They said when niggas want to get deep, we gotta have a whole bucket of bullshit to occupy them over here, so they don't think about the truth over here. What Brother Sanchez teaching about this North Pole, science, magnetism. Cause look, the people that's running the world, they waking up every day studying the shit I'm showing you right now with this waterfall. That's the foundation of all technology. They ain't got time to read Fatima's secret. They ain't studying about no, like how niggas like to say, you heard about the Georgia Guidestone? You ever read the Book of the Dead? You heard about this and that, nigga, they think they deep when they do that. But that's that distraction, fake woke stuff right there for real. That's all. If you want to know what I think about Fatima's secret, it ain't no bit more secret than motherfucking Victoria's Secret.
Exactly. They always use religion to put these forward. I always caution people when they talk about stuff like Fatima's secret, if you're going to subscribe to that kind of thinking, then you are no worse, no better than the people that are religious, that are following those doctrines. Because now you taking what they're saying. A lot of people don't even know Fatima's family. You was questioning like if she was like married to Muhammad. That should tell you right then and there, or Muhammad's daughter, I'm sorry. That should tell you right there that family lineage is apart. And we know what Muhammad's, legacy is all about, which is religion-based, doctrine-based. So I wouldn't even subscribe to Fatima's secret that is nothing that relates to us, because so far none of their prophecies have come true. We have to put that out there. Ain't nothing happened that Fatima said was gonna happen.
Okay.
All
Yeah.
right, that's
Okay.
cool.
Yeah,
That's
all right.
cool.
All right. All right. Got it. All right. Now look. All right. I just want to know, because all I'm saying is I'm on the level of, I think that we can transfer our consciousness to other realms now before we die. So in that realm, we have to teach ourselves about frequency manipulation, how we vibrate in different realms, based off deep meditation. It's a whole science of martial arts behind it. I'm not gonna get deep into that. But what portals are, when we see anything about portals and things opening up in the sky, that's a higher level of technology and understanding that I believe we used to be tapped into. That's the only reason I brought that up. But yeah, go ahead, y'all. Go ahead, switch on.
Yeah.
But
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 let
when
me,
he was talking about the
but the
waterfall,
thing is this,
yeah, you
brother.
go ahead. Yeah, bro.
The
Yeah.
thing, yeah, one thing at a time, brother. One thing at a time. When you talk about portals opening up in the sky, man, we lost that knowledge when we start getting into shit like Fatima's Secret, Plato, all that other shit distracting us. The portal that's open in the sky is what I keep showing on my screen. Let me show y'all again, and I'm gonna hit the laugh button. Because we overlook the truth looking for deep shit. Watch this. Watch this now. Check me out. You see how this thing opens up a portal in the sky? I had this up here the whole time. What you think I've been discussing? The portal in the sky. Right here, look. See the portal in the sky? This is the sky. This is the opening. Fatima's Secret ain't revealing this secret right here.
No, it's not. That's what
I
I'm
can
saying.
guarantee you that's what I'm saying. It's a distraction then. Because the
Okay.
portals
Yeah, I
that's
feel what you're
open
saying.
in the sky is Polaris.
All right, got you. Yeah, yeah, no more distractions. All right, what I'm saying is that image has been up and nobody's mentioned that if you turn that image sideways, that's the human eyeball. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, it have
Yeah,
been mentioned. You're just showing
but-
everybody you're new, brother. That's all.
okay. All right. All right. I was just wanting to throw that out there. Now, our human eye is the reason we see Earth, as whether it's a globe, flat, dome, terrarium, whatever you want to call it. But I think that it's automatically shaped like the human eyeball is shaped on its side. And light refracts and flips in. So that's all we have parallel understandings of up and down, left and right, because everything we perceive is automatically flipped in the retina before we comprehend it back upright again. But yeah, that was my whole point. And I was just trying to get it, but I took forever. You're right. Yeah, you go
Hey,
ahead.
can I add on to that? I feel like dude is low key right. You feel me? Because the God that, like you said, that God Pan that the elites be praying to, the goat God. If you look at a goat pupil, they got rectangle pupils. You know what I'm saying? And they be using the flat Earth map.
Can you
So
tell us
maybe the
what
goat,
he can you tell us what he low key right about? Cause I had stepped out a minute. My bad. I apologize.
I feel like he right about the way that our eyes are shaped. Basically, it's like if you got a camera lens, if the camera lens is circular, you're gonna like if you
Oh
got
yeah.
I forgot what it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure you're right about that. Yeah, go ahead.
So like you said, the goat god Pan, which is who they pray to, the elites who using that map and whatever, like they pray to a goat. And if you look at a goat pupil, if you can pull up a goat pupil, they built like rectangles and they square and they flat. You know what I'm saying?
Did you say a goat pupil?
Yeah, the pupil of a goat, the animal.
Okay.
They got flat
All right.
pupils.
All right. Let's
You sure
go
about
ahead
that,
and
bro?
yeah,
Yeah,
let's just cause
Google it.
now and this the kind of stuff I want to avoid is like goat pupil debates and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I was
Yo,
just
I
adding on
wasn't
to
going
what bro
there, but I
said.
feel, but yeah, no, I wasn't going there. I'm just saying that literally the image of the Taurus field is how our eyes
No
cycle
doubt.
on light in our
No
reality
doubt.
on the sun. But
No,
yeah, that's all I was saying.
ain't nobody argue on that, man. That's previous lectures that I've taught where I've
Yeah.
just particularly dealt with the human eye and the torus field, and I got the
Okay.
collages right here to prove it. I got the
Oh, I ain't
collages.
never heard that, bro.
Yeah, I got the collages right here to prove it. There go one arm right there.
Okay.
Human eye.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there go
Yep.
another right there, human eye, showing you the Ubuntu with it. Like I've narrate every sub you can think of. I ain't saying
Yeah,
you can't
no, that's
touch it.
not.
Look, I'm not saying you can't touch it, but I'm saying you said, well, I haven't heard nobody
I'm
do this or
regurgitating
do that.
information. Too.
Yeah,
How I
no,
feel.
no, 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 no. It's okay to do that. You just can't. This is what you can't do, I think. I think you got to be careful when you say, well, I ain't heard nobody do this or I ain't saw nobody
I feel
doing
you.
that. You know what I'm saying? Because then I'm going to be like, well,
Claim that
wait.
the discovery
Then,
these
because
fake motherfuckers
what's
do
going to happen, it's going to force me every time you do that to look petty.
I feel you.
It's going to make me look petty like, but I'm going to have to always say, well, I did. Well, I did. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people who've been following me a while, they already know I've done all that. That's why I am who I am. But yeah, I would like to discuss it with you, man. That's all I was saying. We ain't got to make it drawn out. Salutes to everybody in the chat. I'm gonna drop the link for anybody. I want to pass the mic around, and we'll come back to you, my brother. Anybody else on the mic want to interject?
Yeah. I just wanted to say, as far as to draw back to what you were saying earlier on whether you want to go inward or outward. Another reason I would probably choose inward is because if the North Pole is the cosmic elevator and it's the way that you can get to all other places through the center, I mean, shit, you can get everywhere from when you go into the center, and you ain't got to waste a whole lifetime to do it. But go ahead.
And Q, by definition, what's the point of going further out? If we know that going out means to not be within, you know, we should be more focused on the North Pole. I was talking to my boy about this last night, and he was like, look, the African countries are, you know, more closer to what we call the firmament. And he's still getting this stuff, but I was trying to tell him there really is no benefit in trying to find, quote unquote, the firmament or the ends of the earth. There's no point. This is a serious thing that people need to really think about. What are you trying to find? Because there's more evidence that this earth continues. Y'all seen the videos.
It's just the fact that it's way more chance that you would die before you find it or reach it. That it's like, is it really worth it to try?
Exactly.
Well,
yeah. Which is true. But I'm sorry.
Nope, I'm gonna stop us there for if y'all don't mind. Y'all really want to debate that? Like, how dangerous it is and stuff? Y'all think that's worth our little precious time here, man? Is any of you niggas gonna go to the North Pole in your lifetime? Honestly speaking.
The North Pole, there is a chance, bro. There is a chance, but I can tell you going south, I don't think there's a damn chance in hell. But I do think there's a chance niggas could get up north. For real.
Right. I'm just saying, I don't think none of y'all gonna buy the ship and take the journey in your life. And I ain't trying to sound negative. I just don't think we gonna do it in our life. But go to
with the way this whole injection thing is going, I don't think I'll ever be on a plane again. Looks like they're gonna lock us down into our designated spots.
I feel the same way, bro.
Most definitely, Tim. Most definitely.
Hey, Tim, quick question.
Yeah.
Now that you've had some time to digest on it, are you officially gonna claim yourself as a flat earther now, or are you still kind of know you don't live on a globe or know that NASA lies, but you don't want to kind of embrace that? What are your thoughts on that? Are you leaning more towards flat earth now?
That's a good question. I wouldn't call myself a flat earther because I don't know 100%. But yeah, NASA lies. They feed us fake photos. They're like, oh, here's where you live. And we're like, well, all your photos don't match. So you're obviously lying. And I just don't believe they could go land on the moon and come back safely and all that stuff. But as far as the shape of the earth, I'm torn. Like, I don't believe in orbits. I think that's a big reason why their model is BS, that like gravity just keeps this all together in harmony, just spinning around itself. But
so what's holding you back though? What's holding you back from saying you're a flat earther? Is it the
desire to be correct and truthful? Like, because I don't know.
I feel like
so I'm just being genuine. Like,
cracking the door. That's all. Just for the
right. I don't want to stop searching because I think I found it, because I just don't know enough to say it's 100% flat, for instance.
So if we know that the ground is level, though, you know that's what defines, you know, as it being flat earth.
Well, I want to ask, how do you measure that the ground is level?
Here's what we gotta. We're not measuring at the ground is level, and I would like to build on this, guys, if y'all don't mind. So the question that we're asking is, how do we perceive what's called the horizon line? There's something that exists in our world that separates the sky from the ground, and it's called the horizon. The word literally tells us the shape of it as conceived by the Hebrews and many others here. They said the way we see the line outside that separates the sky from the ground is indeed how it is. Somebody else said, nope, it's different. When you go off the ground, you live on a ball, and you had the globe theory. Now, according to this Hebrew, what we're saying that separates the sky from the ground ain't really a line at all. It's created by the fact that we live on a plane. And that when we look, when I show you the clouds from the bottom, you can see as we look out over distances, it's a perfect line that separates the two. Now we can start getting a ruler, right? And we can go up there and say, well, is it a perfect straight line? Because there's little ripples on the water, right? The water got little waves up there, so that ain't really a flat line, right? It ain't really a horizon, Brother Century. And the grass got spiky blades right there, so, but that ain't what the ancestors said, calling it a horizon. We ain't dealing with the texture, meaning that I can take a flat surface of my desk and wrap it in carpet. I can put snow on top of it. I can pour water on top of it, but it's still a flat desk. You're having a texture debate.
Can I respond to that, bro?
Hold on,
Go ahead, sorry.
let me do one thing. It'll take about 1 minute. I gotta reset the interface because y'all coming in crackly right now. Hold on a second. Yeah, if you can hear me, then you good, Tim.
Yeah, we hear you. Perfect. So I just wanted to respond to this because it's something that I considered as well. Like I was in Los Angeles when I was thinking about all these things, the shape of the earth, and I was like, wow, that beach is completely flat. They lied, right? So then I thought about it some more and I was like, okay, why don't I model it in like with CGI 3D and then put basically a human perspective on the big sphere. What's the circumference or the radius? I think it's 4,000 miles, right? If I'm remembering correctly. So I made the sphere the right size, and then I looked to see how much curve there is on the horizon, and it was just perfectly flat, not even a single pixel of downward arcing on the two sides to the in relation to the middle. So I just don't know how much curve you'd even expect to see on a horizon standing at ground level on the size Earth that they say that we're on. So it should be flat in either model. So I just don't know what that proves as far as debunking the Earth, or the not the Earth, the sphere Earth model.
See, Tim, what we
need
you to. Oh, go ahead, Sanchez. Go ahead.
Which part that you don't see how the horizon?
Well, my question is
line
how much.
debunks? Huh?
Well, yeah, how much curve would you expect to see if it was a sphere? Because according to my math, it should be flat in either model.
Well, look, here's how this debunks the globe model. Because the globe model is a debate that's taking place on the ground. Meaning, I'm telling my opponent, listen, the location of this debate is going to take place on the ground surrounding an event that we only can witness from the ground. And we agree to them terms. He got to prove that this is a globe. I got to prove it's flat, but we both live on the ground. He never been to space. I never been to space, so we can't use space. So from that moment, I win. Because in order for him to prove a globe, he got to break the rules of the debate, which is he's debating me from the fucking clouds now. He's debating me from space, somewhere he's never been. I'm still on the ground saying, look, man, it's still flat from where we agreed to debate at, because none of us been there. See, nature didn't make NASA. Nature put me on the ground, and if I want to have a debate that's based on the shape of what I'm on, see, I don't gotta get on my rooftop to know that my living room floor is flat. And the man that got to do that, he's into deception. I can prove the shape of it from right where I'm at. And the fact that I can do that, I can do something he can't do. See, when he can only prove his by taking me away from the earth, and which flat earthers have invested in balloons, we went up way higher than these globalists, and the horizon the horizon rises to our level. It stays like this the same way. So we can debate it from the air too, and from the ground. They can only debate theirs from space though.
Yeah, I hear
that's
you.
really Sanchez. And the law of perspective doesn't work on a ball, no matter size. And water is the truth. You just look at the water; it's basic actually. And the law of perspective doesn't work on a ball. But I had a guy yesterday who was like, "Yeah, but if the ball was double big, as they say, it doesn't matter. It's still the law of perspective." And water
Why does
always.
perspective not work on a ball?
Because if you're standing on a ball and you back off from the ball, or the ball gets away from you, you will disappear under your feet. But if you travel on a flat plane, the eye is always following the eye level, always, no matter height. So it disappears on the ball, but it's still on the same if it's a flat horizon. See what I mean? The eye level doesn't change. Doesn't work on a ball. That's just natural laws, man.
Yeah,
And
no,
what
it's
I
definitely
also
interesting.
need,
I liked what Bro said about the debate. The problem with that is that's interesting to see, okay, who's going to win, this person arguing the flat earth or this person arguing the sphere. And I agree that the sphere earthers have not provided any compelling proof to my satisfaction. But just
And the
because
flat
somebody wins a
earthers
debate,
have.
well, I don't think the flat earthers, my opinion is the flat earthers have not proven it's flat.
Okay, so let
That's
me
just my
ask you,
opinion.
let me show you something real quick. Now that we know you ain't a flat earther, let me show you, Tim, that how we have proven it's flat. This ocean water, right, is level. We even say sea level, right? A level can only work on a level plane. Overall, the foundation of this thing is level. Now, all of the stuff that's on top of like I can pile up sand on my desk, I can pile up rocks on my desk, and I can stand on top of that mountain and still find what's level. And I'm looking for the evenness of my desk. If I was a little ant on top of my desk right now, and I see sand mounds, oceans, holes, a bunch of features on this level desk, but I need an instrument to let me know what level is sometime, because my world's so big and I'm small. That's called a level. Now, whether I'm on a mountain, whether no matter where I'm at in the ocean, I can find what is called even with the horizon, aka level. What we're looking for when we using that instrument is based upon the earth being flat. We couldn't even have an instrument called a level. We wouldn't even use words like sea level. This proves that the water is not on a ball, because it'll be a waterfall on each side, and that it's surrounded by the ice wall. The circle of the earth is surrounded by the ice wall, just like this bathtub. And that's why it's maintaining a level position. Now, to me, that's when you want to say proof according to the scientific method. I just proved it with one aspect. I just proved one thing with tangible science, unrefutable science, that the ocean we see that's level is indeed level, because we got an instrument called a level, and that it can only see it level if it's contained, which is what the ice wall works like the ice barrier of this tub. Anything else will make the water run. We know that water seeks its level, which is why we got water inside of a level. So it can mimic what the ocean doing and what the Hebrew said it should do on a plane. Now, all of our instruments tell us we on a plane as they wouldn't work right. If I was on a slope, my level will show me that. Listen, I don't debate this at that point, right? Because right there, that little argument right there was just solved with irrefutable signs. Anybody that deny what I just said, I'm gonna say, hey, the scientific method just ain't proof enough for certain people nowadays. They want you to do magic tricks and backflips and pull a rabbit out the hat. Nope. I'm gonna be very simple. I'm gonna use logic, critical thinking, and the scientific method, observation. I did all of that. We can even talk about how periscopes work. I had to use equipment that was based on the earth being flat. And this equipment could not work if the earth went flat.
I don't know. I don't find it compelling enough to me for me to say that's proof. I mean, think about
my thing, Tim, I'm not trying to compel you with the truth. And I'm not trying to.
All right, I just don't think it qualifies as a mathematical proof of anything to say that we use the term level to talk about.
It's not mathematical proof. It's observatorial proof. Everything ain't need an equation to prove it.
Okay, my point is that the circumference of the Earth, they say, for the sphere Earth model is 25,000 miles. If you take any segment from that, it's going to be more or less perfectly flat. I mean, and not any segment, but any thing that we could see.
Yeah, I'm not dealing with spherical geometry neither, Tim.
Okay, all right. I just don't.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
You see that. Let me show y'all what just happened right there and why I like Tim too. Let me cut my camera on. Let me show you what just happened real quick, right? What just happened, right? There was a duel that took place, right? And it was a very powerful duel of two guys who mighty with the blade. But my defense and my counters, right, are so it's like Mayweather. See, the thing is this: Tim found out I'm gonna get him here. Nope, he defended there. Well, what about here? Nope, he defended there. About here, nope. And then as I'm showing you, ain't no holes in my defense. I'm striking back and countering every time. See, and that's what I like about Tim. But he realized, okay, yeah, all right. He reload and try again.
No, what I meant, well, salute to you too, man. I always love these conversations, this deep stuff. But what I'm saying is, like, we just have different standards of proof, and mine are much higher apparently. And I think that if you were to give your presentation, your thesis in front of a crowd of just randomly selected people, they might not vote and say, okay, that's proof that it's flat. So that's kind of my basis is what the average person would argue.
Given my presentation in front of thousands, and because of it, I'm growing at an exponential rate. I'm actually gaining 2,000 new subs a month according to the algorithm, and that's by average. And that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. But the thing is this: evidently, the people by large numbers taking my proof as enough. Like, if you think about it, Tim, out of 500 people watching this stream, I would say 400 of them is flat earthers. And out of that 400, 75% of them is flat earthers because of me and the type of stuff I show, like what I just did. So if it's enough for me to keep bringing them in, it don't matter if it ain't enough for you, Tim, because you know what I know about you, Tim? You're very what I call high class, right? Like Bel Air, right? So pleasing Tim on an intellectual level, you better come with it, right? You sort of like a 5-star consumer in that department. And what I'm saying is, when it come to proving flat earth, it just don't take that. In other words, sometime I just want grandma pancakes. I don't need the 5-star. We ain't gotta wait. We ain't gotta order the wine. Sometime I just want grandma fried chicken in the same grease that she used yesterday. And that's just as good as so to people who know that, and know what I'm saying, because you said it's not compelling to you. That's the kind of, you got a 5-star approach. The average person like me, we ain't really trying to be compelled. We just trying to be convinced based on the evidence that the truth has been proven. And once we think we got unreasonable doubt, we say, you know what? That's the truth right there. I can't debate it. I can't refute it. There's no way around it. Like levels do work because we on a level plane, right? They have to be leveling up with something, right? Compasses do point toward the like everything I'm saying is why my following is growing. It's because it click in their head. That's called observation-based shit. I show a lot. I don't just talk, which is equation, math, theoretical. I'm making people reconnect with how nature actually works and not just, you know what I'm saying, regurgitation. So that's why I think I'm in this position, real talk. So I think the fact that I'm in this position debunk what you said, Tim, what would happen in front of a large crowd.
Yeah, no, I appreciate what you're doing. I think it's obvious why you're growing. You put out a lot of really useful information, and you're enlightening a lot of people for sure, and broaching interesting subjects. So I just I think if we ever want to shatter NASA and reach everybody out there and actually arrive at the truth ourselves, we probably need to be able to show with math that the Earth is flat, if that's what the answer is.
Yeah, my thing is we just need to show that the Earth is flat. Listen, here's my thing, Tim. In the court of law, you don't tell me the format that my evidence got to be in, long as I got evidence. So if the judge say, prove that you was raped, you know what? If she got a video recording of the man doing it, she don't, but she just so happened to took a shower and can't find and the sperm is no longer in her to get for evidence. I'm telling you what I know. In the court of law, that videotape will be used just like sperm, man. We got it on camera. That's him. Look at her. You see? Now, the thing is, the judge ain't gonna say, nope, fuck that videotape. I want the sperm. He gonna say, wait a minute, you got the tape? We'll take that to put it in. And if it show what she said, that's damnable evidence, just like the sperm. So my thing is, the format of your evidence ain't got to be exclusive to what. So nobody got to pin you down to a format. If I say I can prove something, you can't say, but prove it to me this specific way. You can't pin me down to specify a way that that's bougie to me. Like, you're gonna do it to me, mine on some Usher shit. Like, if I say I'm gonna prove it to you, I ain't tell you how. Just let me prove it to you. And
but here's the problem, Sanchez, is okay. NASA and the space agencies have a ton of video themselves.
Yeah, but guess what though? Theirs is CGI. So if
I know.
look, so yeah, that ain't video then. That's just deception. That's animation, computer shit. CG. That ain't video.
But people believe it. People believe it as evidence.
It doesn't matter if you show up in court with a CGI tape and I show up with the real tape. The judge gonna go with me and not you, man. We definitely can determine the difference in court. That's easy. Which is why I would love to take NASA to court.
Yeah.
That would be something, Sanchez. Bring NASA to court, man.
Because you can't dance in the court of law. If you use the same standards you use with murder and everything else, ain't no way NASA can win.
But hey, bro, do you really think the judges will be on NASA's against?
No,
NASA?
I'm just hypothetically speaking in a fair world, and it's just a scenario, bro. We know that shit wouldn't happen and they wouldn't be on our side. I'm just giving a scenario to saying that, hey, according to court of law rules, we would beat NASA in a debate. That's all I'm saying.
Easiness.
That's why NASA wouldn't show up to court, though.
Yeah, but we on the flat. We got so many things that we can prove. We got the water to start with, and then we got the radar system. When you popping up the sound and you receive it back. It doesn't work on the globe. There's so many things everywhere that you just can put up on the floor and show this is how it works. As Sanchez say, NASA is building all of the thing on CGI and computer images. It's the same with the telescope bullshit and stuff like that. It's transferred down to a computer. But down here on the flat earth, we're looking with the natural laws, common sense, especially the water. Water is the biggest truth. It's just truth. Nothing else like that. NASA is a complicated bullshit. Flat earth is the logic thing. The more logic you have, the more you see the flat. That's it, you know.
Hey, Tim, have you done an experiment to prove that it's a globe or flat?
Well, just to be clear, well, no, I haven't. I want to. I can't think of a good one to prove it one way or another. I'm all ears if you have an idea. But
Try
I'm
to
not here to push the
unlimited.
globe Earth, just to
Well-
be clear to Alejandra. I'm just here to find the truth.
Well, if you're really all about truth, then
Mhm.
I recommend you work on an experiment using math that they use to calculate the curvature, and that will tell you a lot.
And
Yeah,
thank
no,
you
I think
for-
we need to. I'm not saying that there's nothing to flat Earth. I'm just saying that I think if we're gonna really know it, and if we're gonna be able to convince other people, we ought to be able to name an experiment we could prove to them
we
with.
got several experiments that prove flat Earth, man. From the
Which one?
the spirit level with D Marble, the laser experiment with FE Core. My top favorite two. I can name several more, but those two right there are like, once you see them, to me, them damnable. Those to me are like ultimate proof, and we can still go on even more. It's a whole site with 200 proofs that prove flat Earth, a whole book on it, and I can go into those. We'll be here all day, but yeah, several things.
Yeah, it is. And I've been working on the sea for like 8 years. I've been traveling for 70 knots, high speed navigation, totally darkness. And the guy that's driving the boat is turning the GPS off and it's going on the radar system. And radar system is only working on a flat plane where you can get the signal back, because on a ball it disappears. It bounces on the wrong direction. So
There
even
you
the
go.
military uses radar. You can't travel on a GPS. It's not reliable. But a radar system is 100%
Yes.
reliable, and you can count how far you are from a big boat, or you can have an island or something. So the radar system doesn't work on a ball.
You know what? You know what? I'm glad you brought that up, because they've been using these radar maps since like, man, I can't even remember. And it's always been that same flat Earth map, Saturn map with the flat Earth ring map shit. You right, you can't, it'll be stupid to have it on a globe. Like the fucking sonar or whatever will have to wrap around a ball. Man, I'm glad you brought that up. Let's talk about that a minute. Let's stay there a minute. Hold on a second. Let me share this with everybody else. There we go. Yeah, here go what they using for radar. Yeah, based on the flat Earth. And it is not like that line that's turning to identify the object will have to be wrapping around a globe in that diameter, in that radius from the area where they scanning. If they scanning out beyond 8 miles, that line got to start bending down. Man, that was a good point that he brought up. Yo, that's fire.
Yeah, now
Bro,
take a submarine, and if you're down under the sea level, you take the submarine, and you
Hey,
have
let
to
me give
use a
y'all a
radar.
network. Let me give y'all a network perspective, because when I was with the network team, we did fiber optic cabling, up under the ocean. I didn't go underneath there, but I know a lot of people that did. I was a part of the ground team. But what I can tell you is there's something called cable bend radius, and that is how far a cable can bend before it is unusable. And Tim, I know you know what I'm talking about. There's no way that cable bend radius works on a sphere.
Right.
They do not have these cables.
Did you
that
say
are
it's like
bending over?
like fiber optics?
That is so fire what he bringing up with the cables. Cause you know what, my brother, the cables will
Yes, sir.
have to wrap around all this globe like the longitudes of latitude, like tying a belt around your waist. And you saying that ain't no cables bending like that because you work with them. Go ahead, go ahead, bro.
Exactly, bro. They was literally they was coming up from the bottom, and they was telling me, bro, we just went straight for 200 miles.
Yeah.
There was no drop off. There was nothing. It was just the cables going straight. If there's any drop off, it's because there's a ground at the sea, and there's different depressions at the ground underneath the sea. That don't mean that that's not the same as a curve on a ball 8 inches or 8 miles squared. This
8 inches per
cannot
mile
work.
squared.
Yeah, 8 inches per mile squared. You're right.
Mm.
That is no way that can work on that. And that's why them brothers was talking about the earth being flat way before I even got into this. I started doing that shit in like 2009, bro. And they was talking about how there was no way that they was on a sphere because they don't even use the maps. Tim, they don't even use the maps of the globe to do any type of geography, geodetics, nothing. Nothing is associated with a spheroid when they're doing this work. And you talk to land geographers, people that have to do land surveys, they're not using globes. So that should tell you something right then and there, just off the strength.
Yeah, no, I mean, just look at the lighthouses you use for navigation on the sea. You got plenty of that are far away from the curvature, and you see them. So they've been using that for plenty years to use on lighthouses. Eric DeBay puts it up on the topic. He talks about all these lighthouses, so you can see them, but you can't see them on the ball, on the curvature. It's impossible. So I mean, still the water is flat. You need a flat plane to travel on it, and you have the lighthouses, even the radar, or like this with the cable system.
Hey,
So,
Renegade,
I mean,
I also
you
want
got so many parts. Yeah.
I'ma just say that the two brothers, Renegade and the other brother with the cables, I got to get Becky to drop a bomb. To me, Tim, it's stuff like that that's irrefutable flat earth evidence.
Yes,
irrefutable, bro. We in the trenches, literally. We in the trenches, and I can tell you right now, Tim. You also got to remember, the Earth is 70% water, and I need you to also remember that you can measure that, brother. We can see how much of Earth is comprised of land and how much is comprised of water. There are independent surveys and studies, geodetics, that prove what that is. But I need you to also remember that Earth is on water. Water is not on Earth. This is not a sphere where everything is just meshed in together, because they want you to think that just water's on Earth. But that is not how it is. We are on different varying heights and elevations of what's called Earth as it's in water. That's all this is.
Hey, another little bomb I wanted to drop to Tim. You know, like volcanoes, right? You know how they sit upright. Ecuador and Galapagos Islands is on the, how would you say, the bending of, what do they call it? The curve. How do they call it? The equator, right? The edge of the equator. Have you ever seen any volcanoes leaning, bending?
Now they haven't, Adrian. And I'll take it a step further and say, if people do independent research and they look at the types of the balloons and independent studies that are going up in the sky, they are recording land masses that should be 2,000 and 3,000 miles away. They should be over a curve. But if you look at these videos, they're showing you Chile next to different countries. You can see from one country to the next, but you have to go higher. And that should not be the case on a ball when you go to Google Earth and you see where Chile is versus where the curve will be going to another destination. How is that possible? How is that even possible?
Hey, what's up, bro? Sanchez? What's up to the panel, man?
How you doing?
So in defense, right? I had took a flight earlier this year, and I forgot what airline I flew with. But after the flight, I had stuck around. I was one of the last people to get boarded off. You know, sometimes the pilots, you know, they stick around. So you know, I took the time to kind of like approach them, and I was, hey, what's going on? And I asked him, I said, if you don't mind answering this question, you know, if it's going to jeopardize anything you got going on with your job, you know, you don't have to answer the question. But I was like, yo, bro, do you take curvature into consideration when you're flying throughout the globe? And he was a young guy
No.
too. He looked at me, man, and he just laughed. Like, he laughed seriously right at
Nose
me.
is mostly up. The nose of the plane. I know that as experience. That's
Yeah.
the bomb that Sanchez can press to him. The nose of the plane is most of the time going upwards, not downwards.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. So the pilot pretty much told me he does not take curvature into consideration when he's flying around the world.
Hey, bro, what's that screen share you got up, bro?
I like that beautiful horizon out there. I think this shot, wherever airplane angle this was, where you can see out at this distance, this the Maldives, and this area here is just an aerial shot of the Ritz Carlton. But I'm showing you, like, look at that horizon line out there, and look at how the clouds just stop right there and create like a little gap right there. And this is where we live at, this little gap right here. Let me zoom in. You see this little line right here? This little slither?
Mm-hmm.
That's our world. It's the ceiling. That's the flow.
It's beautiful.
This little bitty, and let me show you what that is real quick, and I'll stop, right? Why I always bring this up, because two magnets will reach a point where they can't go no further, but they never really touch each other. So there's a small little gap in between the magnets, and that's where we call home, y'all. This is the space in between what we call the sky and the ground. They never really touching. Like if you look at the bottom of the clouds right here, that's where our world began. Then it's like a little bitty crack in between these two magnets. This is what we seeing. Let me see if I can, because if I can zoom in real far on this right here, this little crack right here is where we live in. We calling this up when heaven or the sky, and the bottom when the underworld or the great abyss, the great deep, the water, ocean, sea creatures, all that going on down. So the sky light blue, the bottom one dark blue, right? And this is what we get right here. And in between is us, what they call in between. That's why the ancestors said the earth is in between heaven and hell. But our realm is like, it's thin like a CD disc. What I'm telling y'all is like, we're in a compact disc, right? Player. The top part is when we say drop the lid on a CD and you mount it to a bottom part, but there's a hole in the middle of the CD, which you line the CD up on that pole, and once you close the top with the bottom and sandwich it in between, it spins around. That little thin CD spins in the middle, and that's the music that's coming out. You see how the music, this little energy bursting out the middle right here? That's the CD playing the music, right? That's us. This little CD, this little thin line right here, we can look like we're inside of a CD disc. And that shit is turning, and we're really experiencing reality on the same level like that. And like, it's how the ancestors looked at this shit. I can go on and on talking about this because I'm fascinated with how it explains all of that. It explains why the clouds don't want to go no further. Like some making these clouds just stop and get flat like a ceiling, an invisible ceiling right there. You know, and now to explain it like this right here.
It also coincides with the 7 layers of the ether, or the 7 heavens. You know, we would be at the most bottom layer of that 7th heaven, and that's what the clouds are sitting on, that first layer. Like you're talking about, that invisible barrier.
all you need is an infrared lens, and you could see right through the air molecules. There's a YouTube channel. He's a big flat earther. His channel is just 6 letters. It's Jay Tulane. I would love if you could put a video up right now, man. He goes on top. He puts an infrared lens on.
Oh, he's really good,
No,
man. He's
and
really good stuff.
They think that I'm saying that we're spinning. We're not spinning, but the elements are. All right. So what I'm showing you is this: on a flat Earth, all of the ocean water, you see the ocean water turning around. Some is actually spiraling the ocean water at the center. Is what I'm saying. There's a turning at the middle of the Earth, and it's making the sea go in and out, like when you at the beach. But it's turning at the same time like a wash machine right here. And we're not turning because we're the rock part. The rock part is mounted to the foundations of the earth right here. But everything else is turning. The sun, the moon, the clouds, the ocean water. That's what's playing the doggone CD. That's what's playing everything. That's like the laser that's turning. That part, like the lasers and shit. But you know what I'm saying? That's reading a stationary disc, if you will, if you want to look, however you want to look at it. But just to not confuse you, we're not actually turning. I'm showing you what's turning. It's the ether. But we're mounted to the foundations.
Foundation is a solid rock, correct? Because I'm thinking about the container, right? And we have a sea floor, so we can determine that the water is being contained by solid rock. But we can't assume that the air, or you know what I'm saying, is being contained
I couldn't really.
by something because we can't.
I couldn't really hear him a little. You get a little bit muffled on my end.
Yeah, mine too.
Hey, Eric, you was covering your mic or something. You was a little muffled. We got a hell of a lot of likes, man.
No, I was saying we can determine that the container that contains the water is solid rock, correct?
No, what if you go like, I'm glad I got this Hebrew Cosmos up here. What's containing the water is, like I said, is a magnetic energy field. I don't get into solid glass for the dome or solid rock. I think this firmament was holding these waters back. Ultimately, is a electromagnetic energy field. We do know we got a solid ice wall though. But I think what's
So
even, and I think what's even holding that ice wall from floating outward is this electromagnetic energy field, is what I'm saying. So how do you explain what now?
the sea floor,
What about it?
it contains water. We can obviously see that the water is being stopped at a certain point. When you go a certain depth, you see rock.
It's underwater lakes. The ocean water go to deeper depths below the ground. You
Right,
got
that's in certain
underwater
areas,
lakes too.
right?
Yeah.
Right,
Huh?
that's in certain areas, right? That's in
Yeah.
certain areas though, right?
Right, but that show us that it's oceans under the ocean that can be as deep as the water on top. If all we know, if you start digging in the ocean floor, you'll probably go and break through a dirt level before you go to a whole nother underwater ocean that's deeper than the one on top. And then we don't know that yet.
Hey Sanchez, have you heard of the Vibes of Cosmos channel?
Nah, but you gave it a shout out, and I'm gonna go and look it up now. What's
Yeah,
what? Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
they
dope.
have
bro, you
a,
have
go ahead.
no, sorry, sister. No, bro, you have heard of it. That's the same guy who introduced us to the
Oh, the moon thing.
yeah, there you
Yeah, the
go.
moon mirror. It's a they
Gotcha.
say he says it's a mirror. Yeah.
Sanchez,
Yeah,
I
correct.
remember you brought up a video of E. Wart Anon.
I like him. Yep.
He released a new video recently, and he talks about, he brought up one of his maps, and he kind of aligned it with an ancient astrological clock. And I thought, I don't know if you've seen that.
I haven't checked them out recently. I'm about to catch up now. I'm glad you threw that out there because I like anything he putting out is definitely worth a watch. I'm gonna check that out.
Sanchez, like I've been into this whole flat earth thing like since 2016, you know, and I've been having constant revelations, and this is a new one for me. Like as a flat earther, like this is damning information. I thought you would look into that.
Oh yeah, it is. Tim said we ain't got enough proof though. It ain't enough for him. He ain't compelled. He said,
No, I've seen enough to be very interested. Let me just be clear. I've seen enough over the years to be very interested. And it's hard. Like I know Bro Sanchez has presented so much information that to ask him to give a proof on the spot, it's like he'd have to list out a bunch of stuff. But I think we just need to have a better and I'm not even a flat earther, but I just wish we could get to the bottom of this and just have a definitive answer.
Watch this.
You said
Watch
you
this.
need to be compelled. You gotta have some Jedis or some damn vampires compel you to let you know what the fuck going on.
Yeah. I don't know if we gonna never compel him, but I'm gonna tell you what compelled me, y'all. I look at this Hebrew cosmos and I do something called observe. I just observe. And one thing that stand out to me, I'm gonna zoom in. Y'all check this out, right? Watch this. Look at what the clouds stop at. The Hebrew got the clouds right here. But the Hebrew said the clouds don't go no further. See, the Hebrew ain't got the clouds going all the way down there. The Hebrew got the top of the clouds puffy, but the Hebrew got the bottom of the clouds kind of evening out. The Hebrew got a little pocket in between the clouds and the earth, just a little pocket right there. And that's what I was showing y'all earlier when I was bringing this up. The Hebrew was observing a reality simple, just like I'm doing. They weren't using equations. They weren't using theories. They didn't have a multi-billion-dollar infrastructure and rocket program and science and none of that. They was just looking with the tools nature gave them, their eyes. And they looked out and they saw that little pocket that I'm telling y'all about. And they wondered, why is the clouds not dropping down? And they thought about what I thought about, concepts, for example, like soap suds on top of the bath water. If you're up under that bath water and you're looking up, you'll look at the bottom of them suds flat. But if you come from up above that bath water, like when we flying in an airplane, we go to above this thing, and what happens, your ear start popping. The pressure get different. You entering a whole nother ethereal level, the oxygen level different. See, we just moved from a layer right there where the clouds at. That's why the clouds is separated like that, and you can feel that right there. If, like I said, if you were to try to live in this area up here, you wouldn't live long. Oxygen, you a fish outside of its tank. Our world is confined to this little thin line right here. And the Hindu knew that. The Hebrew knew that. So that's why they got this little pocket in between the clouds and this little, you see the ocean water right here, sea level, and then the clouds right there. Everything in between that is where we live. We're like amphibious creatures, sea and water mixed. And that is like a blending between the sky and the ground. The fact that we need water and air to live showed the combination between the sky and the ground, which is the great deep, the water aspect. If you look at this, what makes this thing is the water below and the air above, right? And there are two forms of the same thing. Above is the water in its gas form. Below is when it drops to its liquid form. And this is a cycle. It keep doing that. And it keep this system going. But because we live in this system, we got to have some of the sky and some of the great deep in us. And those are the main two things that support life here, water and air. You can go without a little food for a while, but without the breath in your lungs and water, you ain't gonna last a damn a week I'll give you. So that's the main driving forces right here. This sky and the ground, and we're tied up in that matrix while we gotta drink water, we got to breathe properly. And we gotta be balanced with them two, just like the earth is. Proper breathing, proper hydration, like the main two foundations of health in this realm, based on this whole combination, this whole balanced system here. But yeah, I don't want to go too deep in it, but I just wanted to point out what fascinates me about this shit. But yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I'd like to touch on this. In 1959, NASA imported a bunch of data related to Mayan Vedic astrology. This is how they were able to start, calculating eclipses, things like that. So my question for Tim would be, if the ancestors were so wrong about what we lived on, how it operated, everything about it, how were they able to calculate the motion, the way they say the heavens move, these celestial bodies? How are they able to calculate things down to the T without even knowing what we were living on when NASA is using their data?
That's a good question. I'd have to research what the pattern is for eclipses. Do you know it offhand, or is it pretty obscure and hard to predict?
I mean, it's not hard to predict, but it's just based on like circuit motions of these wandering stars going over the plane. So, like Sanchez said, they paid people to sit and watch the sky.
Hey,
And as they,
hold on. One thing we got to remember though, bro, it's like one thing that muddy the waters is them using what's the word I'm looking for? When they try to fuck up the calendar, as in adding extra days and shit like that, leap year days and shit like that, extra days in the month, then they do daylight saving times. If they go back an hour in daylight saving times, over 24 years, that's 24 hours. And it's like how long they've been doing this shit, because not only are they adding days to the calendar that way, they also adding days to the calendar through the leap year shit. So then when you add in that fact, and then our body's naturally telling us and can feel that that's not the right time, it's always going to be some inaccuracy sometimes there, because we using they data, which is purposely flawed or whatever, to try to validate something that's already in motion on a natural calendar, and we're not really looking from the natural calendar. Like that's why when bro did that shit in 2017 and then did the whole calendar deception reveal, we really should have made a new calendar at that point and started operating ourselves off of that. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Q, because a lot of people don't know the Mayans. They are the only people to be close to the actual calculation of a tropical year. If y'all look up what a tropical year is, that is where we get to 365 days. That's not accounting for leap years. They had 10 months. The calendar system changed, with Pope Gregory. Aristotle tried to also change it, but they could never get the dating system actually right. But that's because they were trying to change what we believed Earth and its calendar system was overall. That's why they could never get it right until
now,
they
isn't that
started
just how many?
adopting.
Isn't that just how many times the sun goes overhead before the seasons repeat?
No, it's how many times think of it this way. It doesn't have to repeat for a tropical year. They're referring to when the sun is at its high points and when it's at its low points. That's what the seasons all are, right? Just how close and high the sun is.
Right. The sun kind of goes down to like Australia and those more southern places when it's cold for us and it's summer for them, and then it switches back and forth. But it does.
Yeah,
it seems like the 365 days in the year and the calendar that we use, it always repeats itself in terms of the weather at each part of the year, right? Like it doesn't start shifting and kind of falling behind ever. It's always right. It gets cold around winter, around Christmas. Like it just keeps repeating.
Generally speaking. But I'll
hold
tell
on,
you,
Tim, hold on. Let me tell you something right now, bro.
Sure.
Out here in Chicago right now, it's December, right? Nigga, we just had like a 50, 60 degree day. normally in my childhood and shit like that, before all of this geoengineering and shit was to the degree that it's at, you would never see no motherfucking 60-degree weather in December, G.
Facts.
Now this shit is normal, and not only did we just have a 60-degree day, we about to get snow in the next couple days, the next 2-3 days.
You know, the weather is crazy for sure, but it's still like the coldest part of the year, right? It hasn't moved into like spring being the coldest part of the year.
No, right. I'm not saying this off in totality, but the fact that it's thrown off by days and the fact that they added months and days and did the daylight saving time shit plus the leap year shit, this shit is definitely not totally accurate as they saying it is. Like,
Look,
I'm
I
not
would
gonna
always
sit
be
here and
cautious.
believe that it's fucking December 4th with everything that they didn't did to the calendar. I'm just saying.
Right. Hey, Q, I would also be cautious because weather is not going to determine, always what season it is. There are days you wake up
Facts.
in the summer and it's cold. I hate when people try to use weather as, oh, it's this time of the year. Because I'm down in North Carolina.
Yeah, we should use the ascension and descension of the sun and moon, which is what the ancestors did. Yeah, you're all right.
Exactly. Weather patterns can change. They can be manipulated, but you can't manipulate the way the sun goes up and down, distances in and out. You feel me?
No, right. Not only that, bro, it's just like out here, Christmas feel like Christmas to me because around this time it fucking snows. But if I'm somewhere like California or Vegas, they don't get no Christmas environment on a snow type of tip. So it's not really the same thing. It's like if you would never know about none of that, it's just like, how would you really even know about the seasons in certain places if you were just to use the weather? You can't use the weather alone.
Yeah, the weather is just a byproduct. Remember, it's not the precursor. It is the product. It is the result of everything.
But yeah, y'all. Anybody else wanna? Hey, welcome Tommy Wiley in New Orleans East and the sister Olivia Winston. Salutes to y'all.
Peace and love. Peace and love. I was just thinking about this map right here, bro. I was wondering if the sun and the moon really move on this particular circuit. How come nobody never really got above the moon like that video where you showed where it was above the sun?
Listen.
Sorry.
Yeah, he was talking to me. Yeah, man. I think people have gotten above the moon, or at least weather balloons have. Now the moon is above the sun, and I'm guessing, but I don't know if you can get above the moon. But if you, as far as altitude or level, there may have been times where the moon have been on a certain level, and weather balloons have risen up. Because some of these footages that I've seen in weather balloons, you kind of looking straight across at the moon and sometimes even down at an angle to it as if the weather balloon went above it and you can see the moon in the background like a little dot. But hey, man, I don't know what to tell you as far as going above the moon or even what will it prove or disprove if we did do it.
Did you say the moon was above the sun? Because when you look at the eclipse, it seems the other way around to me.
Here, I just want to say something.
Yeah, I think during the eclipse they meet on the same level. In order for the eclipse to happen, they neither one would be above neither one of them. They're gonna kiss each other face to face, so to speak, like this MasterCard logo. Like neither one of these is above. You know, I mean, but yeah, go ahead, guys.
I just want to
go ahead.
Time ago, I remember seeing on Bro Sanchez's channel, there was a video of a plane flying over clouds, and the sunlight was like emitting from like the top of the clouds. It kind of looked like the sun was underneath the clouds. So I mean, like just to go back to that one dude.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sun go above and below the clouds.
And also keep in mind too. Oh, my bad, Adrian. 1 second. With when you understand the moon cycles, the moon is basically just getting affected by the sun. It basically gives it light. This is why if y'all look up the cycles, a new moon comes whenever the sun is directly across from it. There is no new moon if the sun is not directly across from it. That is the only way it's possible. You know, you can research that. You can find that out for yourself.
And the fact that the sun go above and below the clouds, just like the moon, prove that they ain't like millions of miles away and hundreds thousands of miles away as well.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, you can measure the distance to the sun if you have two more points. If the sun is 1 point, then you have two more points. And by the angles of the two other points, you can actually say how far away the sun is. That's actually a military thing. I actually saw that on Globebusters, a channel for a couple of weeks ago. It's a
How far away is
military
it?
guy that, yeah, they've been using that technology in the military system always. So they can actually say how far away the sun is, just pointing on the angles.
Hey,
He asked how far away it is.
Yeah.
It's calculated at 3,000 miles. My bad, Century.
No, Mike said it's people that's been to Mars before. You should click the link, man. Come on up. Go ahead, y'all.
I'm
they were
rolling.
able to try.
I'm not about to. We not about to with this nigga today. Just stop.
I want to meet him. Yeah.
Yeah, bring up one of
listen,
them.
Wait. He listened to everything we done said this whole goddamn time, and he gonna say, "I know a nigga that been to Mars. I ought to choke this shit out you like the Tattletale Strangler, nigga. What the fuck is wrong with you?"
He said people been to Mars and the ancients been to Mars. Damn.
Shit, if Mars is a fucking continent that we didn't know about, I'll bad.
And I bet that brother Pan-African, because that's the type of shit they be preaching in that conscious space, bro. They heavy on space in the conscious community.
Hey, you know what they gonna tell you? Really, it's black people living on Mars, and they wasn't living on the surface of Mars. They was living on the inside of Mars.
And that's where they came from, and that's why we feel like Earth ain't our home. And shit, like they on some other shit.
That's why
over
you
there.
don't feel at home, right? These niggas be trying to disconnect you. Y'all got me fucked up,
bro. Let me tell you what. Hold up. I swear I'm not making this up. What I'm about to say. Guess what they used to say in the black conscious community? It's tall black giants that live on one of Saturn's moons. It's tall black people, and them a form of our ancestors. And right there, they was getting us to trying to project our consciousness back to Saturn, throw on some spiritual sacrifice shit, if you ask me.
right? They be saying, "Yeah, man, we got relatives." It's like just the same way we say about these fucking Africans. If we from Africa and these niggas ain't came to help us, if we from Mars and these niggas ain't came from help us, I don't want to meet these niggas. I'd to fuck them up just like Jesus. All of this shit, you talking about I got relatives in other places and they know about me and I don't know about them, but they ain't coming to help a nigga out. Just don't tell me. Fuck I need to know about them for.
That's because in these religions, they just got gods that watch, my nigga. They just watch. They don't do shit. They just watching everybody.
Them Uatu ass niggas, them goddamn Marvel what if ass niggas.
Hey, mama son,
right up in the sky ass niggas.
Hey, I got a question, bro.
Y'all killing me, man.
Can someone riddle me this, right? If okay, how can I put this? If the Earth and the moon, the sun and the moon is on the same level, right? But they teach you that the Earth is on an axis, is on a tilt. How is that possible for the sun and the moon to match up on an eclipse? It should be coming at a different angle, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You feel me?
That's because the tilt. That's the tilt they saying is just the height and the distance of the sun when it's going in and out, Adrian. And that's what they accounted the tilt for.
Yeah, the sphere
They'll
model
invent
says
some mathematical bullshit to explain themselves. Basically,
well, they say the reason why the sun and
everything
the moon have
is
similar
mathematics
paths is
bullshit.
because they say the reason they have similar paths is because of the spin of the Earth, and that's why it's about every day that you see the sun and a little bit less per the moon. It kind of falls behind because it has its own motion. That's what they say. And they're on different axes, and then I guess from time to time they overlap. one another for the
Okay. I'm
eclipse.
sorry, Tim. I don't even mean to cut in with no bullshit. This is my final bullshit. Do you remember Dave Chappelle?
You
Nigga
got
was
it.
like MARS, Mars, bitches.
I
Red
saw
Rock.
somebody wear a shirt the other day that said "Occupy Mars," and he was like riding his bike with a mask on. I mean, these people
I
have
saw
like they
that.
think that we're
Yeah.
they think we're just like months away from just going and colonizing
Mm-hmm.
Mars.
And
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
what?
These are
You
the
know
same
what?
motherfuckers that wanted to
Like we
raid
forgot about
You
the
know what?
moon.
This is a new religion to get us out of the earth, which was gonna translate to out of the body with Neuralink eventually.
I'm so glad
Exactly.
you said that, bro, because that's what
Exactly.
space program was initially.
This is what I feel.
Space is the first metaverse, my nigga. It's the first metaverse, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what fucks with me though is like they tell us that we have like we came from a big bang, right? And the big bang was this big chaotic explosion, right? But now everything is just sitting sustained like in one place. The North Star is always gonna be the North Star. Like that shit don't make sense to me at all. Like on a mathematical level, on every level, that makes no sense.
Yeah, right. You can
You-
easily
you
poke
know
holes
what,
in their
though?
story. Like another one is that we only see one side of the moon. That doesn't make any sense. There's a bunch of those
And,
things that
and,
their
and
whole story
also,
falls apart.
Tim, to
You
what
know
you
what?
were saying earlier when it came to like the travel and shit like that on how they finna do with that on like if we even finna be able to do shit with what they going. I was gonna say with the metaverse shit, it's like they probably finna start trying to get people to do holographic travel, take holographic vacations where you just a hologram, but you can kind of feel the environment to a degree in a holographic body and in an environment instead of actual taking a physical vacation.
They just
You're
want
right.
to make us batteries. Fucking
Yeah,
batteries.
it's like they definitely gonna be doing more shit to
Well,
like
they get to enjoy the
push
shit.
towards that or just make us lean into that type of shit more easier. Talking about you don't even have to leave for your vacation to get vaccinated. You don't even have to have a passport. All you got to do is log into the metaverse.
Hey,
They
Q,
ain't
that's
gonna
why
do-
they actually pushing that. That's why they pushing the whole
they
metaverse
and,
with
yeah,
space
and
because
somebody said it earlier. I forgot which one of you brothers it was, but it's like when you get into that metaverse shit, it's like them trying to own your soul when they got your image. Because it's like for them to have your image and your face is damn near when you sign all of that user agreement shit and you hit I agree, that's to them having the rights to your image using when you using their shit or a part of it.
hey Q, why you think the tickets to space are $3 million to go
Because
on these Jeff
you
Bezos
need to
shit?
be a rich motherfucker to be able to maintain this lie.
Exactly. And they trying to tell you that, hey, when they make it accessible, quotes, to the regular people, the only way you're gonna go, because you ain't got 3 million, is through
out
the
of your
metaverse.
mind.
Meanwhile, we haven't went to
Exactly.
the North Pole.
They had me at
Meanwhile,
William
the North
Shatner.
Pole.
When they said William Shatner was a nigga that they were sending to space, the Star Trek guy, I'm like, all right, I'm done with you niggas. When they talking about I'm
Motherfucker
sending
came
a
down
Tesla
Wait a
crying
minute.
car
and
into
shit.
space.
Wait a
I'm
minute
done
though.
with you.
Check it out, right? They saying how much it costs to go to space, but they sent the monkey before they sent the first civilian.
And does anyone know how many people
Hey,
actually
you
been to
funny
space?
as
They say
hell, G. Hold on. Like, ask the monkey how much did it cost him, G. Stop. Not
they
about
say only
that. Hey, that nigga didn't even have to go to college, get no degrees. He didn't have to get no club.
None of that.
They just sent that monkey to space on a journey to
And he
goddamn.
made it back just fine.
G,
Bro, there's
stop. But then they
seven-
blew up the Challenger. Come on now.
But they saying it'll be so many safety concerns with a human.
Talking about it's so easy. A monkey can do it, but
Right.
we can't. G,
Yeah.
stop.
Damn.
I'm weak. There's 7 billion people that they say on the planet. I think it's actually more. But out of the 7 billion people, only 550 ever quote unquote been to space, bro. That is a red flag right there alone. Why, if this is such an important endeavor, if this is so big of a deal, why have more people not been up there? We should be having posters of the sun over here, moon over
Video
here.
cameras.
We should have all that shit. We should have everything related to space. People should be knowing everything about it, but we don't know shit about it because only 500 people been there.
Because it's fake.
My thing is, we talking about natural phenomena, right? We talking about what you call that the wonders of the world or the wonders of reality. So if that's the case, how come it don't cost $3 billion to go see Mount Vesuvius? How come it don't cost $3 million to goddamn go skydiving or go to Yellowstone National Park? You can see anything else in the world damn near for not that price, but the same thing that nature that can reveal what I'm in to end an easy ass argument. I gotta go through hell, high water, damn near leave my body, see if I can survive gravitational pressure. I gotta, you know what I'm saying, go through throwing up training. It's like, come on, dog. It ain't that deep. And that's a lot of what Bro Sanchez be trying to tell motherfuckers when it comes to the for the proof of a lot of this shit. Like, it ain't that deep to have to be compelled that much. Like, it's a certain level of obvious to the point where it's like motherfuckers that have enough proof and be like, okay, even though I got enough proof, I need enough proof without a shadow of a
So
doubt.
look,
Like, it's like you not gonna get that, nigga.
yeah. So let me cut
Y'all
in
get
real
off
quick, real
Tim back.
quick. So let me just say something real quick. Hey, I want to go deep real quick though, man. Real talk. I want to go deep. I want to kind of shift gears while it's on my mind. Now, here's one of those little life and deaths, consciousness transfer to the other side theories, right? When people talk about the moon matrix and shit. Now, they keep bringing up the brother who said the moon is like a mirror that's showing us the other side of our earth, other lands. I like that theory, but here's my theory though. I think that the moon is a two-dimensional portal, a gateway, and we looking into our next earth and whatever our like when we look at this earth right here, I think that we see like a circle, and I think that the moon basically is giving us a sneak peek into like the next. It's like a window into the next earth beyond this one. I'm just guessing and shit, right? I don't know. This is bizarre. I'm let's say I'm 100% wrong. But I'm just looking at just say the moon, what we seeing our continents, right? And when we go and you go inside of the moon, and then you like in this other whole another world, right? Where their moon is showing our continents, and they looking at our moon through this little hole. Like, damn, that's their continent. So, like when you see this little light arch right there where the moon's shining at, to me that's like the rim of a cup. You know how like the when you look into a sewer gutter, the little thickness of the concrete into the gutter, and depending on what angle you looking into the hole from, you would see the rim, like the rim of the concrete from that angle, but not the other one. I'm starting to look at the moon different. Like I think if somebody died on Earth, they'll be outside of their body, but they'll be within this same Earth, right? And I think that they'll look up in the sky and see the moon as that bright white light of death. And I think all the souls dying on Earth, on the ground right there, are looking up in the moon, and they're just shooting toward it because they want to go to that other world that's in there. And those are the ones that want to go to the next world. And the ones that want to stay on Earth, they don't do that. Now, I know I'm reaching, but I think that if that was to happen, it'll be like the sperm going toward the egg, right? Sperm swimming toward egg. Now, check this out, and I'm about to wrap it up. All these sperms swimming toward this white egg, it looked just like the moon, right? And I think they looking into another world, their next destination. Souls that died on Earth, got shot or whatever, they tired of being here, and they going toward the moon, boom. Like we call it the moon matrix, but they just going out of a portal, right? Now what if that's the case? And as the souls go toward the moon, right? What's happening in that other world on the other side, they parents is meeting each other. And by the time they actually make it to their destination in this other world, they mama now their water just broke and you ready to give birth. It's a one journey taking place as above, so below. So as the soul fly toward the moon, in the other world, they saying the sperm is swimming toward the egg in the other world. And when the sperm hit the egg, the soul just now made it to this realm right here and went through into that other world. And as they fall, they're a fallen angel now in that other world. They was a shooting star here. Now from that other side, they falling down on those continents right there. They're a fallen angel there. And as they fall in that world, that take 9 months of them being born into the flesh of that world and they mama there. And then when that's over, they there. And they keep repeating like that.
It's
So with
crazy you
that
say
same
that, Sam.
concept though, right? Let's say if when the sun and moon eclipse here in our physical world, maybe that's important for us to escape.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
using the
right.
same,
See,
you know what I'm saying?
I ain't denying that. I'm dealing with like life and death and rebirth. You know what I'm saying? As far as the whole moon matrix, quote unquote, go. That's all I was dealing with. But yeah, you dealing with eclipses. I'm dealing with when we die, us being an eclipse. Like you your own eclipse, like in and out. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right. I heard you say yesterday, which was so fucking cold, bro. You was like, you and your parents made an agreement for you to get here. So basically, you made an agreement to get here. It was like when your mother and father came together, it was like the sun and moon eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you know what I'm saying. Yep.
And that's what I'm talking about, right? As you swim to, just say that the sperm is the sun, and that go the moon right there. I'm saying this is like a form of an eclipse within itself. So then,
Right.
like you said, it makes us rethink what's happening when our parents meet and the parents say, look, the day we met, we gonna renew our vows every time on that date. And so these eclipses happen at certain dates every time. It's like the sun and moon renewing their vows, like when they met and because it started with the sun and moon together at the center and then branching outward on their own trajectories, right? And every eclipse they back together again, like how they started at that one place in time. And you know what I'm saying? That don't happen a lot. But yeah, I was just trying to tie the science of when they say that the journey of the soul is the journey of the sperm, micro, macro, heaven and earth. What's happening under the microscope is happening
Oh
in
yeah, I definitely see
in the
that.
heavens.
I
Yeah.
definitely see that, brother.
And then I
That's
said, now look, I said if we was to see it like that, then this little light right here is now like like look, let's say this whole black sky is a thin plasma sheet like a TV screen. And this is a little hole cut in it. This show us how thick it is. That's thin. That's thin right there. Like it's like a cut, like in a Swiss cheese, that little hole. I'm saying I'm looking at the moon like that now. Like since our dome is arched, when you cut a hole in it, it looks like a convex sort of lens, like a. You see how like? Can y'all kind of see the moon from the way I'm picturing it
I
from this
know exactly
perspective?
what you mean, brother.
Like,
It's like a lid covering or like an opening. It's like you're looking down like a tunnel or something, or like you put your eye up to like a toilet paper roll.
Yeah.
You see the end of it.
Like and this little light thing would be like the rim where like showing the thickness of the firmament. That mean that our firmament dome is a small plasma screen. Look, this is the thickness of a fingernail. If this was I'm saying like at this opening, but let's say that this thing can rise, it can get slim, and then that's probably how we get in the moon phases. Like shutting an eyelid from an eye that's being fully open to fully closed. And right here is right at the point where it's about to shut all the way, so to speak. I don't know but now look, they put this article out and they said that the reason this was important is because the moon was disguising itself as Saturn. But remember they call it the Saturn moon matrix and souls leaving the earth and stuff. And I was like, could that really be what they hiding? The fact that the moon is a realm or a gateway out of here for souls, and we calling it the Saturn moon matrix and shit, like, and they want us to just look at the symbolism of Saturn when really we should be looking at the moon itself.
Hey, let me ask you this, because what you're saying is starting to make a lot of sense, especially when I look at other Native American culture. They talking about how you're birthed through the sun and then you die through the moon. So that is interesting. But what I will also say is it appears that we have eclipses all the way wrong. I don't know if y'all ever heard of Rahu and Ketu, but if we got two light bodies in the sky, it would make sense to have also two shadow dark bodies in the sky, because we always get eclipses mixed up with, oh, that's the sun covering the moon. What about when the sun is nowhere near
Yeah,
the
it
moon
happened.
and the moon still get eclipsed? That's a shadow body.
All the eclipses ain't just in a result of sun and moon. You have something that's a result of Rahu and Ketu. That's facts. Nobody will debate you on that.
Exactly. And, with Rahu and Ketu, they talk about these two bodies being basically dark versions of the sun and moon that just constantly travel. I actually think they're a part of what we call darkness. And when you go above Earth and you just see that big black net over everything, I think they're a part of that. I think that those two bodies cover, because you can calculate where Rahu and Ketu are going to be, and that's what actually calculates an eclipse. Not when the sun. Now, there are instances where the sun will pass directly in front of the moon based off of rotation, but it's not the same as a full body eclipse. If you look at an eclipse, darkness is overtaking that light. This is why the ancestors would be fearful when there were eclipses, and they were scared because it was like
our ancestors weren't fearful for the
there were some Sanchez.
Well, let me
There
show
were
you
some.
something. People start becoming, the fear mongering came along when people came with the heliocentric people. But you feel what you don't understand. You go back to a certain point where the people were so wise about this. Not only they didn't fear eclipses, they did certain rituals and certain things during the eclipse. They embraced the eclipse, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying. I will say that in some Native American cultures and Central American cultures, what they viewed as the lack of light was there's no life being given. So there were some cultures that viewed it as a time they would be banging on pots, banging on different rocks, trying to get the light back.
That's
You
what
know
I'm
what I
saying.
mean?
Those ones was lacking understanding. If you ask me, that's when the banging on pot ritual. That's the pagan shit that came from lack of our ancestors. Then, yeah, that's the people who,
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Hey Sanchez, can I build onto your moon matrix theory?
Yeah.
I sent you a link of the YouTube channel I was referring to. If you could just forward it to an hour and 1 minute, you'll see what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't mind watching it on my time, at home, and we should.
It's just a photo. It's not a video. Yes, it's just like a picture.
All right, go. Anybody else?
Hey,
While we'll wait
bro,
on
one thing I wanted to ask you about that
I got
picture
you. We'll
got
get
there.
into it.
Bro, if
Bro,
the moon not spinning, you think they lying about the sun spinning?
I'm gonna show you what's
I
happening.
think so.
I'm making something in paint right now, and I'm about to show y'all. Cause like the way I look at the Earth, I don't think there's a model that really show how I look at the underworld and the heavens to answer the questions y'all doing. So look, let's do this real quick. Let's do this because this is what I'm working on right now. And it may look like a bunch of bullshit, but you'll see why I got it up in just 1 minute. So hold on, y'all. Let me share this with them too. So check this out, right? Check this out real quick. Sun and moon real quick. So like Okay, I don't. All right, so this is how I look at the sun and moon as it relates to like the underworld and the upper worlds. So that line represent, you know, how we say on the flat earth, heaven and hell, that this inverted world beneath ours too, with its own sun and moon kind of going down. Y'all know the model that I show. But everything is using this like this X sort of X code to where light is projecting in triangles. But like, okay, let me do this real quick because I might be confusing y'all. And this is just me doing some real quick.
Just to let you know, you confusing the ones who don't understand it, bro. I know exactly where you're going with it.
All right. So check it out, right? Let's say in the upper world, it's our sun. And over here, it's our moon. In the underworld, it's the same shit, but it's inverted. So it'll look like this. Boom, boom. They projecting each other, and they all are their own hourglasses and Taurus fields. So there's a heaven and a hell. Everything that's happening in heaven, the opposite is happening in hell. But in the middle, all of that shit is happening. And that's where all of this shit meet, right here on this line where we live at. Heaven, hell, all, we live on this line where it's influence between them all. There's a place, there's a universe beneath us where it just say everyday bad luck is happening to you. Your worst nightmare is happening every day. All the bad probabilities is playing out by infinity. All the good probabilities is playing out by infinity up here. And in the middle, they just both are evening out to where the good and bad, we call this the world of the good and bad, sort of happening together here, right here. So this is kind of like what's happened at the North Pole, while the Mayans said there's a big X at the middle of the earth, right? Where all of this light is projecting inward to one spot that's projecting our world and the underworld from Polaris. So when you go to our when you in the underworld, right? The North Pole is a pyramid, which is the father. But when you in the heavenly world, the North Pole is a delta, which is the mother. But in both of these right here, whatever the you got a big pyramid, and in the middle you would have a diamond. And so in this world, you would have a big vulva and a small penis sticking up, which became nut and gab. And in this world, it would be opposite of big penis, small vulva. You have a big obelisk and a small, based upon, because if you zoom into the middle of this, right in the middle is a diamond or an inverted, the opposite of the hourglass is a diamond. The opposite of an hourglass is a diamond. So let me show you what I'm talking about. In the middle of this thing, you'll have a diamond that's painted red. And if you got a big vagina at the top, you'll have a small obelisk in the middle. And if you got a tall obelisk at the bottom, you'll have a small delta in the middle, where I'm drawing a line that'll show you that. So down here, you know, you'll have the opposite of, you know, up here. This is what the universe is. According to all of my research with the ancients, I come from this right here, where the sun and moon are both their own torus fields reciprocating around this diamond in the middle, which is what they call Mount Meru, projecting our whole universe outward from this. Now, if you take a look at what I'm showing you here in paint, and I'm gonna wrap it up with this one image, right? And then we'll stop my screen share. And so what they tried to do with the Big Bang, they tried to basically do what I just did, but deceive you basically. I'm gonna pull that up.
Hey, bro. Back to the other moon, the moon
Yeah,
image you just had up.
yeah. I'm gonna end it with this right here, if you don't mind. Just I'm almost through right here. Yeah, I got you. I know it can be kind of lengthy. Got you though. Got you. So right there, and you can start building. I just want y'all to see this right here. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead, man. I think y'all are on even got. Matter of fact, I'm not gonna even say nothing, Adrian. I'm gonna just let them put it together with the images, and y'all can get the flow, man. I think that's good enough, man. I'm hogging the mic.
I just want to say one thing about like the heaven and hell type thing. I wonder if like the lower dimension is like time moving in reverse or something like that. That shit would be crazy cool. But that's it. That's it.
Hey Tommy, I'll blow your mind. Remember they used to count down time. But in the BC era, don't forget time counted down. Now we counting up. So if people look at that in that context, you know, they basically flipped heaven and hell right there.
But
That's
what do y'all mean when y'all say heaven and hell?
Hey, bro, Sanchez, you see that? You see that light image you got up on the right? I think that's a subliminal one, right? You can get that same light image when the sun's coming up over the horizon. It gives you that type of star look.
Hey Adrian, it's also Polaris too. If people you know look at the symbolism, this is what Polaris is, which is the original light. The original light of the world, that blue light that we see at the horizon, you know, this is what the Bible talking about, evening, morning, morning and evening. That's what they're talking about. Day and night won't create it until like verse 6. The sun and moon came after the vegetation. Don't forget that.
Look, let me show you what Polaris is too. Another way, because y'all are right when you're looking at the one on the right. But let me show you how that goes along with the one on the left, my little quick model. Polaris is where the edges of the hourglass in the middle reach the furthest parts of the atmosphere. All right, so I'm gonna show you what I mean here real quick. Right here is its own middle light, projecting as this bright, in between the sun and moon as this bright little light. And that can be seen, we'll paint that white, right? Let's paint that one white. Let's say that's Polaris. Now, all of these are projecting themselves on the wall. This ain't really as accurate as I want it, because it really should be projecting itself on further. I should make those spears keep going to where they actually on the wall like that, basically, and move that circle. So you know what I'm saying? Y'all get the point though. Basically, if you look at what I'm doing here, size. Oh, okay. Damn. I need to shrink this quick, man.
Take your time, bro. No
Now
rush.
y'all can build while I'm doing this too. Real talk. I ain't doing shit but just putting a concept out there for y'all to critique.
It's been a dope stream, bro. This is what the people want for sure.
Yes, sir. Will J, my brother.
Yeah. So you think they got a North Pole on the moon and the sun?
No, I don't think that. I don't think.
Listen. Okay, just so while we have some time and I can say something stupid. Like, cause we be talking about like flat Earth and then Aboriginal people and all this shit. I just want to divert for a second. I'm wondering if Native Americans, right, like the ones we were taught about in school, I've been wondering this question for a long time. Like, were they here before the Pilgrims, or did the Pilgrims bring them here? Just a stupid question. Nobody has to answer it. You could just be left with that.
Nah, they were definitely here before the Pilgrims, Tommy. Both my grandparents on both sides are Native American, Lumbee and Blackfoot. And I can tell you right now, they don't speak of anything relating to being brought here. That's where the Aboriginal movement comes from. You know, they say that they're from these lands. The pilgrims are the ones that were new to these lands. We just don't know exactly who was all here before the pilgrims.
Yeah, okay, I got you. It's just because, like, I look at them and I'm like, dude, they have the only people I can compare to the Native Americans and the way how they look is like Eskimos. That's about it.
That's quite funny, actually. I get what you're saying. But
Oh, somebody gonna have smoke for you, Sister
Yo.
Bessie. Where y'all at? Where the elbows at?
Yeah, that's
You gotta understand the term
you got two
native
different
too,
type
bro.
of Native Americans, man.
Yeah, bro.
hey, bro,
Hey, I got a question. So if y'all think, or if Bro Sanchez, you was building on the moon being a portal of some sort, what do you think about the other moons to the other planets?
Same thing. All portals. It don't change. It's called a continuum. It'll keep tethering itself the way I'm showing you here. This can go on and on and on, like I show you in the other images.
So what, bro? Are you rocking with the phase that the moon is more of a portal than a reflection?
Yeah, I think the moon is I don't think I think it's more of a doorway than anything. It's like an open doorway ain't really an object. It's just an open doorway you looking into.
You think it's like a light body?
I don't know if it can get more simple of me saying I think it's a doorway, brother. The doorway is very simple to picture in your mind. You shouldn't have to bring up another thing if I say doorway. That's the easiest, most accurate interpretation of how I see it. Anything else besides a doorway, I ain't gonna accept it. I'm simplifying my idea down to the simplest thing, and it's a doorway. Anything else, rejection.
Well, the reason why I say that, right, because there is some people that say they look at it as a light, like a
Well, then
tunnel.
that would be their theory, and then you would have to ask them, and I'm giving you mine because you asked me.
Okay. So cool. With
So
that,
what about the craters on the moon?
that's what I was about to get into. I was just about to get into
Yeah,
that.
I don't think those are craters. I think those are continents, and we're looking into the doorway of another world.
Okay. Maybe I think we should do like a telescope episode.
Nah,
like
I don't think continents.
Nah, don't use no telescopes, bro. Trust me. Yeah, a lot of people don't even know that. A lot of people don't even know what the telescope is, bro. That's not even like the same type of camera lens that you would use. That's a bunch of refracted mirrors that are bending and manipulating light. You could put a telescope in your house on a light that's expanding out, and it will just focus it to a single point. You know, this is what Galileo was doing when he developed the telescope. It's refracting light to a single point, which is, it sounds good, but people don't realize what they're missing in the overall scheme, because you have to see the light overall, not have it contracted to a certain point.
Hey, but bro,
Hey, I got you.
So is the moon and the sun flat as well as the earth? Or they're spheres?
I think they disc in the sky. I think they portals, like Sanchez is saying. I think they just holes.
Right. He like we answered this, so yeah.
We got to also remember with the Egyptians, they were talking about sun discs. They never referred to sun spheres, moon spheres. Everything was referred to disc. And when you refer to the sine wave, in alchemy, when the sine wave, all a circle is the sine wave finding itself. This is why the circle has always been so mystical, so mystified. It is just the sine wave, the Ouroboros, finding itself. When the sine wave finds itself, it's completion. And that's what a circle is.
So they two-dimensional objects in the sky then, to aspect.
A doorway is two-dimensional. Bingo.
We keep saying doorway, dude. I feel like a lot of things you could describe as a doorway, though.
There you go.
I feel like almost everything is like you think about like a ship pulling into a harbor, right? It pulled into a doorway,
Ooh,
and now
there you go.
See, with
Cool,
that,
a penis going into a vagina. It's a key that went into a doorway, a keyhole. Yeah, right. Let's do it.
you know,
I'm with you. Let's hop
bro.
on that bandwagon. I like
Hey, bro.
doorway.
Hey, bro. I'm thinking like, you know, with the moon and the light, right? You know, sometimes they say sorry, the light reveals the container and everything, and the shape of the container. I mean, what are your takes on that as well? I mean, the way how it's showing the shape of the moon.
I'm still trying to make what you asking me again, brother.
You know, like how with light, when it's in a certain container, you can kind of reveal the container that it's in. Light will
There
tell
you
you
go.
what
There you
container
go.
it's been hidden in, right?
Right on.
So I was saying, like, with the moon, right, with the theory of the reflection, it's light being showing you what the light's hiding. So the light's showing you what's hidden, but it's like it's showing you a hidden reflection of something
Yeah, what I'm
spherical.
saying is, I think the moon is projecting its own sort of it. All of these worlds are holographic; they're light based, which is why I'm showing this diagram. But I think the moon may be a gateway into a whole nother holographic reality universe, and the light code of that world. Like when I put up the image of the moon a minute ago, let me pull that. You know what? You making me do something I should have did. Put up this image of the moon with this too. That'll be dope. Hold on.
You know what? Actually, with your moon one that you pulled up, I wanted to ask you about that one.
Let's put this. And then when you ask your question, now that we got them all side by side, it's going whatchamacall. Hold on. I'm getting confused. I'm thinking I got the internet open. That paint was fooling me. All right, so check it out. Let's just put this in the middle of both of them. And then there we go. So go ahead, Adrian. I'm gonna zoom in. Now ask that again about the moon, man.
First of all, that this one in the middle now, is that an illustration? Is that a real moon or is that
No, that's the
drawing?
real moon. That's the real moon.
Okay. Have you got another image? I think I was on the same site, right? And I saw some other
Well, it's the one
moon.
that was in question. This the one that I was building on. So, but yeah, but go just say what you were saying about the moon. It ain't a biggie. Go ahead.
No, I was saying with the moon, right? Could it be a reflection of our, you could say, universe, right? Because there's a guy that's done some work, right? And most of
Reflecting the. I don't know if that. See, here's the universe is too big for a mirror to reflect the entire thing. If you stand in front of the mirror in your bathroom, the mirror ain't reflecting and showing you a gateway into your whole bathroom. That's just a frame in there like a picture, where it's only showing you part of your bathroom because if your mirror ain't that big. In this case, the moon will be a very small reflective mirror, and it'll only be able to reflect us one particular part of this earth at a time, like a moving mirror, and it'll always change faces based upon where it's at over the earth, like a moving mirror. It won't reflect the same continents all the time if it's moving. So that's why I said I think the moon is actually a moving gateway more than a moving mirror, like the Norse people were saying when they had the tree of life. They had sort of these moving gateways around the tree, and I'll show you what I mean by that too. Hold on. Yeah, you can still build while I grab all this though.
I mean, one of the theories that I come up with the moon moving was due to the sun's movement, right? When it drops its altitude for certain climates, certain seasons.
Yeah,
That's when the
I
moon.
was talking about whether the moon is a mirror that's reflecting versus a
Yeah,
gateway where we're looking into a world. Yeah.
I'm gonna get into that, right?
All right,
That's
cool.
why when the sun drops, right, and the moon changes its phases, it's showing you that the reflection is coming from a different level now. So you're getting the phases coming from a different angle.
Yeah, but what debunks the whole reflection thing? If the moon is reflecting the earth below, the faces of the moon would change all the time. Like real talk, if there's a huge mirror in the sky moving, everybody'll see they fucking city and state when it's over that shit. The Florida folks will be like, oh, it was Florida up there now, y'all. Look at the content, the faces on there. And when the moon get over the next place, it's over Africa now. Look at Africa, y'all, on the face of the mirror, the moon. I don't know why we want to entertain that theory anymore after that. I even said I like the fact that he thinking outside the box, but I ain't gonna. That's why I didn't adopt it, because I mean that right there is. I'm not gonna hate on it though and go to. But I'm just saying it ain't. It's a good. It show you critical thinking, right? And it's fascinating.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with that part, definitely. I mean, to me personally, it's something that I found, and I'm looking to go a bit deeper with it, because to me it makes sense. To other people, it might not
Yeah.
make sense to them. But, you know,
If the fact that a mirror can change locations and keep the same reflection of you makes sense, then kudos, man.
no,
Kudos to you, brother.
not only that, right? Not only that, it's the formations that the guy has seen to
Hey, brother, I
What's
ain't
up?
gonna force you to see it my way. I don't think you ought to
No, of
force
course
me
not. I'm
to see it your way.
just telling
If
you
you
what
take, yeah.
I'm just trying to show you what the kind of gems that the guy was dropping, right? It was
Yeah.
showing you.
I
It was
admitted that he's dropping gems, and gems is just things that make you say ooh and ah nowadays, whether they can be applicable in nature or not. There is no fascination about me showing you something other than that which fascinates you. The fact that the moon is a mirror where you're seeing her, that's fascinating. Ain't none. In fact, it make me look like a boring hater to come along and say, hey man, if that was really a mirror in the sky moving, you know it'll change reflections, right? That make me the bad guy, but I'm actually freeing your mind. Like that's for
no, it's
real.
not.
And at
It's
that
not the
point,
reflections that are
see, but look.
changing. It's not.
Okay,
It's the
go ahead.
shadow that's changing. The reflections don't change. It's the shadow that
Okay.
changes.
Okay, what I'm
That's what you're
saying
saying.
is the mirror reflecting an image, yes or no? It's the moon, it's the dude in the video referring to the moon behaving as a reflecting device. Yes or no?
As a reflection of our place that we live on.
Yes or no?
As a place that we live on, yes, a reflection of the place that we
And
live
that's
on.
what I'm saying. The place where we live on has more than just the faces that we see all the time right there though, brother. And if this reflector is gonna move, it should reflect different faces. Like, I don't get how what I'm saying is hard. It seemed like this should be real easy, that if I'm saying, look, if the moon is reflecting the earth below, then when it moved to different areas, the reflection should change. How is that?
No,
How is that even debatable?
It's not just reflecting the earth, it's reflecting
Oh,
the
now
sun.
what else is it doing,
You
man?
can see everything in it. You can't just see the earth. You can see the craters. You can see everything, not just the
Okay,
earth.
so wait a minute. Now he's saying it ain't continents that's reflected below. He's saying craters.
Exactly. That's
He's
what I'm
saying,
trying to say. Yeah.
but if you saying that the moon got craters, I don't even want to talk to you no more. Once you say that, I'm gonna let the next person talk. Anybody that I'd rather go with any wild theory than the moon got. I'm gonna show you why. I'm gonna show you why. Hold up, brother. Brother, you need to stop. Hey, hold on. Let me mute everybody. I don't know what the fuck wrong with y'all niggas. Emotional and shit, like little children. Like, I got kids, man. I'm not finna yell over grown men. And I'm not saying nothing that's hard, goddammit. It's simple, man. If the moon is a reflector, the image should change when it moves. Anything else you say behind that is some pseudoscience, man. And when you now saying that these images are craters, you stepping on your own foot at first when you said they reflections. I will go with the fact that they reflections now. If you want to bring up craters, I'll take my word. I'll accept the damn reflections that I'm going against before I accept the globalist craters thing. And I'm not gonna let you hog the motherfucking mic to try to explain the unexplainable, dude. I'm not gonna accept this dumb shit. It's not gonna accept. Yeah, but go ahead though, brother.
Bro, hold on. The way how you're acting, like I'm
No,
trying to.
we're not gonna go
Hold on.
into my behavior. We're simply gonna debate the moon. Get the mic, brother. You got it. I ain't critique your behavior. I'm coming with the smoke. Just come back with the moon. Go ahead, brother. You got the mic. Out of respect, to keep the drama down, keep the intellectual smoke up, and the personal. That's what I said. Emotional. Grab the mic, Adrian. Make your argument. We ain't got to get emotional. You got it. Anybody else want it then? If he can't critique, because if he can't critique my behavior, he rather be quiet. I want to talk about the goddamn moon.
It's all right, Sid. Just let him live, bro. You know Adrian, but he's missing out. I think he's new to Vibes of the Cosmos channel. He's not saying the moon is a reflection, like a mirror. And I think that's where Adrian
I
is
wish
confused.
he would unmute and say what he's saying and quit acting like a child right now, Adrian. You my brother, man. Now, much love. Unmute and show us where you're going, Deacon. Come on, Deacon.
Go ahead, tell him, Adrian. It's not a reflection, remember? It's a photo.
Bro, out of respect, I stayed muted until you told me to unmute, right? So first of all, right, I was trying to say to you, different theories could be right, different theories could be wrong. But what I was saying, I found something that interested me, and I started to rock with it because it started to make a bit more sense to me. I'm not forcing it on you. I just said, you know, it's something that I like.
Right.
That's all it was.
But what I'm saying is, once you tell us what you like and you tell us what interests you, what's next? You told us. Now I'm up here teaching with screen shares and I'm telling you why I like it, but I'm moving on. And you want us to keep dwelling on what I like. Like, okay, bro, you like it. I got you, man. We got to move on. No, it ain't factual. It's fascinating, but to me, it ain't factual, bro. That the moon is a mirror-like reflecting thing.
But
yeah, that's just to me. That's just to me,
this is
though.
what I don't get, right?
But see, here it goes. You can't agree to disagree. Go ahead, though. You could go ahead, though.
If a globalist came on, you would entertain it. No,
I'm entertaining it with you right now. That's why I'm gonna keep battling with you. Let's go.
Moving on, you keep moving on.
But the reason I'm saying moving on, because I got some up in paint that I wanted to talk about. You don't see this Norse tree? I was finna break some down.
Oh yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna break some. That's literally why I'm screen sharing. I was being nice, debating you, and I'm still gonna debate you after I break this down. I was just saying, let me go and knock this out right quick. So what I was saying though, if you look at the Norse, how they looked at our Earth, you see all the different discs, like the fountain that I was showing you. But this is how they looking at the sun and moon. Like Martin Kenny said, our sun and moon is like the Venus and Mars in the next realm. Then look at what I got on the left right here. That means our sun and moon, once the light passes over the dome, it becomes the sun and moon in the next realm too. So what we call it sun and moon here is Venus and Mars there. Once you go to circling this image on the left over and over like an onion, like the ripple effect, you will see how what's projected in our world as the sun and moon are like the Venus and Mars in the other circle, and then the next planets in the next circle, but it's still just our sun and moon being projected outward in different ethers, like Martin Kenny was saying. I see, my thing is this. I never led this community astray. I never went outside of the mechanical things that were that were highlight points in this flat earth thing, and they were highlight points because they were irrefutable. Like when Mark Kenny showed up on Santos Bonacci and actually had a physical model of what we've been talking about and showed how it worked, that was a groundbreaking point. So, and I use what work. I don't go to reinvent the wheel, talking out the side of my neck, trying to sound deep and all that. I go with what the ancients and everybody's saying, and I say, now, which one makes the most sense? And I put everything that make the most sense in a fucking collage together and put it, and that's how I do my research. Now, check this out, right? The Norse is showing you what the sun and moon is. According to the Norse, they saying what I'm saying. Look at this. They saying in this image that your sun and your moon, if you live on Midgard, is just portals into these other worlds. Two-dimensional portals in the sky. Moving portals. Moving portals. Revolving around, and when we go into the sun, we going into this other realm called Muspelheim. And if you go into the moon, you going into what's that, Alfheim, which is look like the Avatar people in there. This is where they get the Avatar people from, look like right here in Alfheim. But the light elves versus the giants over here, the hell demons. That's how you get like the solar sun-based hell system versus the moon goddess type shit, you know. But the thing is this, they're saying that the moon is a gateway into another world right here. And they ain't got it as no reflector. They ain't saying it's reflecting Midgard. Because if it was, when it move, it'll reflect the different angles of Midgard when it move, like I said. If that ain't happening, why not let's just say, hey, man, that dude was fire for thinking out the box, but yeah, it don't work, though. Like, I'm the real like that. I can say, yo, I can watch that man video over and over about the moon being a reflector, even though I know it wouldn't really be applicable based upon how it will have to change patterns. But I like the idea. That's being real, intellectual honesty, meaning I can like some but still not accept it as fact. I like, believe it or not, guess what? Believe it or not, I like Christianity, even though I attack it the way I do because I got to the freedom minds. I actually like the energy of it, the goodness of it. I ain't gonna even front, but I ain't gonna take what I like and say, man, you should get in the church, man. You should sign up with you a church. You know, I'm just real like that. But so the thing is this, according to the ancients, these are gateways into other worlds. And actually, when I look at the moon, it seems more like a open sewer gutter than a mirror to me. It seemed like it's stuck on, it's like an open door. And you can only see this one position on it, right? It's a moving doorway. But it's stuck at a certain angle to where the face never changed. You know what I'm saying? So if you're looking at what the North's saying, they showing like portal, gateways into worlds, right? And I think that's interesting. It gives us another way to look at these things in the sky, you know? And I think that's a start to something dope, man. Because look, let's say that this little line right here on the moon is a gutter lid. And when the moon is real bright white, you can't really see none of these continents because it's like the lid is closed. It's almost like if this white light part was to rise up and fill up the whole thing, now we don't see the pattern. And this would be like someone closing the lid on a sewage and you can see the rim of it right here. And then they close like a lid of light. And then the moon will be very bright white. You won't see nothing. And then when it get like this again, it's like they open up the sewer and we can see into this world now and the sort of the continents. Now, that's one way to look at it. I ain't saying that's right, but it gets us thinking in a good direction and it's trying to understand what the Norse people were trying to figure out.
I mean that moon you got there, right? I even questioned that moon. It kind of looks fake to me. That everything with the sun and
It
I mean
it don't matter that, because the conversation that we having, I've used several different images of several different moons. This is an old conversation about the moon being a stargate. It's actually probably over 2 years old on this channel in this community, and most of the people on the panel will tell you that. So we could change images of the moon, but which we have done throughout this conversation, but it haven't changed the conversation at all. So if that's what you're attempting to do, yeah, we'll just give you another picture and I'll repeat the same thing on a different image that you like. But I don't think that'll really get us nowhere but repetition. So I'll just agree to disagree. But you can take the floor if you want it.
I'm good, bro. I mean that you got more people on the panel. Let them build as well, man. I'm good.
Yo, I think that's a great concept though. The one that he's coming up with, or no, not the concept he's coming up with, but like the way how he looks at things. Because it's like if I'm watching a movie, right? And I'm like, oh fuck, this movie ain't realistic, man. I don't like this movie. I mean, I'm never gonna be entertained by anything except for realism. I mean, don't get me wrong. At the same time, it's like that's kind of like the only thing you'd want to be entertained by if you're going over like factual. Like we're not watching a movie. You know what I'm saying? We're living the movie right now. So we're just trying to get to the most specific point of that movie where we can, like to where we actually have the facts in our hands.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, and I think what I was just proposing about the moon will get us closer to the facts than anything else. Yeah, go ahead, guys.
So,
one thing I
Bro
wanted to add,
Sanchez,
actually.
I got a quick
So
question. So all right, so just to kind of translate it to my words, you know, so I can understand better. There are two light holes, you know, you got a greater light and a lesser light, somewhat like the Bible says.
Okay.
And I'm trying to understand, are they do they have surface?
What do you mean by surface?
Like, since it's a doorway and it's opening and closing, is it somewhat like a black hole, but a light hole instead? So there's no surface inside of the light, as far as like on the moon, you know?
Yeah, I ain't really understanding that.
Like, is it 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional? Like, it's 2-dimensional, right?
Yeah, 2-dimensional.
Okay, so there would be a surface on it, or is it just pure light?
Listen, if I open up my front door, where the threshold of my door began to go in my house, and where in that same threshold where you on the outside of that, but my door wide open, let me ask you a question. Is that open doorway on Damian Banks' picture 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional? Because that's all you asking me, man. Like, you see the Truman Show dude in that open doorway. How many dimensions is a doorway, y'all? We should know this. It's 2-dimensional. That's what I mean. It's 2-dimensional, bro. That's what a doorway is. 2-dimensional. It's an open door. Like, it's not a wooden door. It's not a brick. It's what is an open doorway made out of? Is what, like, it's just it's a gateway. It's how I'm looking at the moon, like an open door. Is that too?
I get it. So it's just pure light inside of this door, pretty much.
There you go.
Okay.
They got their own enclosed in their light world, holographic universe like ours. Yes, it's a light matrix, as they call it. Light matrix.
Bro, I kind of want to say something.
I don't think he was finished, but if he is, then sure, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm finished. You know, you pretty much touched everything.
All right.
It builds.
Salute,
It builds. So like, you know how earlier you're making that model, right? And you had like a sun above and a sun below, a moon above and a moon below, right?
I pull
So
it
like,
back up, yeah.
so like, what I'm wondering is if like the moon below is actually like a 3-dimensional object, and we're just getting the like the hologram of it, kind of, in a way, or it's like the light projection coming through the center.
All right, I'm gonna show you what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is this right here, y'all. Everybody mute your mic so I can answer this brother. Let's zoom out on this a little bit. And let's go ahead and color everything. Yeah, I'm about to show you something real quick. Now watch this. Hold on. Watch this. Because now I'm going to have to, what I got to do, I got to go a little deeper with this now. Okay, I don't want to do that. So hold on, y'all. I'm finna answer this brother about the sun, moon, all that. This gonna tie it all together right here. Shh. My dog's tripping right. Hold on. Hold on, no. So look, check this out. This will tie it all together, y'all. How can I do this shit? Oh, I know what I can do. That's what I can do. Now I'm about to go in. So right here, you got these other worlds. Got these other worlds. Now let me expand this because y'all don't see how deep this goes. All right, so check this out, y'all. Yeah, I'm sorry I had to do this, but you know, the questions let me know that people ain't really seeing what I'm saying here. So I want to expand this shit. Like when I say that this goes on forever, it should be the end of the anybody. Like you don't have to agree with the explanation, but after that, anything you asking me now is gonna just be me repeating myself, which is why I'm doing this. I got the infinity code knowledge, the ripple effect knowledge. Once I show you that shit one way, it work in every other way. Like ain't no more questions. You know what I'm saying? Here it is right here. You could take this same concept and on each of these worlds, just like we show in all of the other goddamn models. Like, I don't know why this hard today, but I'm finna pull this up real quick. And I'm gonna have to take y'all time to teach this because guess what? We don't get it for real. We don't get it for real. So check this out, right? Let me go and throw these other pictures in here.
Take your time, bro. That's why we here.
Look. Now look. Let's put them side by side. It ain't hard to see. Now, who can't see that? That this will go on and on and on with worlds that's got their own ground and sky, and from that one pole that's turning it on all, because it's a continuum. When our sun and moon is turning around, it's the same sun and moon on these other realms according to the Maya. And from this one center pole, it spends the time, the hour and minute hand on all of the worlds, like the Mayan long count and short count system. This is literally what the Mayan described at the center of the earth too. I'm not straying from the ancient cosmology. I'm staying right on code with what I've been sharing with y'all. Check it out. I'll show you another one. Okay, oh, it ain't pulling them all up. Here we go. Here we go. Like, you know, I'll just put that there, you know, like All of this stuff is simple. Let me show you about this one in the middle for real quick. Let's cut that one out. Let's cut that one out. Blow it up. And put it right here. See how in the middle you get that same diamond that I'm showing right there, that diamond? And that diamond got a bottom half and a top. You see how this shit saying, Jeff, I'm not straying from the knowledge. All of my shit gonna be can't nobody say, well, he contradicted himself on that. You can say you don't agree with it, but I'm gonna teach what the ancients taught. You don't gotta accept what the ancients said, but this is why I'm in this position. Ancient cosmology is what I do. That's my profession. That means if I do anything other than say anything what the ancients said about the cosmology, I'm a false and fraudulent teacher. And I'm not going to let you do that to me. That's why a person will never be able to say, well, you saying something the ancients ain't say. Everything I'm saying here line up with the science of what all. Matter of fact, let me show you what the Mayans said real quick. Y'all think I'm playing. Watch this. They had it like this. They call my shit the Hunapku. That's what the Mayan call it. And guess what? What I'm showing you on the left, what I'm doing in paint, that's something that's in my spirit. I came up with that as a result. I'm able to tap into that because of these symbols. And later I think in my mind, you know what? The ancestors did say that I'm right. And I go to symbols like this. This is what the Mayan call the Hunapku. Now let me compare that to what I'm giving you in paint. Prepare to have your mind blown. Brother Sanchez ain't gonna lead you astray by talking out the side of his neck and motherfucking making shit up and all. You better believe when you come to me, I'm giving you what the ancestor said. I'm the only nigga on YouTube that can say out of my mouth, the ancestor said, and dare nigga to come up to me and say that they didn't, and dare nigga to come up to me and say that they didn't say it. Can't no, and I can say it boldly when I teach, man. The ancestors said this. I can speak for the ancestors and ain't nobody gonna check me on it. Ain't nobody gonna check me on it. I'm the only one qualified to say, man, I'm giving you what the ancestors say. Because everybody know I am. Look at this. I ain't never not gave you what the ancestors said. I stand by it to the grave. I never stray. It's going to always lead back to this with me. And I can show you several images that back me up all around the ancient world, whether you want to accept it or not. Now I yield the flow right there.
Hey, Sanchez, can you repeat what that was called again?
The Hunapku.
That's gonna be a tough one to spell in Google, but
no, it's Hunabku. Hunapku. Okay. Then they teach you how to sound off, my brother. Sounding off. Hunapku.
Yeah, but for real, I was just like, I don't know. I was just kind of like thinking outside the box a little bit, because like you like the bottom and top are supposed to be opposites or some shit, like how they say like heaven and hell and that type of shit. So like I was just wondering if like, because on our side we see 2-dimensional things, if on their side they have 3-dimensional, like sun and moon. I don't know. It's just a weird thought.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I ain't into weird thoughts.
Yeah,
I'm into research, ancient cosmology, sacred geometry, syncretism. I'm trying to weed out the weird thoughts from my panels for real.
I'm looking at this Hunapku, and it even looks like the Nazi symbol. You know, this is some interesting stuff right here.
It's not Nazi symbol. They stole it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So Tim, what would be a mathematical equivalent that would make you believe flat Earth? Would it be like an equation, or a measurement, or what?
Yeah, I just want to see some measurements that are compelling. As far as how do we know that the Earth stays level, and there's a lot of earth out there, so that's kind of tricky too, because any given piece of land might have its own nuances to it, right? So how do we know everywhere?
I don't think we need to focus on what I think. I only need to prove reality where I'm at. And once we go to thinking about what's happening all out there, we getting ahead of ourselves. I hate that man do that. Cause man trying to discover new planets, the Marianas Trench, but can't even figure out how to clean up his own damn communities and get some breathable air and drinkable fucking water. But he want to explore Mars. He can't solve homelessness, but he want to find a super motherfucking octopus. Like, fuck all of that other stuff. I want to find out where I'm at. That's what got us in the globe deception. You know what I'm saying? We can prove the truth where we at, and we can start on that, and that truth can set us free. Then we can start talking about what's out there, what's beyond, and stuff like that. But if we bring that before the basics, we getting ahead of ourselves, humanity.
Hey Sanchez, I completely agree. And
Yeah, word Sanchez.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, y'all.
What's up with you, Dirty? You okay? You hear me, Sanchez?
Yeah, man, y'all know I can hear you. Everything right. We just get the mic and go, y'all, for real, man.
My fault, Dirty. I just wanted to see how you was
no
doing.
doubt.
My
Yeah,
bad.
no doubt. Go ahead. Yeah, salutes to everybody on the panel. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to piggyback off that a little bit. You said like focus on this place. I think the greatest proof like finding out like as far as the elite, as far as our background, our ancestors, as physical proof on this earth. And I'm just throwing this out here to you because there's great minds on this panel. I think cathedrals and cathedrals is the only way we can find the source of where we really came from. And if we knew that fact, I think we'll know more than half of the percentage of where we are and what we made to be. And I might be wrong, but you know what I'm saying? I'm just critically thinking. I'm up here with y'all just talking. But I think that's the greatest.
Salutes to that, my brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, but yeah, like I was saying, and just to you know what I'm saying, like I said, I write down notes and all this, but like I'm a reach a little bit, but I wanna, you know what I'm saying, beautiful minds on here. But I think the world myself was engineered through the hollow earth, you know what I'm saying, because of these star forts and all these cathedrals. And it almost seemed like, yeah, we know that this place is a holographic world. So it makes me tap into a place like, are these places cropped? Like a crop, you know how you can put something inside of a computer and make it be that? Because it's so outstanding to a point where it's a secret, to a point where we'll never know unless we visually see how these cathedrals and cathedrals. If we find that out, like Tartarian, these mud floods, like I think that's the only way that a human can get back to, not the only way, don't take me for that, but it's one of the ways that a human can really figure out where they are and where they came from is these cathedrals. You got, and I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna let you go ahead.
Yo, so can I build a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
So the idea of the full moon giving the sea a high tide I would think that would be tied to the theory that we're all building upon. It would be that the light instead of the actual moon is giving the water a high tide. What do y'all think?
I think he debunked that the moon controls the water already.
I was hoping Sanchez can kind of build on that a little bit, but I understand if you know what I'm saying, Sanchez, if you feeling a different way about it.
What, the moon controlling the water?
No.
I was saying the light rather than the moon, the actual light itself.
What you mean? What
Well,
you mean the
since
light controlling the water? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, like since light is energy, you know,
What light
and
controlling the water? You're saying with the
the
moonlight
moonlight.
controlling the.
Yeah, the moonlight, the
You
actual
mean
light
that the
itself.
moonlight is controlling the ocean tides?
Not that it would raise the tide
I
rather
think it's
than
the other
it
way
being just
around.
like waves and stuff. I think
What is
the
the
wind.
moonlight doing to the ocean?
Well, I would. It's something that's just
Okay,
metaphysical, pretty much.
I'm lost. Just let's let the next man get the
Stupid.
mic, brother. That's fucking just.
And Damien, I
Stupid.
think you're a little confused, bro, because
Stupid.
what Sanchez is saying is that the moon has nothing really to do with the waters. It's the
Oh no, no,
North
hold on,
Pole.
brother. Hey, hey, hold
It's
on.
those waters in the
Hey,
center,
brother.
bro, creating those
No, no, no. I
tides.
didn't say that. I didn't say that. You talking to somebody else.
The brother
I'm
is
talking about the.
basically not explaining nothing, trying to explain. It's like he's tripping in his own. What exactly? What is the moonlight doing to the water, brother? It's metaphysical. Like, come on, brother. That mean beyond the physical. That mean it ain't doing that to the water, because the water is physical.
Damien, what you think is controlling the waters?
Hold on, look, brother. That's not me. I didn't say that, bro. I was talking about the churches, the
Yeah,
cathedrals,
no,
and
that
the
was me.
cathedrals.
That was me. That said about.
Oh, okay, okay.
Well, I mean, this is from. I'm not too sharp on the moon's, power towards, the elements, but
Hey,
that's what was
hold
taught
up,
to
man.
us.
I'm gonna get this dude. This dude, hey, uh at Vote Comedian is cool in the chat, but not to have a wrench. Can't do it. Yeah, hey brother. After you make a certain amount of gay jokes, I gotta take your motherfucking wrench away.
Chill out.
Niggas is not gonna associate me with that kind of shit. Fuck that, bro. I'm sorry. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah.
To that brother, what was you referring to then? What you think the
Yeah.
light
Well,
is doing
and
to the water?
well, the worldly knowledge is that the full moon gives the water a high tide. But I guess I
That's
missed the part
globalist
where
knowledge.
Bro
That's
Sanchez
globalist
debunked it.
knowledge.
So I don't know. I'm trying to keep up with the train that you guys are rolling in. So
Remember, that's
if you guys
globalist
already went
knowledge,
past
though.
that, then I just missed it. So I'll just look back at the video later.
Hey, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm gonna cut in real quick. Hey, Sanchez, man, I know this might seem crazy, but I cash app you whatever in the world if you can cover cathedrals, mud floods, and Tartaria. I know you have, but I'm talking about to a point where it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, we always trying to find proof in everything. I think the proof in the pudding, and we have no proof of these cathedrals being made. And I know I can't dig as far as you. I wish I could, but I know you can, you know what I'm saying? And I would appreciate that, and I would show my appreciation.
Hey, most definitely, my brother. I ain't, we could email me. That'll be like a reminder, and I'll definitely do that. Look, but I'll give you a jewel real quick, right? You said it out of your mouth. You said cathedral and cathode. The cathedral is a huge cathode that's harvesting the soul of man. It's doing just what the other cathode do. And look, I ain't gonna get into this now. I'm just showing.
No, don't get into it. Don't. I just and one
Yeah,
more
I'm
question.
just touching on it.
This is the last thing. Like, it seemed like it's almost a distraction because they're so beautiful, but it seems the dark thing behind them don't seem right. But it's like, damn, it seemed like they supposed to be beautiful to us for a reason, and not to pay attention to the dark side of it.
Yeah, let me get into it, brother.
Yes, sir.
He told me not to get into it, and he got into it. Goddamn.
My bad.
Hey, but it's all good. It's all good. You brought it up, man. I appreciate you for that. But look, the cathode and the cathedral are one and the same. The Bible said that the church is the living waters. Look, you see the water here, And then when you go into church, you know all the people is our body is mainly what 75% water. All the the building is interacting with us. Whatever these cathedrals are, they actually taking the energy of the crowd to power the whole system and shit too, in a way. I'm not making this up. Like they going back to this kind of energy systems in the future, back to the future. But look, these two pillars right here are the Masonic two pillars, man. And when you look at the cathedral, look what you got. These two pillars, this is magnetism, right? You got the arch, that's your horseshoe magnet in between the two pillars. Hey, this is real equipment. You got a wheel. This would have been working. Like I played a whole video about how these buildings used to be energy systems back on the channel from I think Lopez and them. We played a whole, that was a hit video showing how this was equipment, man, that we lost, these systems on Earth. These
Like
wheels
pressure
right
vessels.
here. Yeah, I ain't gonna go into that, but these are the two pillars right there, passing energy back and forth to each other, just like a cathode. You got the cathedral, which is a bigger version of it. But look, it go back to this. Look, check this out. Look at this right here. Tesla showing you exactly what Nikola Tesla showing you. Look. He got these two pillars. He did this experiment a couple of times with how you can pass a signal in between these two towers. Hold on a second. I forgot how to find this shit. I'm having brain farts and shit. So what it is with the two pillars of Freemasonry, it is sort of described in here right here. Like this what those two pillars mean, I think. Now I ain't gonna act like I'm a tech guru and then like that, or I'm some sort of electrician. But I know if an electrician could probably take this where I'm going now to a more they'll go into the whole mechanical aspect. But here, the two pillars of Freemasonry right here. You see the eye in the middle. That's the invisible current that they passing back and forth between each other. That's exactly what the sun and moon are doing. They built the cathedral off of the earth, y'all. They built the cathedral off of the earth is what I'm saying. That's why I said the earth is the original sanctuary.
So Sanchez, is anything more original? That picture right there, with the water and the two pillars. And man, I've never heard nobody explain it the way you just did as far as we being the water. Man, I'm just asking you, that seemed like the greatest answer in the world. To see that and know it and believe it, like man, it's like it's like to get to that, you know, that's what I think. I wish I could get to that point. How was this made? How was it built? And the proof of it. Yeah, but like I said, I know you don't want to get into it tonight. I just came up here to pick your brain for a second. You know what I'm saying? And let you do your thing, man. I love
Watch
you.
this.
Hell, Sanchez.
Hey, look, much love, my brother. Appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that energy, man. Hey,
Hell
check
yeah.
this. Check this out, right? I'm gonna take this. What I'm gonna do? I'm finna take what I did in paint, and I'm finna bring it over to the internet, and I'm finna go deep, right? Cause hold up. Damn, I'm saving over that. Hold on. All right, let's find it over here. I'm finna do something with the Freemasons now. Cause I showed you the who not cool and all that. So look at this image right here. Right now, take all of this what I was showing. Let's zoom in on what I did in paint right here. You see this? What I did in paint? Now, let's look at what the Freemasons say about the universe. Uh-oh. Some of y'all eyes are already opening. You can see the hourglass in the middle with our sun reflecting another sun down and vice versa with the light matrix happening. If you open your eyes, you can see this shit. Look. This is what let me think that I'm spot on. They even got the diamond at the middle, what I'm showing you. With that diamond at the middle right there. That's with the diamond got the line in the middle and stuff. See what I'm saying? Like this will let me know I'm on to something. When I go to taking my random little shit and paint and going to different symbols like, oh, so yeah, I ain't the only one that unlocked this shit. See? Because now it's starting to really make sense. Our earth is being projected by this whole light matrix. In the middle is what they showing you. Mater and pater, sun and moon. Look at that, mater and pater. Masculine, feminine. That's what each of the pillars represent. And that's what I'm showing in my image right there, man. The mom and dad and the children is this whole universe being projected. Mater and pater, sun and moon. Where they cross at, that's how we get the hourglass or the North Pole in the middle of it all. When they light intersect, that's when the man and woman come together. And from that intersection, all of creation right here. Simple, man, but it's deep, though. Yo, this is fucking, this is dope. This is dope, man.
That's why I wanted to come up here, man, because I knew you would do it, man.
This is dope because it let me know that the Masons are thinking deep on this shit right here, like with the flat earth, and we ain't just reaching, but salutes to y'all, man. Yeah. Anybody else, salute to that brother, man. Real talk.
Hey, I'll say real quick, in the tech world, if you go back to that, to the Freemason thing, what you got, we call that signal passing. So that diagram is used to how you connect any two ending or beginning circuits, and you pass a signal through it. You know, that's just how electricity is made and everything. So just to give y'all an idea of what you're looking at, the signal passes and it creates after it passes.
Yeah, like if I were, yeah, I could delete this world in the middle and just say this whole world in the middle disappear. That'll let y'all see these outer worlds better. If you get out of this first circle, it's just see how we say with the flat earth shit, right? Hold on, let me try to find it real. Oh, go ahead, drop though while I grab it though.
Hey, like that image on the left, though, that hold on, bro. That image on the, you see why they worship the owl, right? Now this is the owl's eyes. That one all the way to the right, that's the owl's eyes, the nocturnal vision to see through the dark. That's what the whole owl is about. Two different. My bad, I got a background. Go ahead.
Hey, but no, that's big facts. That's short and strong, though. Real talk. To see through the dark, man.
Hey, I'll say this too. Even if you look at the symbolism of a basketball rim, with like the basketball backboard being a 2D platform for the projection of the ball being projected against the rim and down into the circle hoop or the rim, which is the North Pole that you recycled into. Your body is the ball or whatever, or your Merkaba. You feel what
All
I'm
right, I'm
saying?
gonna give you the
energy
game. All right, they
and
gave
it's like,
you the
you
game.
project it against the 2D backboard, and then when you done with your wife, you go down into the hoop to be synced to make a shot. But go ahead.
Look, I'm gonna give you the game, right? They gave you the game when you was a kid. It's called tetherball. If you ever played tetherball, you will see the sun in the North Pole and how it goes around, retracts, wraps back around the pole, unwrap back around the pole, go back out to the world, and come back. So if you ever played tetherball where you hit the ball that's hanging on the pole, they gave that shit to us in elementary, man. But go ahead.
Good shit, drop.
And you know what? This also will show, like, if this is true. Now, well, I ain't gonna reach like that. I'm gonna refrain from that. I'm gonna let y'all build. But check it out, though.
I mean, say it.
No, I was gonna say like, damn, nah, you know what? I'm just refrain from that right now. Y'all go ahead. I'm gonna come back to it though. No cap.
All
Let
right,
me think
that
about it.
picture in the middle is the G and compass.
You said the G and compass?
Yeah, sort of like the baseball field and all that. That's what that picture in the middle is. Or that if you was back in my days, they used to have these things called handheld scales. And you would clamp the thing on the scale and you would lift it up and then it'll measure. It's all the same shit.
Yep, you can even look at the top down view of a football field or a basketball court like a graphics card. But go ahead.
You know what I think is fucked up? The way how they kind of put all these truths in front of us, but they hide it with this other shit. So you just think it's a football game. You just think it's this. You just think it's that. I think that's the most fucked up thing in the world. It's like they're trying to be the bad guy, and their excuse for being the bad guy is that they showed you all this information that you either took or left. Like that's terrible.
Well, you got to remember what the game is for, bro. This is a simulation we in. If it wasn't no challenge, it'd be boring. So if they just gave you all of the cheats, it wouldn't be no interest to the damn story. You feel me?
Look, check this out. Look at the Asgard little universe here. I want to pay attention to this a second, right? The Asgard got these little balls around our whole little circle of the earth, right? And these are the 7 wandering stars. They sat in the orbit of these things, right? It's the same thing happening above, happening below, basically. When you see each of these got a counter to it, which is on a polar side of any direction. And that right there is what I'm trying to show y'all here. When you take this right here and take it and put it with this collage here, then we can start seeing that the end of each of these light projections that's coming from the pyramid. Follow my mouse pointer. See how you got a gray one, a white one, a yellow one, making like 6 points above and 6, where it's making 3 points above and 3 points below. That's what's projecting out with sun, moon, Polaris below. And then when you go over here, it's kind of the same thing. To where you have Asgard is what the Norse call Polaris. We call it Polaris today, but they called it Asgard, right? And then the sun and moon will be Alfheim and Vanaheim. But if you look at what they showing you, that's what I'm showing you here. Same thing. It's just literally the same shit that I'm tapping into. You see what y'all get what I'm saying? It's the same shit if you look at here.
Yes,
what they give
that
you.
is crazy. That's deep as fuck. Yeah, that's deep as fuck. And that's why I like when you break down these pictures and shit. A lot of people do feedback against it, but once you back it up with a picture's a million, a picture's 1,000 words, and then you back that up with some of these pictures is 1,000 pictures. So that means that's 1,000,000 words just in this straight how you sync that together. That's a nice vision, man.
That's because nature don't lie.
Yep, nature is fact.
Now what you got on that is north, south, east, west, with southwest, northwest. You got all directions with this picture, sort of like the bullseye. You go back to the other picture, you will see the bullseye. You are the bullseye. That's the North Pole, not you, but that's the imagery. It's something in the center that nobody can go to without going to war. So I think that's the knowledge they obtaining to rule over us is
Watch
the
this.
actual source of the ether. But go ahead.
No, I was just finna say something real quick. Y'all know what we looking at right now?
A spaceship.
No, it's a submarine.
I was just about to say that.
So look, everybody got this is like the hall of a submarine, right? Now these are very long, but at the very top of the ship, let's just say there's a glass opening, and that's the only place where you can get a frontal view of what's happening in the ship. Everybody else looking at reality from the side holes in the wall. The only people that can have a frontal view of what's ahead of the ship is the pilots in the cockpit. What I'm saying, but what I'm saying is that's what they said about the North Pole being like the highest peak, where you can kind of see. You see, they saying this is like a peephole sort of thing. So like, if you look at this submarine and see how, we dealing with perspective, how it lead to the front, what we call the cockpit. Look at the symbolism. It's the same symbolism of the Hunapku. What's happening at the North Pole is based upon perspective as well. It's, in other words, what we see is based upon how we see and our journey toward it as well, as it appear different to us. Like looking at a rainbow from a different angle, you may not see all the colors that the next person see based on the angle if you see it at all. But check it out. Here's what I did in paint right here on the left. Now let's go back to the submarine. Oh, y'all see what I'm showing you?
Yup, the four corners. Yup, you can see that shit on the luggage cargo.
Yeah, so yeah, going toward the North Pole is just like you walking toward the cockpit of this submarine or whatever. You know what I'm saying? The concept of it turning into an X is dealing with the same concept of vanishing point. This is how we vanish at the point of singularity on a spiritual level.
Oh, that was fire. I don't even think they caught that neither. That was fire.
They didn't.
Yeah, that's some deep shit right there. Like it even remind me of when you talked about the Earth, Wind, and Fire, the album cover, Electric Universe, and you showed the pyramid from the top, or you showed the ladder from the top down, bro. Like that's some crazy shit right there. I think this is going over a lot of people's heads, but they'll come back to it. You know how it is.
Oh yeah.
Look, if you the center point, you actually disappear because you are the source. You found the actual source. And they know, my bad for the background. Y'all go ahead. That part.
That's like bro said with the vanishing point. It's the vanishing point is also the point of beginning and the point of the ending. Like it's crazy.
All right, I'm gonna keep it simple. It's like when you on the panel, you don't have to play the YouTube. When you get to that center, you don't have to play the earth. It's as simple as that.
So when Jesus said you gotta fit through the eye of a needle through this narrow gate, that's the vanishing point. It's the fact where if you look at the Truman Show picture that the brother got, like there's a point where things on a when you look at the horizon, things vanish at a point. But what happens when you run out of horizon? When you reach what's called an end, then you gotta shrink now. See, things at a distance will shrink to you. But what happened at the end of the Truman Show, there was no more sky to shrink. The sky now was a wall that he reached. The doorway that at the Truman, let me show you what I mean. The doorway is, they saying that's the vanishing point. When he's on that doorway with his arms open, that's cosmology. That's cosmology, and I'll show you what I mean by that right here. Hold on. Yeah, I'm about to get ready to close out, but look, at the middle of the earth, there's a doorway. It's called a sky vault right here. You see where the Great Mother is at? This is Dogon cosmology. You see where the sky is open at? That's why I keep showing you in my picture Polaris. Right here, this white vault. When the people say, I seen a white light when I died, when I was near death. The white light is this middle light that I'm showing you in the middle, Polaris. right there. That's the journey home right there. Well, when anytime you under that light, it's when you're outside of the duat. What that means is that being on the outside of this white light puts you in the earth realm and you're under the sun and moon going around you. And in the middle of this donut is where split it is this white hourglass, but that ain't this same dimension. Our world is split by the true, what they call the true, our true home that's projecting this simulation. So once you enter this white light, that's the first time that you're not standing under either the sun or the moon. And in this life, you either under the sun or the moon at any time. No one has ever got directly under Polaris before. The only way you do that, the ancestor says, upon death. That's a whole nother split in our universe, a highway for the dead. And anybody that's outside of that is within what's called a duat, walking around that you're not in the donut hole, you're existing in the donut ring. So the thing is this right here, y'all. When you look at the Truman Show, when him standing in front of the doorway with his arms open, that come from this cosmology here of the Dogon. Because remember, in the middle of the cosmos is a step pyramid. It's a step pyramid that she's standing on with her arms open in the doorway, and that's the end of the Truman Show. It's the whole mystery is that the sky runs out. It's just a big TV screen. When they tell you the sky made of plasma, they giving you signs right there. If you keep going toward the North Pole, the sky actually falls into the ground. You'll see that you about to sail directly into a cloud, and it's like you sailing into the sky instead of flying up into it. It's like walking toward the edges of a tent. The fabric of the tent from the center pole start to get slim toward the ground, the four corners. And if you see the sky is falling down on the outside and inside is what the ancestors are saying. So look, he going into check this out, right? What he's showing you is once he enter that realm, he's outside of the matrix. He's left that portal that's beyond the sky, the gateway out of here, what they call the sky vault. This is cosmology. Now look, guys, when you see Kanye West on top of the pyramid with the moon over it, it's this same cosmology. Now that I made this in paint, it's all coming to me. So I'm gonna show you another slide, and I gotta get ready to get up out of here, man. So check this out. Here go. Like I always looked at this and I knew what he meant. Now this confirms it. So he's saying this is like death ritual. This Kanye is saying a picture of the soul being swallowed up by what they call the Pac-Man moon or whatever. This is Polaris though, right? And he's on top of Mount Meru, like I said, up under that sky vault, that white, like this right here. This white light here in the middle would be Polaris. So listen, let me show you what he doing. Kanye saying, I'm standing on top of this pyramid in the middle, y'all, and the white light over my head right here. That's what Kanye's saying right here. Y'all get what I'm saying? He said, I'm standing on this pyramid, Mount Meru, with the light of Polaris above me. Right here, you see what I'm saying? That's how Jesus was on Calvary with the sky opened up above his head. Y'all see right here? If you were to stand on top of this mountain, that's how you get images like this. But I'm going to end with that right there.
Hey, thank you so much, Sanchez, for tapping in, man. You always the best at what you do. I appreciate you, man. I love you. I love all the panel in the chat.
Yes, sir. Y'all take it easy, man. Good build today.
Definitely, man. Y'all definitely two niggas going through a lot of the struggle and the rain and the pain. Believe me. Like just knowing that niggas got a soul family out there or a soul tribe and found it. Like I said, Beautiful thing. Appreciate everybody for y'all time and stuff, G.
Man, most
much love, much
man.
love.
Yeah,
And
you
thanks
know,
for the voice, because you can really be arguing this shit, and you give us a voice. I appreciate it, man.
no, I appreciate y'all. Y'all make me go deeper, man. I really respect you brothers' time for joining and all that stuff, man. I really do. Appreciate that. No doubt. Every last one of y'all brothers, man.
Yeah, super big up, Sanchez. Thank you.
You already know we in this school and we finna graduate. You already know what the mission is, and we finna complete it.
Sure, bro. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah,
y'all. One love, man.
Y'all have a good
care,
night, man. Much love, and y'all brothers be safe out there.
Yeah,
right.
big support. Peace out.
Sure. Hey, and to guys out there in the chat room, don't go nowhere. Right before we close, I'm gonna see that I get any donations, and I'm gonna end the poll right now. Poll is over with, and it is what it is. Y'all see the numbers. Shout out to Keith Smith. Thank you, my brother Keith, for the donation. They appreciate that. And shout out to Damien for the donation and for joining. Shout out to Isaac Ross. And shout out to the sister Gloria. Salutes to all of you guys. Thank you so much. Let me give a shout out to Letitia Barrett, to Calvin Benjamin, and to the Jones. Thank you, sister. Appreciate you guys for those donations. I'm going to get up out of here, guys.